seize this opportunity to warn Senator Godswill Akpabio, Speaker Abbas, those who work in National Assembly, and President Tinubu. I can tell you, we are extremely serious and sensitive about this electronic transmission. And if they want the democracy to end on this subject, we will give it to them. They must put it, because that's what the people want, or they should resign and leave the place. If they think we are going to make noise for 2-3 days and forget about it, we are not. If you don't do electronic transmission, if you don't put it in the law, this election will not hold. And the government will leave. They must put it. We are not joking. If we have to do whatever it takes to make them do it, legally. If they legally, because they are not acting legally, so we'll do pragmatically. I can tell you, we are gentle, we love the country, we want the system to run, but if they play a monkey game with us on this issue of electronic transmission, I don't mind to contest an election that is free and fair and I lose. I will salute the winner. But if you want to turn yourself to a set of electoral bandits and hijack every opportunity that the people want for peaceful improvement of our lot, anyone who is skating and dancing around the issue of electronic transmission definitely has shown you the first warning that they don't want free and fair election.
And welcome. King Charles will host President Bola Ahmed Tinubu from March 18th to 19th in Nigeria's first UK state visit in 37 years. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the First Lady of Nigeria, Remi Tinubu, will be guests of King Charles and the people of the United Kingdom at Windsor Castle in March. The federal government is celebrating this invitation as Nigeria's first state visit in 37 years. The visit comes as the president brushes off criticism from Nigerians that he had spent 23 days in January on foreign trips, which he started in December 28. In its pushback, the political party of the president, the APC, stated that Tinubu's foreign trips have attracted $50 billion in investment into Nigeria. It is 7 p.m. Nigerian time, 1 p.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today, we have Prince Adewole Adebayo joining us. Most of you know him. Prince Adebayo is a lawyer, businessman, and the presidential candidate of the Social Democratic Party in Nigeria's 2023 elections. Known for his calm, issue-based approach to politics, he built his campaign around governance, reform, economic productivity, and institutional accountability rather than personality politics. Adebayo has long argued for a politics driven by ideas, national cohesion, and constitutional order, positioning himself as the voice of structural reform in a system often dominated by power blocks and patronage networks. His perspective offers an important insider-outsider view of how Nigeria's political game is played and how it can be changed. Please join me in welcoming to the show, Prince Adebayo. Prince, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Rudolph.
It's nice to have you. For our viewers, I'm sorry we are starting late. It's due to circumstances beyond our control, but the Prince is with us. He's actually on his way from one of those political engagements, and in the next 5 minutes, he will get into the house and rejoin us. So, Prince, welcome again. Where are you coming from this night?
I'm coming from Pat Tommy's 70th birthday.
Oh.
And Pat Tommy deserves everything to honor him.
Okay.
One of the greatest patriots ever to be born in Nigeria.
What?
So even if you go and locate the placenta, with which you told me was born 70 years ago, that placenta will be a patriot. So
all right.
I had to cancel everything I was doing to be there, and I had to speak, and I had to lead the SDP delegation because our national chairman was also there.
Mm.
And we had roles to play, so we couldn't leave. And then from Lagos Island, we had to come all the way to the mainland where we have an event tonight and tomorrow. So I didn't want to join you, the Top Mainland Bridge and all of that, and the quality of the connection will be deja vu, like what happened last time.
Yes.
And as Americans will say, with their understanding of English, deja vu all over again.
Nice, nice. Okay, we are glad you are here. I don't know how far you are from home, but we'll be talking to you until you get home.
Yes, I think I should be there in about 6 minutes.
Okay.
And then I will now settle in and join properly. And then we can end this discussion tomorrow morning.
Today is Super Bowl, you know, in America. We shouldn't have a show, but because we already booked you, in America, people are home preparing for the Super Bowl. But let's get to the big story, which is this interview you granted at Rise TV. I played it at the beginning of this show where you were saying that we are not joking anymore. We are going to do everything possible to stop the lawmakers, the Senate, from what they passed, you know, the electoral reform they passed, from making sure that you believe that the Nigerian people, they want to have mandatory electronic transmission of results in real time. But the Senate passed a bill that didn't include that. So what are you going to do? People are interested in knowing, what are you going to do? You said this is a big deal, you know, that this is not like the before where we say, oh, after 3 days, people will forget about the issue and move on.
You see, the people who are in power, they've come to the conclusion that Nigerians are noisemakers, and that the so-called opposition are a bunch of jokes. And they've committed atrocities that are unprintable. And they are surprised that they are still there. So their own thinking is that these Nigerians are not ready to die. And they are not ready to take any risk. And they just like the sound of their own voices on television, grandstanding. So they planned it. That, look, don't even give them any chance. Don't pass any good laws. Just announce the result, and they'll make noise and go away. So if we don't start the resistance now, we will start it after they have coronated themselves. So
Guests who are watching, just to inform you, if you are just joining us, we have Prince Adewole Adebayo, who is the SDP presidential candidate in 2023 presidential election, joining us. He's on his way home, and so he's in a car. Okay.
Thank you.
Prince, are you home?
You. Hello?
Yeah, Prince, are you home?
I'm home now, so let me go to a quiet place.
Okay. All right. So
There's that's like a person.
Like a presidential candidate who is going to lead the opposition now in this challenge to this government. So we are going to take a break. We'll show you a few videos. Take a break, let him settle down, and we are going to continue our conversation with him because we want to know exactly what specific things he's going to do. Because most Nigerians are really frustrated with this new abracadabra that they are doing in the National Nigerian Senate. So we are going to take a break, and we'll be back with Prince Adebayo from the SDP. I'm in New York City. I want to thank you for making yourself available for this conversation with Nigerians, and I hope you do more of it. You know, it will help you, and it will help Nigerians to know you. I didn't know before this that you were the same person that made a speech at the NBA Nigerian Bar Association conference, and but my question is this: are you not afraid of being the president of Nigeria? If they hand over Nigeria as it is today to you, won't you be scared? I think a normal human being will be scared to deal with that. Now, let me go to some of the headlines you've made recently. Once in one headline you said I won't appropriate our oil money as budget if elected president. You said you put it in a fund, and this is money that you acknowledge that is not there because it's been stolen. Okay. Then there's another headline where you said, "I will end insurgency and banditry within 100 days if elected president." Now, to people who have looked at Nigeria, the different aspects of the country, when they see this headline, serious people, they will think that there's something not serious about you wanting to be president. Why would somebody look at Nigeria today? You're one man. Who will be your team? Who will be the people that will go to that government with you to clean up things so that in 100 days you can deal with the issues of insecurity in Nigeria? How do you? I think, Nigeria is a serious situation. We know that. Everybody knows that. And we want serious people to handle Nigeria. And if you want to present yourself as a candidate for president, there are some statements that I expect, and I think Nigerians expect that you will give that a serious thought. Like relocating the military barracks, that's not the reason why they are not functioning. I'm sorry, but I listened to you. I invested 1 hour of my time listening to you. I wish there would be more time that we'll have one-on-one conversation about this. I think Nigeria is in a serious problem, serious situation. We need serious person to deal with that.
Are you saying?
Senator Godswill Akpabio, let me seize this opportunity to warn Senator Godswill Akpabio, Speaker Abbas, those who work in National Assembly, and President Tinubu. I can tell you, we are extremely serious and sensitive about this electronic transmission. And if they want the democracy to end on this subject, we will give it to them. They must put it, because that's what the people want, or they should resign and leave the place. If they think we are going to make noise for 2-3 days and forget about it, we are not. If you don't do electronic transmission, if you don't put it in the law, this election will not hold. And the government will leave. They must put it. We are not joking. If we have to do whatever it takes to make them do it, legally, because they are not acting legally, so we'll do pragmatically. I can tell you, we are gentle, we love the country, we want the system to run, but if they play a monkey game with us on this issue of electronic transmission, I don't mind to contest an election that is free and fair and I lose. I will salute the winner. But if you want to turn yourself to a center of electoral bandits and hijack every opportunity that the people want for peaceful improvement of our lot, anyone who is skating and dancing around the issue of electronic transmission definitely has shown you the first warning that they don't want free and fair election. Let me on the plan.
So this is where we bury the mass burial we did because of resources. So here we bury 50, then the other one 27. So there are other graveyard. There are the one Christian is using here. There's other one in the down there. There are two.
When I saw motorbike en masse coming, three people on army uniform, all of them with rifle, AK-47. They are passing. I was like, are these soldiers? Not until when I saw one with this wrapper that was so wrapped on their head, I have to run and hide myself. In fact, they started chasing people, catching people, tied them by their back like this, putting them like in some of layers. In fact, before 30 minutes, we just hear pa 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 pa. They are shooting them on their heads. My son is abducted. My friend has been killed, and my family about 12 were killed. Yeah, 12 were killed in my family. So all in all, what we buried now from yesterday to today, we buried about 178 now, and we are still searching for more.
Okay, guys, so I saw some Northerners ranting on their page about how the 2023 election wasn't balanced because all the candidates are Southerners, and in 2027 they will not allow that to happen, that they should allow Atiku to represent the North in 2027. Dear Northerners, I just want to say respectfully that you are the most stupid and gullible group of people I have ever encountered in my entire life. First of all, since 1960, out of 100% of leaders that Nigeria have ever produced, 70 to 75% of these leaders are Northerners. More than half of the leaders are Northerners. Please, what have these leaders done for you? Tangible something, not us buying you wheelbarrow and calling it empowerment. Tangible something. In terms of development, zero. Despite the fact that most of the leaders we had in the country were Northerners. In terms of development, zero. Educational development, zero. Security, zero. Healthcare, zero. Other aspects, zero. The region, chaotic. Poverty rate, high as Mount Everest. Beggars everywhere. That is lack of empowerment and development. What have they done for you that made you think that they are worthy of being representing you? Please tell me. To be quite honest with you, if I see Atiku and Tinubu, I will choose Tinubu. Here is why. At the end of the day, atrocities happen in the North wasn't created by Tinubu. Tinubu inherited banditry problem issue in the North. It started from your northern leader, Buhari. It started from him. According to some reports, the former President Buhari he recruited Miyetti Allah members to sabotage the regime of Goodluck Jonathan back then. And look at them today. And when you even look at it, look at the three Miyetti Allah members that were arrested in Kwara State recently. Go and check the banditry industry. I'll call it industry because, you know, people are making money out of it. Go and check the industry. Northerners dominate that. 99% of them are Northerners. And almost most of them are Fulanis, just like Buhari. I pray for you, Northerner, in Jesus' name, in the name of Allah, please, may you receive sense in 2027. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging in here. Our guest is now settled, looking like a presidential candidate. So, Prince, welcome back.
Thank you very much.
So, the first question that everybody is waiting for your answer is, what is your plan to stop the National Assembly, the Senate, from backing down, from finding a way around making sure that election results are transmitted in real time?
We get all Nigerians to occupy an occupied National Assembly. They need to feel that that place is a parliament, and the parliament is a place of representatives. So we will ensure that they don't feel comfortable in a cocoon where one single whisperer or a few whisperers will be telling them what to pass. It has to become a people's house again. And I think it's starting from tomorrow. They will start hearing from us.
Starting from tomorrow? What's happening tomorrow?
We are going to, National Assembly becoming a people's house. The people will come and ask them questions. Are you representing us? Well, did you pass an exam to get here? Did you inherit your seats like members of House of Lords? Or did you come here to represent people? And the people want this. So I think they've been cut off from their constituencies for too long. There are very few parliaments in the world that are detached from their constituencies like the Nigerian parliament. For us in the SDP, we've called all our members National Assembly, and they've vowed that they are not going to sign for anything that does not include that as a minimum. So that at a party level we've achieved. But we need to go outside and ensure that Nigerians can call their representatives and ask them the question, are you for freedom and democracy and transparency and credibility? So we are turning the whole of Nigeria into a movement for credible elections. That's at a minimum. And we're not going to stop until they give Nigerians that assurance of a credible election. That is the basic, for the decency of our dignity, for us to be seen as a people who are living in the modern world, who hate cheating, who hate shadowy stuff, who are people who are serious. That is a minimum. That's a good starting point. Otherwise, you will find out that President Tinubu does not have a campaign council so far. What he has is an inauguration committee, even before the election is held. And we need to disband that inauguration committee and let everybody go and canvass for votes. And if he comes back with the highest number of lawful votes, then he can start inauguration again. If he does not, he packs his bag and goes home. We must let this generation enjoy free and fair election, like the type Abiola got in 1993 under the SDP. That is what we are going to ensure. So we're not waiting until you have rigged. We start the fight now.
Are you going to lead this campaign?
I'm already leading. There are many leaders, so it's not personal to me, but I'm already leading. You lead in thoughts, you lead in contribution, you lead in calling people up, you lead in everything. And I believe that those who are outside Nigeria as well should be part of that pressure point. It's not that difficult. It's not controversial. We're not saying you should do anything other than just be lawful, just be transparent, be decent. So it's simple. It's like I'm trying to buy something in the market, and I say, let's weigh it. You say, no, we're not going to weigh it. You're already trying to cheat.
So
Simple.
is there a call out there for people to occupy the National Assembly from tomorrow?
People are already doing their work. You will see it.
I know you are coming from Pat Otome's party, birthday party, but in a few weeks ago, he suggested that he will form a shadow cabinet, and the DSS warned that that is an illegal thing in Nigeria, and we didn't hear anything again about that. Is this going to be similar? Do you think that this is something that if there is a pushback by the government, like if people go to the National Assembly tomorrow and form a group around it, that the Nigerian government will not react in a way that will make people disperse and to be another of these protests?
Well, there's nothing stopping government from doing whatever they think they are doing. And it's not a one-item protest. It is every tool in the toolbox kind of thing. So many things will be done. But I can tell you, we cannot sleep with even one eye closed if they don't give us that. That's the beginning of the journey. Putting it in the law is the beginning of the journey. The next job is to make sure they comply. But if they're already not willing to put it, it's like somebody is signing a contract with you and they say, sign here. I say, I'm not going to sign. You know, already it's already cheating. It's like someone being elected to an office. We say, come and take oath that you will be loyal to the country. I'm not going to take the oath. You know already. You cannot say I'm not going to pass the law. It is, I don't know how Nigerians look at it. It is not possible for you to coexist with us. If you already say, I am not going to stop a problem we have identified. People are buying and selling votes. You say, yes, I'll give them minimum punishment so that they can be encouraged to do it. We say, give them it's a felony. Let's give them felony punishment. You said no. So a time is coming when this National Assembly will abolish the law against bribery, abolish the law against corruption. They will say, well, what does it matter? You cannot legalize rigging of elections. That is not acceptable.
Now, most opposition parties, PDP, ADC, they've issued statements saying that this is not acceptable. Is there any coordination with the other political parties in opposition to say that we have to stop this? Because it's critical.
It's a coordination with everybody. It's not a political party problem. It's even for the voter. Why would anybody say, come and stand in the sun, vote, but I'm not going to transmit it. I'm going to later go and cheat on it. It is not a politician problem. It's a problem of the people. So across the board, it doesn't work for anybody. Even these people who are passing it now, they're going to be at the receiving end of it later because they will one day find themselves not in power. We are trying to build systems so that the Nigerian can feel like it's operating under the rule of law and that is a member of a decent society. So it's like I go and buy something in a shop and I say, give me receipt. You say, we don't give receipt. Don't involve me in shabby or shadowy things like that. You cannot say decent people should come and contest election, should come and work there, should come and vote, should come and canvass. Do you know, with prayers and everything, how many people are going to take risk for the coming election, going to campaign, traveling all over the place? Do you know how many people lost their lives during the 2023 election, just working for election, traveling all over the country? You can't turn the whole thing to a joke. You cannot even tell the rest of the civilized world that in our country, criminality, cheating, rigging, it's something that National Assembly would not frown against. It's a very simple law. Leave it there. Say, once they vote and count the vote, transmit the result. And INEC, we met with INEC. INEC said they want to do it. They want it. They want to do it. We discussed with INEC chairman, he was frustrated about it. He said, I've never seen, we ourselves in INEC wrote it, we sent it to them. Make it lawful, INEC is already doing it, but they want it to be in the law. Because sometimes when somebody either pay the actual staff or somehow influence their staff, they feel disappointed. They can't correct it. Because the INEC chairman or resident commissioner is not going to be in every polling unit. And when he hears that, oh, in this polling unit, they didn't transmit it, they want to have the power to cancel that election. And say, you didn't transmit it, you're going to do it again. So only Akpabio and a few of his hopeless ambassadors are dancing around the issue. Even the House of Representatives, the entire House, 360, they want it. So we're not asking for something big. It's like saying when you go into the men's room, wash your hand. You say, no, I'm not going to wash my hand. How are you going to eat with us? Every single demand for honesty and decency, you don't want to cooperate.
Very soon, we're going to let people join us and get involved in this conversation. But I will tell you that most people will say to you and other politicians that after the last election, that they wanted to go out there and protest, that things didn't go well, that most of the people in opposition didn't come out to lead. That's the kind of thing they will say to you. Is this because people throw it back to the voters, to Nigerians? They have a stake. They should lead. They should come out. But they will say that they want the politicians to show example and lead them. Somebody.
We are leading them. We are talking already. But if you are waiting for politicians to save you, then you are not ready to be saved. Even you are supposed to save yourself from the politicians. Why should we be looking for messiahs? You should be suspicious of politicians. You should take your life in your own hand. If it's not important to you, well, that's your choice. But when did we become politicians? So now, who doesn't know Rudolph? So if tomorrow now Rudolph wants to run for the Senate, he suddenly becomes another human being. So the politician, is he not a politician? Do you know how much risk he's taking every day? So what are other people? So the issue is that there is a country, and there will be a better country. And that country requires us to start to nip crisis in the bud. If you transmit results, it doesn't mean I'm going to get more votes. It doesn't mean Tinubu will get less votes. Whoever works on the field, whoever Nigerians want, will still be the one to win. But let us not normalize illegality. Let us not normalize robbery. Let us not go into a game that has no rules. Don't join me. I'm in politics now. You must have rules. I don't want to be a player in match fixing. I don't want to be a boxer in a fixed match. It's an insult to my integrity to go out and tell people, come and vote. But I can't guarantee your vote will count. Come and waste your time. Why should any civilized person be involved in that? That's it.
All right, so we watch and see what happens in the coming week and maybe weeks and maybe months. But this is key in terms of credibility of our elections. So we agree. I think people agree with you. And what I would tell you is that people are looking forward to leadership. Our people are in that mode that they don't want to, on their own, step out. They want people to lead them. I hear that.
We'll give the leadership required. Is the challenge of our time. We'll give the leadership required. And you will see from tomorrow what we'll be doing. And we're also talking to the stubborn goats in the National Assembly that you better don't eat every leaf, otherwise you have a running stomach. And we are warning their chicken not to cross the road anyhow. So we're talking to people. I give this commitment. Every person elected on the platform of the SDP is voting yes to electronic voting. We'll call our National Assembly people to say yes. So that is clear. Let other party leaders speak for their party like that. You cannot spend 1 hour more in SDP, in National Assembly, if you don't vote. Even if you are the only one who will expel you, without time for criminals. So you must vote for electronic voting. And you must vote for other measures to secure the election. Not a single member of our party with the National Assembly is going to be prevaricating why they have already committed themselves. Let us now know those who are not ready for it.
But if you look at the numbers, at the end, the SDP, the APC, they still have majority. So what if at the end, their majority will push through?
They don't have majority of Nigerians now. This is not something, we're not talking about budgeting, sharing money among themselves. They can have majority for that one. But if you are making law for the society, society has majority. If the law you are making in a representative government is not representative of the wishes of the people, we will dissolve you. If you are passing privileges among yourself, awarding contracts, doing things, we can let you be. But if tomorrow National Assembly passes a law that we abolish the law of murder, the law against murder, you can murder anybody you like. Are we going to leave them like that and wait to be murdered? If they say tomorrow they are going to amend the law and the rape is no longer punishable, so we're going to be watching them and say, okay, next election? No. And if you want to rape one person, the whole country will speak. Now you want to rape the whole country and rob the whole country and kill democracy dead. So that if your daughter, whom you love, if she tells you, Daddy, I'm going to Nigeria, I want to go to Anambra and represent my community in the House of Assembly, Noka, you will say, don't bother yourself. It's a rigged game. Is that a life to live? It's not it.
Yeah, there are people who will say that not long ago, the National Assembly complained that the bill they passed, the tax bill, was tampered with. And most politicians just spoke and it was swept under the carpet. Nothing happened. Nobody was punished. There are many instances where they were expecting, I've heard that from people on this platform, expecting politicians to lead on issues that concern them, but they didn't. Where is the disconnect? What is going on? Why is it that Nigerians could see injustices, they could see things that are wrong, but they don't come together to lead a charge to see that those things are corrected? And some of them
all errors are not the same. And some things are clear, some are not clear. In the National Assembly, when they were talking about taxation, the SDP called our members in the National Assembly and asked them, which one did you vote on compared to the one that was gazetted? So we did our own research on that, and it wasn't too clear. This one said, well, is this one, is that one? So, but this one of voters is clear. Even to a blind person can see, a deaf person can hear. Even a dumb can repeat what was agreed by the public, which is that we need to do electronic transmission. It's not be it all clear all, because if you manage to go and induce voters and buy votes, the IRF will not reject your vote arising from bought votes. But it's a starting point that in the 136,000 polling units plus, that what is declared in the polling unit is going to be what is declared ultimately. If we cross that border, remember that we fought a fight earlier on whether to use beavers. We tried with card reader. I went all the way to the Supreme Court to fight over that. I remember the two justices of Court of Appeal, Supreme Court, were pointing their hand at me. Mr. Adebayo, what are you doing? What are you doing? What did they? What was this? Is it in the law? What is it? I argued it. I remember that case, I think it was Emir of Asosokowa. I argued that Justice Nkuta was the Supreme Court was telling me, we get your point, but is it in the law? Answer my question. I told them it's not in the law, my lord. Just sit down. It's not in the law. So I sat down. They made their ruling. But we started fighting until the beavers is there. So don't assume that we'll not be fighting. We're fighting. We'll fight on the street, we'll fight in the court, we'll fight in the media, fight everywhere. And we are calling, I've been collecting numbers, telephone numbers of National Assembly members since yesterday. I've been circulating their numbers. Everywhere they go, if they go for naming, we go and question them. If they go for Quranic recitation, we go and bulldoze them. They will not sleep, but they will get this. So it is important to do it. It is important to do. We have to be a decent people. Let people say, Nigeria is a decent society. When somebody is on a flight flying over Nigeria, you should not assume that, oh, they are committing crimes on the ground as I'm flying over their head. These people can never change. No, that's the whole idea of it. And everybody should know that everything has a limit. Or for other crimes, other things, when the time comes, we will know what to do with that. But this one, we must be nipped in the bud because we caught them before they committed it. That tax one, we woke up one morning and they have already gazetted whatever they gazetted. But this one, we caught them in the process, attempted coup, and we caught them. So we won't let them go. No, it's not going to happen.
Now, you pointed at the National Assembly, but it's beyond that. The presidency also, they have the power to call Adebayo and say, look, make sure this is what is in the bill, but they are not doing it. How do we hold them accountable to?
I don't want them to have that power, and I don't want to acknowledge that power. If they have that power, it's a satanic power. There should be no president who should be able to tell the people representative how to vote. The president should lobby them the way I'm lobbying them, the way anybody is lobbying them. So I'm not going to ask them to use their evil power to do good. They should not have that evil power at all. The National Assembly should respond to their constituencies. Adebayo should ask himself, the good people of Akwa Ibom who sent me here, did they send me to be a houseboy to one person and ruin the destiny of Nigeria? How many elections will be affected? Election to House of Assembly, election to for councillor, election of chairman, election of governor. So why will you sacrifice all the sweat of Nigerians? Do you know how many elections this law will govern for the next 4 years before we pass another one? Why would you, a nobody from nowhere with no background, God has elevated you and made you the head, the chairman of the National Assembly. Why would you not give thanksgiving to Almighty God that, okay, I have an opportunity to do something useful for my generation and for my countrymen? Why will you use it, abuse it?
Prince, are you not assuming that Adebayo is not being influenced? You know, like there's somebody beating the drum for him. And that person is the presidency, you know, beating the drum for him. So he had the boldness and to say things he's saying and do things he's doing. Don't you think that unless we deal with that, the power behind him, that all we are doing may not amount to anything?
I don't know if the president is beating the drum for him. He has to ensure, as he's dancing the drum of the president, dancing to the drum of the president, that Nigerian people don't hide his own skin and use it to do a drum as a warning. So he has to understand, whoever the president is cannot be more than the 109 senators combined, and cannot be more than 360 representatives. And if it's more than them, cannot be more than Nigerian people. Doesn't the president know that acceptance of him in Nigeria is the difference between him being picked up by anybody and put in prison somewhere? You have to make sure that your people believe in the government. We cannot make Nigerians not to believe in the system. You cannot make Nigerians to say, why am I coming out to vote? So both the president, the Senate, the House of Representatives, they owe a duty not to form a conclave of criminality, not to become discredited. Whoever wins the election in 2027, when that person is coming on May 29, people should be rejoicing. Even the people who lost should say, oh, kudos. Remember when we were in school, we used to compete for number 1, number 2, number 3. When you don't get number 1, you get number 2. When they are calling that person who became number 1, you are clapping because you know that even you who came second, you put your feet inside cold water to read. You knew what you suffered to get to number 2. And when you are called as number 1, you feel on top of the world that, wow, I work for this. So if all you are doing is stealing and cheating, why should I honor you, respect you that you are being sworn in as president, when I know you just committed a series of crimes to get there? Why will anybody who is young, who is working, a policeman who's on the street, say, I won't take bribe, I have a future, maybe one day I'll be president? A nurse who is in the clinic is doing extra night duty. Say, why are you? Say, well, I want to be somebody in Nigeria. A young man with a viable career will leave it and say, let me join politics. Maybe one day too, I'll be leader of my country. They have to see a pathway where hard work matters. 2 weeks ago, last week, I was crossing River Benue at Ibi. In the dead of the night, no life jacket in sight, crossing the water. Why am I doing it? To go and speak to a community in Gashaka, to go and speak to community all around Taraba, to go and speak to community in Numa. Why am I doing it? Because I want to earn their vote. I don't want to steal it. So let everybody go through it. Let us do what is right, so that when they say Rudolph Okonkwo is president, we'll say, wow, he must have worked hard. People must really have loved him. How did he manage to win here, here, and here? That's the kind of country we want. Who will honor you? If your father bought your WAEC result, your classmate will laugh at you. Nobody wants that kind of life anymore. These people who have been used to cheating in school, forging certificates, forging everything, they don't mind. They can forge the election result too. But this generation cannot hand over such a culture to the new one. Those who were 15 years old, when I ran for president last year, they're already 18 now, they want to vote. Would the person who was 18, who voted last time, that was a lady, she didn't vote for me because from what she said. But when she saw the result, she was crying for 3 days. I couldn't console her to say, don't worry, maybe more people voted for the other person, because I know the other person cheated. So we don't want that. We don't want people growing up thinking, my country, we don't vote. The vote is a joke. No. If we don't contribute anything at all, let us contribute the restoration of confidence in Nigerians. When a Nigerian ref appears in a match, you should say, yes, it's good. It's going to be fair. When you win the trophy, they should not say, maybe they are paid for it. Let us be a clean society. And from there, God will start to listen to our prayers.
All right. You mentioned the coup. We heard that there was a coup in Nigeria and some people were arrested and they are going to be tried. What do you know other than what's in the papers? And what do you think about the government's approach to this particular case? Because initially they denied that there was no coup when the media reported it and turned around to say, okay, there was a coup and now these are the people we arrested, including an actor. What is your take?
This is my take. When the government said there was no coup, we give it to them. They're the government. We can't cry more than the bereaved. When they say there's a coup now, we don't believe them. Why? Because the law says don't believe them. Let them put them trial in public. When we see the trial, we will know whether it's a coup or not, because under the Constitution, no matter what offense you are accused of, there is presumption of innocence. So if you say they did a coup, for you to know, they must have done some acts, overt acts, taking some steps that will show that they were actually trying to take over the government unlawfully. So that is the point. So we wait for the trial to open. If I'm not too busy with the campaign, I will go there and listen to the trial to see that I'm not deceived. If it looks like a coup, smells like a coup, if it's a coup, the punishment will follow. Because that is treasonable felony or pure felony or felony per se. That is, but there is a coup going on every day, National Assembly, where they sabotage the will of the people. We ought to talk about that coup too. Trying to rig election is a coup. That too should attract the same. So I look forward to a time where the Senate will pick the punishment for coup plotters and make it exactly the same punishment for election riggers. Because somebody is trying to plot quietly to get the power by a coup, another person is plotting openly to rig election and come to power without the majority accepting it. They are both doing the same thing, undermining democracy and taking power unlawfully. They should have the same punishment.
I assume that you know some of these people in office in the House of Assembly, National Assembly, governors. You know them. I know. I'm not saying they're your friends, but you know them. If someone planned a coup against you, let's say you were president, someone planned a coup against you and they failed. And of course, we know the standard statements coup plotters make, things you're not doing well. Will you not adjust after the coup? You know, we had Chief of Army Staff, Musa, Minister for Defense now saying, oh, I was marked to be killed. Adebayo was marked to be killed. But they didn't change anything in their behavior after that. What does that say to you about the way they think?
What I know is that as president of Nigeria, I know my duty. I will even wait for someone to try to kill me or overthrow me before I perform the function of my office. All I know is that I don't know why they are not affected by it, but why it's not a life-changing thing for them, whether it's not true, whether they're just trying to use to gain sentiment. But or maybe it makes us different because they also plan to kill us every day anyway, with poverty, with hospitals that don't work, with dangerously poorly maintained roads, with hospitals that don't have doctors. So as the coup plotter is trying to kill them, they too are trying to kill the populace with blackouts, with no care for safety, with all of that. So maybe they are already used to that. Like, okay, coup plotter trying to kill us, we are trying to kill the people. So what does it make? So they are already somehow kind of cynical. Because if you are in government and you are committing this amount of crime on a daily basis, how you know, and I'm not distracting you, that President Tinubu is running 3 budgets simultaneously, which Houdini, the magician, cannot even try. He's running. Yes. So if you are
What are the 3 budgets? I don't know about that.
The 2024 budget, is still live. They extended it. 2025 budget is still live. They extended it. 2026 budget, they pass it, sign it to law, implementing it. So it's like playing a match in football or soccer, and there are 3 balls on the field at the same time. You know, if the referee doesn't blow the whistle to get 2 balls, you know that the whole thing has become a crime or a comedy. So that is why I'm letting you know that there are all in the budget, 3 budgets, money for hospitals not being released, money to buy reagents, money to buy anesthetic material to prevent, when they're doing CS for women, to prevent pain and blood loss, money to power generator in the hospital. All of these monies are inside the budget, they're not releasing. Money to pay troops, 30,000 naira allowance for a troop, not released. You won't release swallowed. Money to maintain potholes on the street. Basic money to feed children in school. Money to do nutrition intervention. All these monies are in all these budgets. Contractors showing up in hospitals with high blood pressure. They borrowed money against their name, against their property. They're not being paid. People are going now to say, take half of the money, just pay me. Let me go and pay my debt. They're all in this budget. These are the people who say that coup plotters want to kill them. How many have they killed? That is why they have become callous. It's not normal anymore. It's like you go to Alcatraz or any of those big prisons. There's nothing you can tell them. That somebody beat you, somebody did it to you, somebody stabbed you. They are going around already waiting to be stabbed. So that is how it's a dog-eat-dog government. And they are working towards a singularity where politics, administration, military, economy, trading, buying and selling, procurement, tax administration, everything becomes joined together into one singularity, feeding one set of people, at the apex of which is President Tinubu, and they're recruiting more people to join. So whether you are in the clergy, you are in the media, you are anywhere, you are a civil society, you are a political party, this is the system where you don't run your own party. You also run all parties. So it's beyond the 5 leprous fingers of Abacha that Bola Ige talked about. It is now a black hole where everything has formed into a singularity. And once you enter, you cannot escape. That is what they are trying to set up. So you also want to control INEC, control media, control everything. So this is the first president in the history of Nigeria that his minister, Minister of FCT, can say openly, I have gone to set up a radio station to speak about one person. So what they are trying to do for you is a hunger game in a hungry land. So that is it. So that is why people need to understand that it's not about contesting election. No. Elections are routine. It's about people want to totally redefine citizenship, totally take the entire breathing space. If President Tinubu knows where oxygen is being supplied to Nigeria, he will go there and set up an oxygen control body that you have to join his group or work for him before they will release a few pounds or ounces of oxygen for you to breathe. So that level of control is what they want to do. And they're experimenting every day with things. So that is the reason why they're controlling lawmaking, controlling many things. And if you know what they're controlling in states, you can hardly put your poster. States bodies, every state has set up a body in charge of publicity. You can't put billboards. You go around the country, you will see it. They either charge you excessively or tear it or remove it. So this is going on, is creeping under. And that is why we need to be vigilant. So you cannot leave it with politicians and all of that. It has to be people coming out. And another thing we need to understand is that immediately you put your hat in the ring, you are contesting, you've already become a biased person. So if you criticize Tinubu, first you want to replace him, you want to snatch votes from him, so if Nigerian people themselves start to come out and have minimum standard of what they cannot accept, so they will see that, okay, this person is not running for any position, he's just a decent tailor in Abagana, saying, this is too much for me. This is just a bricklayer from Yola. It's too much for me.
You mentioned Teller, and I remembered Oshomole. He was he was one of those, and ended up the way he ended up now. Remember, he was.
I don't know if anybody knew Oshomole before. Typically, I try not to talk about persons, but the problem in Nigeria is that there's no data. But if you study his trajectory from Kaduna Textile to where he was the Textile and Garment Union people, if you look at that, you won't be surprised. Because many of these labor leaders, not all of them, but many, they don't live on their salary. They've never been used to that. They have always been used to these rackets that they form, and they just use the workers as pawns. So if you go back, Oshimole has not changed its trajectory. It's just been developing and growing and growing and growing. So it's like a tiny cucumber. So the more there's fertility in the soil, it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. So, it's like a pumpkin for Halloween. So you will see some pumpkins, small pumpkin, you see some gigantic pumpkin. So Oshimole has gone from a small pumpkin in Kaduna to a gigantic pumpkin with tentacles in South Africa and other places.
All right. Let me leave the issue of this election and talk about another issue, the insecurity in Nigeria. We saw killings. It's now every week we see killings happening, and the Americans intervened December 25th with that strike in Sokoto.
Put the strike in question mark.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So
in quotation mark.
So is it normal that our president didn't think that at certain points along this process he should talk to Nigerians, up to the point that we have American troops, soldiers in Nigeria now? We don't know what they're doing. They told us that they're there for to train our people, to help us with intelligence. Isn't that, don't you think, is that not the point that we should be crying about, that we don't have a president that is communicating with us?
Well, we should be crying is the blood of Nigeria being shed every day. That's the real cry. As for the other theatrics of Washington and Abuja, they have become friends and they are collaborating in some areas. So the military-industrial complex has Nigerian branch. So the president, maybe in a few hours, he works for Nigerians. The rest of the hours, he works for other people. So once you have a bad commander-in-chief, every other insult will follow. So it's like if you look at Boris Yeltsin, Russia, it's not the same thing as Vladimir Putin, Russia. The difference is the commander-in-chief. So that is what you need to understand, that every country that wants to protect its territorial integrity should always ask that question during election time. Can this person be a commander-in-chief? Will he be a good head of state? Will he be a good chief executive? So when you are electing a president, you are electing your number one soldier. And if the person is a non-conformist, because I don't want to be running commentary on President Tinubu, because I don't want my political career to be based on personality attacks. That's why I didn't join issue with all his background, biography. It's not my business. My concern is he fit for the job? But if you study his psychology very well, he's a non-conformist. He's a respecter of no rules. You can't say, this is unthinkable. How can you do this? No, we don't do it like this. This is all. No, this is beyond the pale. He does what works for him. So for him, if the Americans don't come and Maduro me, I'm fine. And they have bigger guns than me. Anything I can use to lobby them, appease them, and even they have to come and enter Azovilla, and I sweep the ground for them, all I know is I'm not leaving this place. So it is for Nigerian people to come together and weave another pathway for our security and safety, so that the issue of Nigeria becoming an international basket case for insecurity is laid to rest. And given the low profile of the attacks that we have in Nigeria and the intelligence showing the sources of these attacks, they can easily be contained. So Because when you lose a match 3-0, and all the 3 goals are own goals, then you have to understand that the problem is with your team. So all these security challenges, they're mostly own goals. And Nigeria needs to change the security team to see that they don't score own goals. But as for confronting these attackers, bandits, no. The Nigerian army will deal with them. But if you're scoring own goals, there's nothing the goalkeeper can do. The goalkeeper cannot be afraid to collect a ball from a fellow player, from his defenders, for any member of his team. If they are scoring against him, just like the other opposite team is scoring against him, then what he's going to do? And that's the situation with the armed forces. We are mostly scoring own goals.
Mm. All right, let me play this video and get your take at the other end of it.
But we're honored to be joined today by the First Lady of Nigeria, who also happens to serve as a Christian pastor at the largest church in Nigeria, a very respected woman. First Lady, please, where are you? Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Very respected person, too. Thank you.
What was that about?
It was about, I've attended national prayer breakfast before. I don't think it's wrong to attend it. Yeah, so if you are doing diplomacy, you attend events where the people you want to see, you want to lobby, are available. And it shows the effectiveness of Tinubu's personal lobby to save his own skin. So, which is okay, because he can't sit down there and do nothing and wait to be picked up like Maduro. So he's going to do something. And if he goes around internationally, he's not qualified to be in that prayer breakfast. He's not qualified to be there.
Why? What do you mean by he's not qualified?
Because it is usually, it's about faith. It's not of the faith of the people who are organizing it, but the wife is of that faith. Second, they may not lay their carpets very well, and he has the trip hazard of going there. So they don't lay the carpets well, but the First Lady is of the same faith as those people. She's a clergy member, and she can walk over carpets that are not well laid and still be on her 2 feet. So to me, if any foreign government says that the wife of the leader of my country is a well-respected person, I will be happy. Because I will be sad if the president of the USA had said the wife of the leader of my country is a person that doesn't deserve respect, is not a respectable person. I will feel personally insulted myself, and I'll feel sad. So I'm happy that President Trump says that the First Lady is a well-respected person. And personally, I haven't seen any reason in her life where I would say she's not a respectable person. She said 1 or 2 things in the public that don't make sense to me. But overall, she served in the Senate. She's a well-educated person, and it's okay. And we haven't seen any reason why we would say she's not respectable. But none of that is going to solve the problem back at home. It doesn't add to their performance at home, which is awful and nothing to write home about. And President Trump, even though he might be inclined to helping them out in 1 or 2 international problems that they are having, but it's not likely to come and change the mind of someone who is in Ibagua, Kogi State, trying to vote. That person will think about how terrible Tinubu has been performed, and will not wish Tinubu on their worst enemy, so they're still going to vote them out. But as diplomacy goes, that's a good thing for them, because Trump was saying they were in disgrace about 2-3 weeks ago. He was saying that, or last year, December, he was saying that the Tinubu administration is in disgrace. Now he's saying Tinubu's wife, life partner, is a respectable person. And hopefully in April, if they run out of whatever is the goodwill, if the goodwill stops and he says that they are a terrible lot, they should not complain then, because they're happy now when Trump says that you are respectable. If he says you are a disgrace in 2 months' time, don't call me, because you are the one celebrating his commentary now. And we have known President Trump that he speaks according to the hour. So there's nothing stopping them from receiving the opposite of what they receive now. So, but what's going to save us is a steady government at home, where Nigerians can say that President Tinubu is running a decent government and that they're leading a respectable life. They can have a respectable way to earn food for their family, respectable housing for Nigerian people, respectable and affordable education, respectable treatment in terms of medical care, and we can have a respectable infrastructure across the country. That will be the endorsement I, as president of Nigeria, will be looking for. I will not be looking for any lobbyist influence accolade from a foreign person.
I like that you mentioned that lobby influenced, because I know that you understand how Washington works, that Trump did not just stand there and decided, okay, I have to talk about the First Lady of Nigeria. But let's go to something else in the same line. March 18th and 19th, Tinubu will be visiting King Charles for a state visit, and they are promoting it as the first time in 37 years that Nigeria is being granted state visit to the UK. Why are they interested in these state visits and this show abroad? Have they conquered home? Some people say that there is a state capture. What does that mean to you? Are they now looking for international endorsements because home is settled? And why is it that he left Nigeria? He wasn't in Nigeria for 23 days in January, and now he's going back to the UK, maybe somewhere else before that trip to the UK. What is going on?
Yeah, some of the questions only by Odonuga can answer them, or Tuga. But what I know is that ordinarily, the president is the chief diplomat of Nigeria, and you cannot do all your presidency duties at home. Some of your commander-in-chief duties will have to be done abroad, because if you are trying to procure platform from British Aerospace, you want to do something in negotiation with them, you will go there. Even I, that I'm not head of state yet, I was a guest at the House of Lords in December. I was invited. I went to their sitting. I was welcome, and I spoke with them. They spoke with me, and I still have foreign trips that I'm going to do, both in the UK, in the EU. I was in Washington recently. So it is fair that the way the world goes, you cannot be a leader, even for a potential leader in a major country like Nigeria, and that international people will not be interested to know what you think, how you think, what you plan. And there are many things you want to achieve in your country that you need foreign collaboration. So it's okay. So I'm not against the president going to in the UK, being received into the court of St. James and all of that, provided, like I said, that the High Commissioner ensures that they lay their carpet well, and we don't have any other incident, and that those who are managing the president actually make sure that they start a routine with him now of walking across carpets that look like that, because most countries prepare their head of state for foreign trips. They don't do anyhow like we do our own. They will tell him, what kind of, even the mug that is going to use to drink, or the cup, they will have a replica of it. They will plan very well. Hopefully the man is sentient enough to remember after 2 days, whatever you taught him. But the state visit requires working. That's my concern. You have to work together with the king, who works quite well. So, and royal protocol does not include the king holding your hand like Erdogan of Turkey. The Turkey president is a commoner. It's an ordinary person who became head of state there. But in the English system, in the United Kingdom, the king is a royalty, and physical touching of each other is not allowed. You can't go to Ondo now and touch the Oshima Way. It's not possible. So you don't touch. It's even part of the song that you don't touch the king. So who is there is going to hold the man if he's in the same state he was in Turkey? So if they put all of that together and there's no embarrassment coming out of it, it's a good thing. And more so, we have a long history with the United Kingdom. We used to be part of their international colonies and all of that. So they should go there. But it's not about conquering home. It's about part of the duty they need to perform. I hope that they go there to go and actually do the work of Nigerian people. That it's not about saving their neck or skin. If it's that, so we have to respect our president. And once the president goes out, I don't criticize outside. All my criticism of my president is inside the country. Once he goes out to represent Nigeria, I don't criticize him. When he returns, I start criticizing him. Because when he's standing there, he's standing as Nigeria. And if I have reservations about what he's doing internationally, I will reserve it, and I will propound alternative way, better way to carry out our diplomacy. But I hope he goes out to represent the country well and doesn't embarrass us. But the real task of building the country is at home. But you were talking about how many days he spends outside. You need to understand that President Tinubu is not taking the presidency as seriously as I'm taking it. To him, it's a ladder for his international business. So he doesn't know the difference between the public domain and the private domain. It's all his personal estate. So he goes around abroad to pursue something for himself, to pursue for the country. It means the same to him. So, and you can't change him, but you can change your vote.
I was thinking that, is that not similar to Trump, what Trump is doing in the United States? Will you say that?
Americans have chosen Trump twice. So it leads me to believe that what majority of voters in America want is what he's doing. But the American elite may have different expectations of Trump. But the American voters appear to be happy because America is not a place where you guess. They conduct polls all the time about how the president is behaving, how he's performing, do you approve his... And these polls tend to be quite accurate. Gallup polls, other polls. And as somebody who has all these years of exposure in America, I'm an American lawyer, I practice in America, I know how America works. Trump may not be representing the Washington, New York, Northeast elite expectation, but if you go to Wyoming, Mississippi, all those places, if you go to the purple states, the swing states, Ohio, all those places, he appears, Pennsylvania, Virginia, he appears to be doing well there. That's what they want, and that's their choice. And as a person who is aspiring to be leader of Nigeria, part of the protocol of politics that you don't comment or be critical of a foreign government, because you can become the president tomorrow, and I want the president next year, and I go to Washington. When they are briefing Trump, the first thing they should tell is, you shouldn't tell that, oh, this guy who said you were this and that last time. So, not because I'm personally afraid of anything, but I don't want any personal flaws or personal disagreement to stand in the way of my doing business with the American government. So all I can do is to wish the American voters success, and I pray that more and more they will like what the president is doing.
To be fair to the government, Nigerian government, I mean, they claimed recently, I think last week, that the trips brought back $50 billion in investment. Are you not impressed by that?
Of course, the sound of it is very impressive, but the evidence of it is lacking. So, even if it's the United States, even if it's China, even with Saudi Arabia that are swimming in money, if you say you are bringing $50 billion into their economy, they'll be happy. But there's no economy that receives almost twice their budget that they won't see the money. Nigeria's budget is barely $35 billion. And if $50 billion is coming, that will double our GDP. If it doesn't double it because of other things that are not captured in our budget, it should add at least 10 basis points to our GDP. So maybe the money is on the way, and we don't have large enough airport to receive the money. But let us see it. But in this year's budget, in the plans, not only the government budget, but the private sector budgets, the largest corporations in Nigeria that are listed on the stock exchange, in all of those places, even in the recapitalization of our banks and things that we are doing, in the financing of many of the PPPs that we are doing that I've studied, I study them regularly, this money is not anywhere near. So, but I'll keep my powder dry towards the middle of the year. When we meet again, I will tell you if I smell any money, seen any money. But this government lacks credibility. And they tend to tell very big lies. They have left the realm of telling small lies to telling big lies, believing that the bigger the lie, the more likelihood that you would want to be too tired to denounce it, or debunk it. So I don't think they are serious. And we should try in our planning that the money that's already in Nigeria, the money that we are generating, is what we should have accountability for. Because I can tell you, I will apologize to President Tinubu if he's declaring up to 20% of the money that's in this economy. That money is not coming out. About 80% of the wealth of the country is suppressed, and the money is not reflecting our book. That I can tell you categorically. That's why the economy is shrinking. The Nigerian economy is shrinking back to what it was in 1985. That's as bad as it is. When, before we did the census that put our population at 89 million, remember that census we did in 1991?
Mm-hmm.
We have less in the economy now than we had when we did that 1991 census. So President Tinubu has mismanaged the economy, has even refused to manage the economy. The areas where he has interest is mismanaged. The rest is just abdicated completely, and is not interested. And that cannot be assuaged by moonlight about $50 billion of roaming about.
Look at one of the headlines in today's papers. NNPC, refineries are unsustainable. We're just wasting money. When did they realize this? Is it APC? When did this happen? How is it that? And do we know how much they spent in the last maybe 10 or more years? I don't know how long ago that when Obasanjo sold the refineries.
Let me tell you, these insults that they insult our intelligence every day, they will be increasing. That's why they are coming out. I can tell you, the GMD of the NNPC was brought to come and work against the NNPC, purely and simply. If you think Ojulari is working for you as a taxpayer, then you don't understand anything at all. What they want to do was what I warned against when we were running in 2022, 2023. They don't see us as citizens. They see us as customers to fleece of our money. Nigeria is just a petroleum market for them. So that's basically what they are doing. And they want to retrench public investment that will give us alternative. Another plan they have is heavy taxation of solar panels, solar energy products. They want to create a fiefdom where we keep paying rents to them. They've captured all the lands anyway. They've captured this air. They captured the sea. So they want to capture the markets. They are their own contractors now. No contractor in Nigeria can compete with them. They are the contractors. Any contractor you see is looking for them to make them emergency partners and directors in their company and shareholders. So they are their own, they run the whole thing. That's why I mentioned singularity. They want to control everything. If you have a church or a mosque and up to 500, 1,000, 10,000 people attend, they want to be part of it. They want to have a stake in it. They want to take one of your imam or pastor, put in their government. They do whatever they like. They want a total takeover of Nigeria. And that's what they are doing. They want you, how can the GMD of NNPC, the other time he was praising a private sector player. Thank you. Without you, we'll all be sunk and all of that. I'm looking at it. The only reason why you are quoting it is because Ojulari is not very good with communication. He doesn't know how to hide some of these things they have been doing for some time. But what is happening in Nigerian public sector administration is that those who are in the private sector choose leaders for the public sector. They choose their own regulators. They control the whole system. And at the end of the day, they want to become what Woodrow Wilson fought against in America, where you become robber barons and asphyxiate the economy of the country. If you remember the story of TWA, there was a time in America where everything was a combine. You could not even set up an airline. They will ruin you. Because they formed cartels. They had to pass the antitrust laws to free America from these combines. For many years in America, that's part of the reason why American vehicles had problems competing internationally. Because the Michigan cartel would not allow you to import a car into America, and you could not go outside what they do. Till over time, Japanese cars got better than their own, Korean cars got better than their own, and they realized we can't do this forever. Look at India. During the Congress Party, what Tata Corporation did to India. For many years, that's why who do you see using Indian vehicles? But you couldn't import cars into India. You couldn't innovate because Tata was funding the Congress Party, and you could not pass a thing through the Lok Sabha. But they realized it, that all their neighbors started surpassing them, and they changed. What they want to do in Nigeria is set up this cartel, kill all the institutions. Very soon, someone is going to tell you, only private university can teach. All universities are a waste. And let us close them. But very soon, they will close the Navy. In some parts of Nigeria, they close the Navy. They got private companies. So the number of officers are just idle away. Go and interview them. They don't have posting. They don't have anywhere to go. They will be lucky to go and escort a private company. Very soon, you will be a general, and you won't come out of your barracks because they will bring mercenaries to run the wars, to run the security. This is a journey to hell. We need to turn back. This is all I can tell you.
All right. We take a break. When we come back, we talk about your party, what you plan to do in this coming election, and then we take our people to join us to take questions and comments from them. Let's take a break for 3 minutes. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. We will talk about his political party, what's going on in SDP, and how they are preparing to challenge Bola Tinubu, and whether he's going to run for president this coming election. So we talk to him about that, and then bring you in to question, make comments on what you've been listening to. Again, thank you for joining us, and we share the link again for you to join the conversation. So earlier on, I played a video. I'm not sure if I finished playing it, where the first time I met Prince Adebayo was on Adewale's show. He was being interviewed, and I came in and I tried to ask him a question, and that was the first time we met. And he's been one of our consistent guests on this show. And his interview, I believe today on Arise, where he pushed for direct action, was something that I think most people are interested in knowing what happens next. So he's back with us, so let's welcome back Prince. Welcome back. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay. Prince, we can't hear you. You can't hear me.
I can't hear you.
I can hear you.
I can't hear you.
But we can hear you. So it's from your end. We can hear you. I can hear you. So if there's anybody, maybe you can log off and reconnect.
I cannot hear you.
I know, but we can hear you. I'll call you. Let me play a video while we resolve that. And
are you muted?
No, I can hear you.
Should I sign out or sign back in?
To warn Senator Godswill Akpabio, Speaker Abbas, those who work in National Assembly, and President Tinubu.
Check the background.
We are extremely serious
and sensitive
about this electronic transmission. And if they want the democracy to end on this subject, we will give it to them. They must put it, because that's what the people want. Or they should resign and leave the place. If they think we are going to make noise for 2-3 days and forget about it, we are not. If you don't do electronic transmission, if you don't put it in the law, this election will not hold. And the government will leave. They must put it. We are not joking. If we have to do whatever it takes to make them do it, legally. If they eat legally, because they are not acting legally, so we'll do pragmatically. I can tell you, we are gentle, we love the country, we want the system to run, but if they play a monkey game with us on this issue of electronic transmission, I don't mind to contest an election that is free and fair.
All right, so let's see. Thank you so much. We're back. Prince, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, good. All right, so I understand that the small issue with your political party has been resolved.
Yes.
You're ready for 2027?
We're ready for 2027, 2031, 2035.
No, we start with 2027 first.
No, yes, I'm just letting you know what our party, this is how we think. We plan series of elections ahead. We raise people. So that's how we operate. We have programs, plans, how to grow the party. It's not just about the next election. We do better than that.
So what's the plan? What is new from the party? What are we going to expect? People who are watching, looking for alternatives?
Number one problem we have solved. We solved the problem of surrogacy and mercenary. When somebody stands up and says, I'm speaking for SDP, he's actually speaking for SDP. When he says, I'm working for SDP, he's working for SDP. In recent time, it's not been the same. It's not been that way. Someone can be in SDP and is working for someone else. We solved that problem. And we are on the lookout for such. We have the antibody to deal with such foreign bodies. Second, we have ideological clarity. Every unemployed politician cannot gang up with another one and come and take our party. It's not for hiring, it's not for borrowing. But you can come. There is nobody in our party who is not ready to yield if you come with superior argument, superior credibility. But it's not a party you can gather money and say, let's go and buy them. Let us purchase this party. It's a party you can be on your own. We'll be going around people's houses. They are shocked. We call them, come and run on our ticket. Come and do this. They will say, I don't have money. We say, it doesn't matter. Just come. We need your type. So today we were with Patu Tomi. And people say, because we recognize Utomi. He's not a member of a party. But we respect him. We recognize him. We like his ideas. So we discuss our matter with him, even though he's not in our party. He's just an ideal Nigerian. That's a decent Nigerian. So we're open like that. So if for some miracle something happens that Patu Tomi says, I want to run for president, even me, I will start having second thoughts. Maybe I should go and meet Professor Tomi. Maybe I should give him a chance. Things like that. So we are like that. But you can't come and steal money somewhere or become something somewhere and come to our party and say, who the heck are you? We don't care. That's how we chase all those people away. We just simple exam we set for them, they took off. So, and the ones who remain, we discipline them thoroughly when they lack discipline. But you can be on your own in your house. Like now, we lost our senator, Godia Kwashiki. Immediately we buried him, we started consultation. And the people we were talking to come and run, they were thinking, how did you remember me? I don't have money. You say, yes, come. We will be consulting. You are a good person. You yourself know you are a good person. When someone's house, say, madam, you know your husband is good. You know he's a decent man. Why won't you release him to us? They were thinking about it. We went to an elder to summon him to a meeting. Come and run on our ticket. You're a good man. Your community is going to be happy. When we went to bury Godia Akwashiki, we were in tears. Because everybody knows Godia Akwashiki was a good man. We were proud. When he was sick in the hospital bed, he was begging us, let me resign. Let me resign. I can't do this job. I'm not well. He's calling people. Let me resign. People say, don't resign. People are forming prayer group to say he should not resign. They are lobbying him. They are begging church. The poor man is saying, look, I have not been appearing in National Assembly. It's not fair. I need to go. I need to resign. People say, no, you will be well. You will pray. So when he died, People were saying, oh, how are we going to get another one? I was even proud. When the church going to bury him, people were calling me aside. Please, if you want to replace your senator, make sure it's someone like Goodyear. What of this person? Well, that is kind of party we want. It's not about you go and steal money somewhere, you do some business somewhere. Even if you make your money legitimately, if you don't have talent, you can't just come to a political party and say, hey, I have money. There are members of our National Working Committee, and I don't want to embarrass them, that come to the office with Uber. People were offering them Land Cruiser. They refused. When Sadiq Gombe became the chairman of our party, he has a small car, he's driving himself. People were saying, I will give you Land Cruiser, bulletproof, whatever. He was just laughing. Bulletproof for what? Who is going to kill me? And why are you giving me cars? It's like that. So we want to run a decent political party. That's number one. Number two, we want ideology. You have to believe in something to come to the party. Believe in something. Understand the Constitution of Nigeria. Know the functions of offices. Go and find all these people who are doing away policies. He wants to be governor. If you ask him, what are the prerogative powers of the governor? He doesn't know. Well, tell me 10 powers of the governor. He doesn't know. What are the 10 responsibilities of a governor? He doesn't care. He just thinks, I've been a senator, I can be a governor now. So we're trying to correct that. Then thirdly, we're trying to raise a new set of politicians. The ones you have now, take them to Makkah, Medina, Jerusalem, Oshun Shrine, Okija Shrine, they can never change. If you bring the best Lee Kuan Yew, if you bring spiritualists, if you call Ndaboski, you call anybody to come and lay hand on these politicians, you can spend 10 years, hardly will you change like 2%. They are rotting to the core. So what do? You raise new set of politicians. You go to the hospital ward, find a good doctor. The other time we do medical outreach in Nasarawa State. We saw medical doctors that came to render services for free. When I got to Wamba, the doctor had delivered 2 women of pregnancy. We're not paying him. He's just coming to help. We said, okay, you have delivered these women now. Come on, deliver Nigeria. We are putting pressure on him to come and run for House of Reps. He's just thinking, okay, maybe let me start with House of Assembly. I don't want Wahala. But we are begging him. We are raising funds for him. He has not even agreed. But we saw that this is a decent man. He heard that we are doing medical outreach. He came and helped. He graduated from medical school. He's serving in local community. Why would this man not be the one to be commissioner for health, to be chairman, House Committee on Health? This is a decent human being, for God's sake. If you don't raise new politicians, you're wasting your time. So we need to raise new political class. Fourthly, you need to make elections about the people, not about politicians. All the politicians combined in Nigeria cannot defeat Tinubu. He knows them. He knows when to switch off their light. He knows where their monies are. He knows what the offenses they've committed. He knows who their godfathers are. He knows how to corner them. He's used them as consultant before. He has sponsored them for various things. The only people who can defeat Tinubu and defeat all the other people are Nigerian people. And they have to come out, not just to defeat one person or defeat one set, to defeat a bad principle, bad precedent, to defeat a philosophy that says that the black man will not make progress, that Nigeria is different now. Even if you bring your car to Nigeria from America, from UK, and you say, I will observe the speed limit, people start laughing. Speed limit where? Are you joking? If you say, look, my papers have expired, I want to go and renew, they say, oh, my friend, just leave it. I was doing an experiment with my children. We were traveling together. And I said, okay, let me do an experiment. If a person doesn't have his papers complete. No insurance in his vehicle. The papers are expired. He has no driver's license. And they said how he's going to drive. I said, just wait. If he's going from Lagos to Ondo, because we're driving from Lagos to Ondo, and he has no papers, he's in his car, he has no papers, but he has 50,000 naira in his pocket. And the other person has his paper, has insurance, has driver license, has everything, and is going to Ondo. Who will get there first? They said, oh, the person with that paper will not go anywhere because police will stop him. So I realized immediately that my children are Americans. I need to bring them home. So their mother tried to correct them that, let me tell you about it. I said, no. Let them believe that. That is Nigeria we want. But it is my responsibility to get to a point where what that thing they believe will be what will be on the streets. That's the kind of country we are trying to build. So it's not about defeating people. They bring another person that is like that. What do you get? We want to defeat it once and for all. So that Nigeria, it's not that we're going to turn to paradise one day, turn to anything. We're already a paradise anyway. If we just want to be people who deserve a paradise. The country is already a paradise on its own. We just want to be a people who give a try. That young people can start reading for their exams. People, they can study. Sports people can start studying. I know a soldier in Yola that attends to me all the time I go there. He works there. For 3 years, you can go and research this. For 3 consecutive years, the daughter has been coming first in the entrance exam into the NDA. He's a soldier in the war front, in the front line. The first year, the daughter came first. She was dropped. He called me, I called the officer, they said, yeah, it was a mistake. She wasn't of the right height. It turned out not correct. Her height is even... Second year, the daughter came first again. They put her name, later they dropped her name. They asked the father to bring 8 million naira. This is a soldier wearing army uniform. Someone said, if you bring 8 million naira, I couldn't help because I don't pay bribe. If he had just told me that, sir, somebody is sick in my family, I need 8 million, I will give him. But since he told me the purpose, I said, no, I can't do it, I'm sorry. I cannot, now I know what you want to do with it, I cannot do it. This year again, last week, the daughter went again for the 3rd year. She not only came first again, the boy or young man who came second to enter the cage with her died on the spot, to show you the intensity of the operation, of the activity, the qualifying test. You will see in the news, just Google it. The boy dropped dead there. She who came first and the boy came second, the boy dropped dead, but she herself, they did not take her again. So she's gone to attend a university, in a private university, but she's still telling the father that I'm still going to join this army, even as a recruit, not to go NDA. Do you know how many young people whose fate is being killed like that? It is because of this that people like us are in politics, not the honorific of being called president. We don't need all of that. It is that they are stealing the country dry. They want to steal the dream of every young Nigerian. And lastly, internationally, nobody wants anybody anymore. Everybody has developed autoimmune disease. They don't want foreigners, except if you are coming with millions of dollars to buy golden card. But that you are coming to struggle for survival, they have burned the Mayfair ship. That ship has been set on fire. So nobody wants you anywhere. So we need a homeland. And we need to win that homeland through bringing a democracy that works. Sometimes the voters will make mistakes, but let them be the one deciding. Let us have a government that works. So that is what we are working on. So we are going to the people. So it's not all our strategy that I can talk about, because walls have ears, and there is the big brother is everywhere. But we are working to give Nigerian a political party that has philosophy, that understands the promise of Nigeria. All the risorgimento that Nnamdi Azikiwe was talking about when he was addressing Nigerians to say, let's chase the British away. Let us govern ourselves. We are going to beautify our country. We are going to make ourselves great. We are going to be the bastion of the black race. We need to go back there. That thing that made Abiola to say, I'd rather die in prison than leave my mandate. So, if Mboni Ojike could say boycott everything British, before he say boycott the boycottable, we need to boycott their money, boycott their influence, boycott everything they have to do with them. Boycott their three tools of oppression: weaponization of identity, Christian, Muslim, Igbo, Hausa, boycott that. Boycott their monetization of politics. Pay money for this, pay money for you to be a blogger, pay you money to be an influencer, pay money for you to canvass vote for them, pay money for you to buy votes, pay money, boycott them, and stop the vandalism of where one person approximates the state, approximates all our money, approximates everything. So this is the message we are taking to Nigerian people, and that's what the SDP is doing now.
Are you going to be a candidate for president?
I am an aspirant, and I hope to be the candidate of my party, because I know that I'm going to fight that battle with many people who I know are already running under, who I know that some will come to our party, some who are somewhere now chasing shadows, who are confused. They don't know where to go forward, go backward. They're looking for a shortcut to power. When they don't get the ticket in the jungle they want to put themselves, they will also come to us to come and compete. So we are ready. So definitely, by God's grace, I am looking to becoming the candidate of the SDP, and I've informed my party officially.
So when you watch what has happened in the last few months, where these politicians wanted to come to SDP, we know that a former governor of Kaduna State, I don't know whether he registered or as a member or not, but he was interested in coming. Other people were interested, and then something happened. They now moved to ADC. Where does that leave SDP?
It leaves us safe and sound, free from cancer, free from Ebola, free from COVID, because those are the things they were bringing along. Because we welcomed some of them individually when they went to join the party. In the case of Nasir El-Rufai, he resigned recently. He joined the party, and I welcomed him. But the Kaduna State chapter protested that this is a lawless man. He just went to register himself. He didn't come to register properly. He went and created his own register and registered himself. So they were complaining to us that, why are you giving speeches welcoming El-Rufai? We are here in the world. He did not come to register with us. He went and registered himself, printed card or whatever he got the card from, and made himself a member. So we were thinking, okay, look, what does it matter? He's joined now. We'll work out the details. He has to come back to that world and register. We'll talk to him. Don't worry about that. At the end of the day, they were doing other series of things. So eventually, the SDP got fed up and expelled him from the party completely. So now, as for the others, we had conversations with them. And there are some people among them that you must respect. Odigi Oyegun, Shibo Oyegun. You cannot say Oyegun is not a patriot. You cannot, there's no way you can talk about Nigeria and say Oyegun is not decent, that is not credible, that is not a patriot, or that is corrupt. You can't say that about Oyegun. So so someone like him hosting a meeting in his house, saying they want to come to SDP. SDP leaders kind of gave them a good hearing. But Oyeko is just one of the few. Too many of them are misbehaving. So they cannot be in a party like SDP. The discipline in SDP is too high for such a bunch of lawless people to be there. So you are looking at Oyeko, your mind is going that way. Then when you see how some of them behave, and the lack of quality in some of them, and the lack of interest for self-improvement, the disdain and contempt when you talk to them about manifesto, understanding principle, they just look at you like, what is this? We want power, you're talking about manifesto. Which manifesto? So they think. And then the individual approaches that some of them made, not to me, but to members of our working committee. Some will call me and say, this so and so person call me and say he wants to buy me a car. Does he think I'm so cheap like that? Because there's a meeting, I call, you didn't come in a good car, I can get you a car. That's an insult. So they thought, why are we going to take this bunch of people? There was a former governor that went to NWC and said, in this party, you don't have money. I'm bringing money, I'm raising funds. I look at it like, so this your criminality has not stopped. You want to give us money. Money to do what? You know, our office rent is paid years ahead. We pay salaries of our staff. We live modestly. Why are you coming to give us money? Who cares? What do you want to do with your money? So they alienated the NWC and they fired them. So that's why they left. And when they came to me, there are some of them that are like senior brothers to me. I respect them. And they came to my house. I had conversation with them that Mr. A cannot be the same party as me. Because Mr. A has EFCC matter. Let him go and clear it. Mr. B is not fit for human habitation, human cohabitation. So if this person is leading you, then you have a problem. And okay, now, which philosophy are you going to follow? You are an expert in selling government properties. In SDP, we don't sell public assets. The only thing SDP agrees to is liberalization. Government can participate, private sector can participate, but you cannot sell a government property and give to one person. No, we don't do that. If government has a hotel, government will run the hotel. If you want to build your hotel, you can go and build your own, compete with government. If you are better, customers will go to you. Ibom Air is owned by the government. But to my mind, I will choose Ibom Air before I choose any other airline. Because they will be on time, the operation is decent, it's smooth, they have a check-in protocol, check-out protocol, everything is working fine. And it's owned by a government. Enugu Air, I've taken them, I don't regret, with SCJet. It's owned by a government. I've gone to government hospitals before. Many of them are better than private hospitals. I went to a public school, and I see the quality. So it is possible to run government correctly. And you are expert in selling everything. And when you sell them, they don't function, they die. So now have you changed your mind on that subject? If not, what happened? Then all this money you are spending, where is it coming from? Are you ready to declare your asset in public? Okay, now you have somebody who's leading you, who said that telephone is not for the poor. Has he changed his mind? Does he agree now that the poor are using telephone? Because at that time, poor people all over the world were using telephone. He was just an incompetent minister of communication, didn't know what to do. Now, this is SDP, a party Abiola died for. Nobody is in doubt about that. This person who's leading you was the person who told Babangida that in the Supreme Military Council or Armed Forces Ruling Council meeting, that if you want to swear Abiola in after winning the election, I personally would shoot him. Has he repented from that? Is he willing to apologize? Those are questions we're asking. So they went their way. And if you have been in the Senate for 20 years and there's no road to your village, I need to ask you, don't you go home? How do you go home? What happened?
I passed that.
Like that.
I passed that. I was disappointed. I passed.
Okay.
I was
okay. So if you are now leading a party,
but
and that person wants to come and lead your party, won't you also ask some questions?
Let me ask you.
It's not too much.
you talked about people who are leaving their political parties and looking for home and where to contest. And very soon there will be primaries, and some people will lose and they might want to. So if someone like P2B comes to SDP, if he fails to get tickets in
why are you wishing him evil? Why are you wicked? Why are you wishing your fellow human being evil? Why don't you pray for him to go where he is?
I wanted to say Oshibajo, for instance, but let's talk about someone who's active.
Oshibajo is selling ice cream now. He doesn't do anything other than that. Leave the man alone.
He's not he's not active, but I'm looking for
selling
someone
ice cream that they recommended to him. His party leader said he should be selling ice cream, and I think he will do well in that. Leave him alone.
He's selling something. I think he got a position in one organization selling something.
That's what I'm saying. That is the beginning of ice cream business.
but let's say P2B fails to get the ticket at ADC and comes to SDP. Will you let him in? Will you allow him? And what's the process?
SDP is not for failures. If you are close to him and you want him to be in SDP, you have to go and talk to him, but not wait for him to fail. We are not the rehabilitation center for failed people. So you have to talk to him, but the party is open. There's no way someone of his quality wants to join SDP. I will even escort people to go and receive him. Because if you have some quality, I will take you. I will join. Even if you have no quality, I can't stop you from joining. But I may not participate in your joining. I will just say my mind to the party that, if this is the person you are looking for, then why are we deceiving Nigerian people? If this is all of us may as well go and join APC and declare ourselves persona non grata. But if you know anybody, including the governor or anybody, go and talk to them. But if you fail somewhere and we don't like failures, because we will start asking you questions. What happened now? Why did you fail? What happened? So that discussion might even annoy you. So what we want is ideological clarity. We just want somebody who knows the purpose of power, who knows that it's a collective struggle, who knows that you're not a messiah. There's nothing special about you. It is the principles that are special. It is anybody who subscribes to these principles, who live by them. I joined the SDP when I was 19 years old, 1991, Bishop Street, Ilupeju, Lagos. I've not joined other parties since that time. And they have been preaching the same thing. When Showore was standing behind Abiola shouting, we must get our mandate back, I was there. When they banned the party and they were trying to sustain the party, and the INEC said they would not accept the party, I didn't join another party. When I ran again, I'm the party. And even if I don't get tickets to the party doesn't win, I'm in the party. Until this principle that we subscribe to form a government, and Nigeria will see how sweet, how rewarding, how reassuring, how proud we will be in a government like that. That is what I am in politics for. So anybody, the idea that there's one man who can save Nigeria, that doesn't exist. The last Messiah was buried in Daura, and he has gone with Messianism. Right now, anybody coming, ask them questions about principle. And that principle must be replicable in the life of every leader in that party.
Okay. I have two more questions from people who sent them to me, and then I'll bring in our guests, our audience who are waiting. They've been patient enough. Thank you, guys. The first question is, I showed a picture of you and Showore at your own Christmas marathon. Is it what it's called? There were events that you organize every year towards the end of the year. And Showore was one of the people who participated in the marathon. How did it go?
It is not my marathon. It is Showore is the organizer. Showore is the chairman of the committee. The marathon idea is Showore's idea. I do end of the year activities debate, music, all of that. And he said, why don't you add marathon to it? I said, okay, you are in charge of it then. And he has been running since then. So there's the National Council. The National Commissioner is Dr. Oluwagunloye of Road Safety, formerly of Road Safety, who's the National Secretary of my party. So I'm a guest there. So where is the organizer?
Okay.
So, yes.
There's someone who is from Ondo, and he's a fan of yours. He's been following your activities. And he's of the opinion that based on Nigeria of today, and you also understand Nigeria of today, that you are better than all these people that have been presidents, Yaradua, Jonathan, and Tinubu. But based on what we know today, that after every election, Nigerians are most likely going to pick one of those people, those type of people, to be the leader, whether it's by crooked ways or not. So he said that he had an idea that since you and Showore, you are from the same state, that maybe you can use your resources and take over the state. You know, have Showore as a governor. This is a test I got. You run the state for the next 16 years. You want to use that as an example to show Nigeria what could be done. Why is it not something that is possible?
Well, I like people who think. The fact that the person is thinking, we thank God for his brain. It's a good thinker. It's better than just not doing anything with the head. He's thinking. And not every thought agrees with mine. This is the same thing they told Adebayo. That, oh, stop following about Macaulay. You're a young man, don't waste your time. The British are not going anywhere. Yes, when Azikiwe started following about Macaulay, people say, Benjamin, forget about this thing. Because don't worry, journalists, the British are not going anywhere. So they told Adewole the same thing. The people who, Femi, very brilliant. What's your time in politics? So, but they changed the country. Many people will tell you when they were young, follow Amadu Bello. They will advise them, why are you wasting your time? What's wrong with the British people? We have not even learned how to speak English well. This we want to take over from the English. So, Aminu Kano, if you join NEPO, the family members start weeping, crying. Oh, why did you join NEPO now? What is the, won't get a job in the native authority. But they changed the country. These people who are ruling over us are worse than the British. We need a movement for a second independence. We need to get rid of them. They cannot lead the country anywhere. So that's number one. So we need to do it. Number two, some of us don't think in terms of state. We think about the country. Even the creation of those states and all those states they created is a function of elite struggle for power and confusion among themselves. Everybody wants to be big. The country needs a national leadership, a national philosophy. Nigeria is even a starting point. I don't want to remember what, when it comes to mind, what Professor Nkena Nzimiro said about Zik. That what a fall from Zik of Africa to Owele of Onitsha. So we are not, we didn't come from a tradition of thinking small. We think of tradition of correcting what is wrong in the country. Those of our friends, our co-contestants who were governor, what did they make out of it? Governor of which state? What did they make out of it? The problem is national. The problem is central. You need to give a strong leadership to Nigeria, and that Nigerian leadership would give leadership to Africa and the black people. 3, we passed the age of governor now. Maybe if you brought the idea when I was 30, 32, whatever, yes, probably. Those are the people who should be governors. When Nigeria was doing well, those were the governors. That was the age to be a governor of a state. If you see a strong, highly intelligent, 28-year-old person, and I have people in our party who are old enough to be governors. So why am I competing with them? I don't want to be the article of my party. I'm 54 now. What am I contesting for governor for? Let me, if they want 5 people in SDP in Ondo State who can be better than me and Showore running the governorship, I will give them. But they should vote for them. But they won't give bribe and they won't buy votes. So if you want, I will give them to you and you go and work with them. And they can, and not only in Ondo State, have all over. And people should, the fourth point I want to let people know, stop this state of origin nonsense. I've lived most of my life outside my state. I am more comfortable in Anambra State. I'll be a more competent governor of Anambra State or Enugu than of Ondo State. The fact that I'm from a royal family there, my ancestors have governed there for close to 1,000 years. I've never lived there that much. I did secondary school there. I left Ondo when I was 17 years old. And I've not done several months there. So I have more investment in Adamawa State than I have in Ondo State. I have more investment in Edo. I had a branch of my law office in Enugu and Kaduna. Before I even opened one in Ondo State. So state of origin nonsense is not relevant.
So Prince, I didn't want to. It was a long question or comment, but he was pointing at someone like a governor of Abia State as an example of someone who could have said, I was a president of a bank. I want to run for president. But he said, I want to go and prove. That's what the argument the person is making. I want to go.
Let him go and prove now. The people were there, we're watching him. Let him prove. The point is that everybody has their own view. The fact that you are president of a bank already tells me that you're not my type of person. You get my point, because there's a way the brain of the banker works. So they think in terms of short term or whatever, it's their choice. But none of our founding father was a banker. I know no great president anywhere in the world is a banker. So everybody has their own thinking. There's something called the liberal education, it's not business education. I'm an investment lawyer. I meet bankers all over the world. They think in terms of profit, 1 year, 2 years. But I've met great thinkers who think about great vision. The vision I have is for the collective. In fact, my vision is bigger than that of Nigeria. But we'll start with Nigeria. Because if Nigeria is going to be influential in the world, our minimum radius of operation should be West Africa, West and Central Africa. That's how it can be a great power. That's why the Monroe Doctrine is making America to claim back its areas, spheres of influence in the Americas. That's how you think. That's the reason why the Louisiana Purchase took place. That's why Franklin Benjamin was very close to the French. That is why they bought Alaska from Russia. They had a vision. So you can tell Barack Obama, why don't you go and be governor of Illinois? It's a different brain. The person wants to be governor to make his point. I wish him well, and I will support him. But it's not my type of. If you give me governorship or the platter of gold, I will not turn off or swearing in. So it's just like telling someone who wants to be a professor of engineering. You say, why are you not teaching secondary school or primary school? The nursery school teacher is useful, but you have to have the brain to teach pediatric education. So you can't tell someone who say, I want to be a cardiac surgeon. You have to, why don't you start with nursing? You see, everybody has their own vision, things they are good for, things like that. So that is basically the issue. But the gentleman or woman means well, and I wish them well, and I thank them for thinking of us in at least that we are useful for something at all.
All right. One question from the comments. The person wants to know how can he join your party? He's abroad. He's not in Nigeria. So do you have branches in America or in Europe or other places in the world?
The person can join online, but the way it is done in Nigeria is that they will still ask you that same question: state of origin or state of residence. ward, because you are required to have a ward. And if you choose your state, it doesn't have to be the state where you were born, but it has to be where you vote. Then you can join there. So they can join. I'll send them the online link. They can join. And when they come to Nigeria, they can attend meetings. And then we also are going to go around to meet them wherever they are, to meet Nigerian diaspora. Because one of the objectives of SDP is that there will be diaspora voting. And that's what made me annoyed, that we're even struggling with electronic voting. When we should be talking about diaspora voting. Well, I mean, we're struggling with electronic transmission. So you see the same people who will now allow for diaspora to vote electronically from where they are, or mail-in ballots. These people are a disgrace. So we need to do better than that, so that Nigerians can, wherever they are in the world, participate in the affairs of the country. They only want the money of diaspora. They want your money, but they don't want your voice. Because your standard is too high. You are living in countries that have laws, countries that have good systems. And so you won't take the nonsense that those who are at home, are accustomed to. That's why they don't want diaspora participation. But the person can join the SDP and we can follow up. And I will tell the person in charge of diaspora in our party to follow up with the person.
Okay, just so I hope you know that the City Boy movement is all over the world recruiting people. So hopefully the SDP movement will also be abroad recruiting people for this election. Anyway, let me get to our people here. Everybody, I'll call on you. Please find the best question for you you have, so that we can get to everybody and make it quick, so that there are so many people who are waiting at the other end. All right, let me start with KJ. KJ, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, very clear.
All right, good to see you again, sir.
It's a pleasure to see you, KJ.
All you're doing, and your answers are very, for me, you almost throw me off my chair when you speak. Very, very apt, and your examples are something else. I have a lot of questions, but since Rudolph wants me to take the best one, I will ask: will you, as a businessman and one who is aspiring to go to the office of the president, I wish you well. But I'm asking, the amount of time and money and resources and personnel that has been spent outside of Nigeria trying to attract foreign investment, is that the way other countries do theirs and they get all this? Because the president have been on the journey for more than 120 days outside of Nigeria. Do you think that is working so far?
The president is looking for medical investor himself. The official reason for traveling is not the official reason. The president is not dumb. He has worked with foreign investors before. He worked in Mobu, and Mobus are foreign investors in Nigeria. He knows that they didn't wait for anybody to come and bring them. Investors will come to your country based on the parameters that they see. They are even searching all over the world. If you have better infrastructure, if they can make better profit, if there's rule of law in your country, if they can repatriate their money, if they feel safe, if it's a personal intensive activity they want to do in your country, if your rules are clear, basic things like that, you can carry all your load and back to their country. They're not going to come and invest money if they don't have all these parameters. Secondly, it is your local investors that will bring their foreign partners. If you're already crowding out the local investors, if all your people are the one controlling all the businesses, you are chasing them away. They will snatch your business once they come to power. Go and ask contractors. If you don't work for, they will call you. If you don't give them the job, they would, or give the majority of your stake, they would not give you a job anymore. So if the local partners are not happy, how can foreign partners come? So they are going abroad to keep body and soul together, so that we don't have them collapsing and all of that. So that's why they are traveling. So don't think they are stupid. They're not. They know what they are doing. And in some instances, they are promoting their own personal businesses, looking for partners for themselves. That's essentially what they are doing. And in other cases, people are carrying money abroad and bringing their employees to post as foreign investor. It's their own money, but they will say the person is a foreign investor, but they're just round tripping their our money for us.
All right, thank you, KJ. Let's go to Jefferson. Jefferson, you're next.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. Prince Adewole, nice to meet you. So my question goes as this, because of the time constraints. First, I want to acknowledge your antecedent as a person who is more nationalistic. And so the question goes like this. So what do you think is an advice now to fellow Nigerians, mostly in all parts of the country, especially from your region and other regions, in terms of being objective in the candidate that wants to rule us in this coming election? You know, because the reason why I ask this is because a lot of opinions have been formed, a lot of ideologies, and people are not being honest with themselves about the realities of things. And what is your take as regard to the candidacy, in fact, as regard to the regime of this current president? Because there's an assumption that he gave a good governance as a governor, as compared to someone who was in Anambra State, who was a governor at the time. I want you to just give me your thoughts about what it means to be a true leader, considering your antecedent as bringing something different from what the other corrupt leaders have brought to the table. So that's my question. I know it's out of time. I just wanted to answer that.
Okay, your question sounds more like a spiritual question, but let me put it this way. It's a general philosophy of leadership. Number one, I don't agree with anybody who says that President Tinubu was a good governor of Lagos State. He didn't live in Lagos. The greatest achievement of President Tinubu was that he brought a successor who continued with the ideals. Because for some reason, and I don't want to go too far into it, it's like Governor Atta. Governor Atta of Akwa Ibom is an architect, and he had a vision of what Akwa Ibom should look like. But at that time, there was no resource control. So they were struggling with, he needed money. So he was struggling with resource control. That was why they were having resource control agreement with the Obasanjo until the Bola went to Supreme Court. Eventually, they had a 13% derivation. And subsequently, governors that came after him have been implementing the Atta philosophy, and they were building all those things that Akwa Ibom is building. They still have a lot of room to go in terms of accountability and other things, but they've not fallen on the wagon. They are developing in Akwa Ibom State. So Akwa Ibom State is a better success than Lagos State, given the historical. They are starting from zero. They were just created out of Cross River. They had nothing. And in terms of manpower, in terms of infrastructure, but look at where they are today. So President Tinubu, when he was governor of Lagos, was part of a team of people in Lagos. He led them. They had some good vision of what Lagos would look like. But most of it was not done in his time. When Fashola came, he did a lot of it, or some of it. Then he had problem with Ambody and succession, all of that. And then they brought this enjoyment master who is there now. So they have slowed down since that time, but they have some direction of they are going. So President Tinubu was not like he did fantastically in Lagos, but he's been lucky that he's influential. But he did well for himself in Lagos in terms of Alpha Beta and contracting and all of that. So that's okay. As for other people who say they're governor, I'm not impressed with whoever was governor of Anambra State. He didn't do too well. He didn't have any philosophy of what he wants to do. And he had no political maturity to plan his succession. He's always quarreling with them, and they're all messed up. So generally speaking, I refrain from commenting on their performance in those states. I just look at the philosophy of governance, and using that general philosophy of governance, you'll be deceiving yourself to say that, oh, Governor Obi, who was governor of Anambra State, was fantastic. And you'll be lying to yourself to say Tinubu transformed Lagos. Even Lagos, as we speak today, I'm inside Lagos, has not been transformed yet. So, but if you want to praise a state in Nigeria, praise a state like Akwa Ibom. I think they've made a lot of progress. Compared to basket cases like Bayelsa, 8 local governments, billions wasted, nothing to show for it. Or Port Harcourt, that's a garden city without a single tree anywhere. So, without some quality, a few bridges here and there, crisscrossing, but no turning around of the city. If you remember Port Harcourt under Apara in those days, it was a city competing with Jos in terms of where expatriates would like to settle their family. That is destroyed now. So, and all of that. So you can go around the state. No state can say I've kicked one problem permanently. So all of these people, they should be talking about it. So, but the philosophy of governance is that I have 5 criteria. First, you have to obey the law. Anything you do outside obeying the law, I don't agree with it. It's not going to favor you in the long run. So you have to be obedient to the law, subservient to the law. Oath of office, do proper budgeting, pay your debt on time, run a government deficit that you can finance, do things properly. Second, do social investment. You have to invest your money in your people, in their education, in their housing. The quality of life must go up. Invest in their environment, do things properly. 3, the leader himself must be accountable.
Okay.
He must be accountable. He must be someone that if you search him up and down, in and out, you won't see too many mistakes. And anywhere you see mistake, he will admit and say, I did this wrong. I apologize. So that level of accountability. 4, the person must be nationalistic. The people in politics have a problem. They take advantage of tribalism, but where tribalism doesn't favor them, they're not happy. So you can't say, I want to be accepted in the North. But you go and tell your homeowner, vote for your brother, I beg. You see, you are a hypocrite. You can't say, I want to be accepted by Islam and Muslim. But you go to church and say, it's Christian's turn, take back your country. So you have to have a nationalistic message. The same message you give in your hometown is the message you give outside. So Nigeria will never, let me not curse Nigeria, but let me just say it, that Nigeria can only succeed when ethnicity, tribalism, religionism, propaganda go away. Where quality leadership, whether it is in the Bible, it says, when the righteous are on the throne, the people rejoice. So people in Nigeria want to rejoice, but they refuse to put righteous people on the throne. Where would they rejoice from? It's in the book of Proverbs. When the righteous on the throne, people rejoice. But Nigerians want to rejoice without putting the righteous people. And it is in the Quran, it's in the Hadith, it's in Islam, that when it's time to give someone responsibility, if you say, that person must be of my tribe, that person must be of my religion, that person's government must favor me, I must gain something personally, they said, you are disobeying God. Because what is written in the Quran is that ye who believe, I command thee, when choosing leaders, give it only to those who are deserving of it. It is like that in the Quran. So all of these struggles that we're having is because politicians like what favors them. So I can go now to Afenifere, Yoruba Nation, and start to tell them, oh, it's Yoruba's turn, give it to me. But won't I expect that when I get to Umahia, they will hear of it and they will say, okay, yeah, Ofemanu, no power for you. You see? So that is the problem of politicians. So I cannot say, oh, it's South. Then when I get to Sokoto, they will tell me we're not South. So go back there. So these politicians are the cause of their own problems. Let us have nationalistic politicians. That was why the relationship between Aminu Kano and Shino Achebe and Bala Usman and Wole Soyinka and Segun Oshoba and many of these people, that's how the relationship was very strong because they were all nationalists. Aminu Kano will not say not because that's or Islam. Shino Achebe will not say Igbo for this, nothing. Wole Soyinka will not say, oh, yeah, from this place, from that. But those people did not come to power. They were a minority. If you remember the Constituent Assembly in 1977, that group of people were marginalized. They were the minority. People did not listen to them. They follow all the so-called big people who were fighting Titanic battle of the regions. And we lost out. The same thing is happening now. Well, okay, if I pair this man here with the other man there, we can now form this. No, it doesn't work that way. Look for patriots everywhere. Look for nationalists everywhere. Look for decent people that if they were sleeping and they dream that they eat government money, they will wake up sweating and go and say, God forbid. So people whose wives, if they see their husband hiding money somewhere, they will say, I divorce you. I can't marry you again. You are evil. You have turned to date bad people. So that's it. So you gather them across the country and you bring them together. You will form government and you will rule and your children will rejoice. And you will not be going to embassies, lining up to be insulted by high school dropouts who are not working in the embassy and telling you, where were you born? Show me the DNA of your father. And you will bring every photocopy and be given to them. So you will have a decent country that people want to come to. With the country where my parents were, where foreign teachers were applying for jobs in our universities, where even up to my time, I had foreign teachers. I remember one of my teachers, Boparai, when her contract was not renewed, she was in tears. That what will I do with my life? This is where I want to work and everything. Her daughter now is a general in the US Army. They left Ife only because they did not renew their contract. And she went to the University of Toronto to be teaching. Eventually, they moved to America. But when we were giving valedictory speech, she was in tears. That this is where I wanted to make my home. So there was the politics of faculty that let her go. So that is the country. It's possible. And we don't have to acquire anybody's sentiment. And Nigerians are ready for that kind of leader when he shows up. Nigerians don't discriminate. I can tell you, the ordinary people. The media elite, they are making money out of it. So if you come out, you tell them you have a cure for cancer. The first question they will ask you on morning show is, but it's the turn of this tribe. Why are you not talking? They will ruin it for you. So we need to change the conversation.
All right. Thank you, Jefferson. Let's see how much we can get to people before we take a break. Recolonization, I'm calling you first because it looks like you're about to go to work or your work. I know you're scheduled a little bit. So go ahead with your question before other people.
Brother, I blow kiss to you that you recognize it. I'm at work. And when I saw that the great man is coming today, I said, no, let me use my opportunity to first of all thank him so much. You know, brother, you see, what I've been observing you, of course, I am a good supporter of Showore, you understand? Because he preached the type of politics that I like. People call me a stubborn person, but not stubborn that I don't respect myself. I'm stubborn when people are cheating you, stealing from you, and we are just watching you, you know. So I will use my stubbornness to say, oh, but this one don't do now, waiting, which is what is happening in Nigeria today. And people like you, I want to give you a kudo. I want to respect you because a lot of criminals came to SDP and you people closed the door against them. That is the first day I started respecting you. And I wish you, I don't have question for you because anytime you speak and I just marvel, you know, I say, man, how can this man not be president of that country? Because you have answers that just touch my mind. I say, man, so this type of brain in Nigeria, and we are saying we don't know what to do. Look at my name there, recolonization. I was tired of the system. So I started calling. If we cannot take care of ourselves, let other people come and help us. But since you've been talking and I see the intelligence you have, my brother, please keep moving. Let me don't waste time. Thank you so much. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr.
Just change the R to D so that it becomes decolonization.
Well, I will listen to you. I will think about that. But I just want to tell you that keep the fire burning. I really respect you. And I still want you to see if you can work with Kore somehow, some to get to the presidency of Nigeria. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Let me go to, I'm trying to see if there's anybody from Nigeria who is joining us because it's expensive to get data. Let's see. But let me, Yakubu, I'm not sure where you're joining us from, but let me come to you. Yakubu Jibril, you're next.
Please, anytime you're calling Yakubu, call it the full name. Don't just call Yakubu and create potential for people.
All right, Yakubu, you're next. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, Yakubu. If you're having difficulties, we can move to someone else and come back to you later. Yakubu, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, good. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not General Yakubu Gowon, it's Yakubu Jibril. Neither is it.
I saw Mahmoud Yakubu.
Yakubu Bala Jibril as well. Anyway.
I'm not Mahmoud Yakubu.
It seems like Yakubu is a popular name.
It could also be notorious.
Anyway, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Rudolph. Praise, I have been following you for a while now, and I've been asking myself some very pertinent questions, like what do you guys really want to do with Nigeria? Because it's like there's something that you leaders know that we don't know. With the way you people are not agreeing, you people treat Nigeria like as if it's a business enterprise. The leadership is not agreeing on the fact that the people are not happy. The leadership is isolating itself completely from reality, from the truth. And it kind of beggars belief how a lot of the leaders, wake up every day smiling, coming up to speak. Today I was watching what a woman ranting about what ICE is doing to foreigners in the United States. She was actually saying that, look, Trump, just give us a little time. We'll leave. We'll want to go back to Nigeria. And then there are also some people who are now in Nigeria thinking that the best place for them to thrive is outside Nigeria. And I've seen some people who have come from other African countries into Nigeria, and they've made the country the best place to be in. So the question I keep asking myself is, what is it that you leaders have seen that we haven't seen, that is making you leaders, making Nigeria not to be stable as a country? Is it that France is threatening you, or is UK secretly threatening you? What is it that is making the leaders? Every regime has a fault since 1960. Every regime has a fault. Every regime has a problem. Every regime has so many things that they couldn't achieve or implement because of lack of funds. But we have the funds. The resources are there. The resources are there. We don't even need the IMF. We don't need to follow World Bank. We don't need to go with all these foreign institutions. We don't need them. That is just the truth. It's the basic fact. Charity begins at home. We've been taught from when we were children till I got to the age of wisdom that you should be contented with what you have. And I still remember the jingles during MAMSA then. Resources that we had where we had to look inwards. And I also remember Abacha's time, despite the sanctions, he made sure that we did not go hungry. So why is that now that we are free, as in very free, where there's no sanction, there's no clutches? Why are we then failing? Is the question I'm asking myself. Why are we then failing? Despite the issues that happened between 79 and 83, that, okay, I don't want to go back to the 60s when, like all those things that happened, they weren't as bad as we are seeing it now. 79, 83 wasn't even close to what we are seeing now. But today we've had the rubbish that we're having now since 1999 till date. And the people are so... I've never seen people that for once have refused to even be united on one clear ground. We are dying. There is massacre. At least, even if people are saying they are not hungry, but at least let's even agree on massacre. There is no security. What is happening? There's no sanction. Why are we still begging for money?
All right, thank you.
That is my question to you, Prince. As a leader coming in 2027, these are the things I want you to give an answer to, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, this question you're asking me are very valid questions, a good question, well thought out in 2026. Achebe answered them in 1983. Chino Achebe summarized this your question in what we call the problem with Nigeria. And it came to the conclusion in 1983 that the problem of Nigeria is leadership, failure of leadership. There are people in Nigeria who will solve these problems in a short order, but they are not in position of leadership. And for many years, they will not be in position of leadership because the military was in charge of leadership. But since 1999, I was discussing with Pastor Tommy today. He will tell you how the concerned professionals in 1998, when Absalami was leaving, or said he was going to leave, they agreed, unfortunately for Nigeria, Pastor Tommy and his colleagues agreed that they should not participate in politics, but that they should be advising. They should be technocrats, advising the government and helping. That's why you see someone like Pastor Tommy, a great patriot. Some countries, they have one of him, they are okay. Will spend his entire life going from state to state, government to government, advising. It was when he discovered that these people are not listening. Because, like Apabio said, people who are eating don't talk. Because even when you are eating, your parents will say, stop talking, so that the food will not go into the wrong hole. So they discovered that these people came to eat. So we're just beginning to wake up now. And even the waking up, we have not woken up fully. Because if Rudolph wakes up today and says, I want to go and be a senator, they will say, what is the problem now? Why are you going? Why don't you start from House of Assembly? People are not ready yet for leadership. So we are pushing towards that. They will say, why are you risking your life? Why are you going there? But every great country has ordinary citizens coming out. So we want to get used to the politics of ordinary citizens who just have ideas, bring the ideas forward. The person who is vice president in America today was just an ordinary citizen. Even Trump himself was just a businessman, knock around here and there. But they are the two leaders of the country now. So people have learned that if you have ideas, we listen to your ideas. Obama just came to give a speech at John Kerry's campaign. And from there, they said, this has some quality. And people started pushing the Kennedy, Ted Kennedy and co started calling me, why don't you try him out? Let him come out and things like that. And they got him people to campaign for him, and the rest is history. So we have to get used to that. We have the solutions. We have the answers. But we need to push new people into politics who are coming, who are ashamed of all this development that you're mentioning about, or that development. But the people who are there now, they don't know better. They don't care. They're not ashamed. You need to see ministers when they are getting their diplomatic passport. They are giddy to go abroad for the first time, take selfies. I saw one of the head of a parastatal in Nigeria 2 days ago was in North London to go and watch Arsenal. And he's posting it on his social media, on WhatsApp status. So quality of leadership is too weak. I don't want to ramble on, but the answer is that you have to provide new leaders. And when these new leaders come, they come with new philosophy. The politics is different. The public service will be different. And the country, there's nobody working against us, bribing us or anything. There are international businesses in Nigeria, some of whom don't want radical changes, and they will lobby here and there. It's normal. They do that in America also. They do it all over. You can see what Mr. Trump is doing now. Places where you could not exploit oil before, you can go there now. Places where you could not fish before, you could go there now. So lobbyists work in the EU, work everywhere. But our own leaders have suffered a brain damage. They have arrested mental development, and they are incapable of deep reflection. So what do? You change them. It's like during the time of Yeltsin in Russia. Yeltsin will be drunk within 5 minutes of getting to any diplomatic meeting. He will sign anything they put before him. He was even trying to make Margaret Thatcher his girlfriend to show you how serious he was. But the Russians discovered that, and they made a change in the country and brought a stronger team. That's what we need to do in Nigeria. Bring a stronger team from top to bottom, from everywhere. And we have to have common standard, not sentiment. Don't say, oh, this person is corrupt. I don't want him. But you are in love with another person who's corrupt, and you don't start rationalizing he's not as corrupt as the other one. Let's manage him like that. You have to have same standard across the board. And anybody, even the person you like, if they don't meet that standard, you cut them off. That's how you do it. And it will turn around.
All right. Thank you, Yakubu. Let's go to Ife. You're next.
Good afternoon. Prince Adebayo, good afternoon.
Ife, thank you.
So I listened to your interview on Arise TV, and I was blown away. As a matter of fact, I forwarded it to a couple of my friends to listen, and one of them responded. I don't blame her. She said, good on television, that is the interview, but the reality of it is zero. It's not possible. And, we talked about it extensively, and I can see where she's coming from. My problem with this upcoming election, I understand that you are in the opposition party, right? Why can't all of you come together to defeat this current administration? Because with the way everything is going, Tinubu likely to win the election, not by merit, but by rigging it. Because you've seen what is going on National Assembly with Adebayo and with the transmission and of the electoral result. Sometimes I question myself, why is it that these people don't want Nigeria to work? Atiku lives in Dubai. They go to where they can enjoy all these good benefits. That is the same thing they should have done for Nigeria. If there is a country, the greatest country to live in, it's in Nigeria. Most of us are abroad. We are not here because we love this country that much. There is no place like home. But being an opposition leader, have you reached out to other opposition, presidential candidates to see how you guys can come together and, defeat this this administration? Because I feel like everybody's now selfish. The opposition leader, everybody wants to be the president. And of course, at the end of the day, we will only have one president. Second question is this. I know you're not going to like it, Papudo, but if you are here, you will always know that I've been a candidate of why not disintegrate Nigeria? Because we are not telling ourselves the truth. This issue of Nigeria, one Nigeria, it's not going to work. It's not working, and it will never work. So I'm a fan of why not divide this country and go our separate ways. A lot of people will say, oh, it's difficult, to disintegrate Nigeria. Chimdi Odekalo was here last week. I suggested, what about regionalization? And, he made his point that the possibility of that it might not work. So what is the way forward? What are we going to do? Because as it is now, we are sinking as a country. The citizens are suffering. I don't want a situation where we said these people are benefiting, because the way the country is, nobody is actually benefiting. Both the north, south, west, east, everybody is suffering. So what's your point, and what do you think we can do? And finally, one more question. The First Lady of Nigeria, Remi Tinubu, was in America, and they wanted
a very respectable person you're talking about.
Oh, hold on. It's gonna get more interesting. So she went to America, and they wanted to go to, I think, Tony Perkins' show, to talk about the killings of the Christians in Nigeria, to defend Nigeria, as But Tony refused and said, I'm not going to give you my platform to cover up what you people are doing in Nigeria. That was a disgrace. When I mean a disgrace, it's a disgrace. What do you think about how other countries see Nigeria and this issue of lobbying? 9 million, we paid 9 million, that that it would have done so much for us in our country, to lobby for a firm to lobby, so that I don't even understand the reason why they have to pay that money. Because if you're doing well for your country, you don't have to pay anybody to defend you or make you look good. So what do you think about all these points that I have raised so far?
Thank you very much. You raised 3 valid points. First, regarding opposition coming together. First, I would say, especially to that our friend, your friend, who's our sister, cynicism, skepticism will not help. Tinubu will be roundly and soundly defeated if your friend comes out to vote, stays there quietly, they count the vote, you get the result. There is nothing magical about Tinubu. He'll be defeated. That is not a difficult thing. Now, the question about why don't the opposition come together is a very simple problem. Who is the opposition? If today, as it seems, they start to annoy Wike over Fubara, and he resigns from Tinubu's government, or Tinubu fires him, 2 minutes later, it's an opposition, whether you like it or not. It's showing up in the meeting and lamenting how he knew from time that Tinubu is not a good man, but just managing it for the sake of the country. If they don't choose Shetima as vice president, they choose another person. It's opposition automatically, telling you that he was just managing there, spying on behalf of Nigerian people. So that is why in SDP, we are not defining opposition as any unemployed politician. Because some of the so-called opposition have submitted application for employment. Their names are with DSS, clearance for minister, for this, that the man has not implemented. So, and because you cannot control other people's politics, you can't control their politics. Everybody does their politics as it favors them. So what we decided to do is to make sure that our platform is not abused, that you don't come and deceive us. There are people who are campaigning for APC in their state. There's a governorship election in a state now in the south that they are competing for governorship there. The person who brought the governor, who is raising money, going everywhere to support the APC governor. He's also the one recommending people's name and is a leader of the ADC for their constitutional drafting. So many of these people are everywhere. And we don't want to control other people's politics. In fact, in SDP, we have been told at a meeting, don't criticize ADC, don't criticize Peter Obi, don't criticize Atiku, don't criticize Kwankwaso, don't criticize anybody who's not in government. Because you cannot control their politics. But don't join them, just leave them alone. Because our definition of opposition is an opposition on ideas, on ideology. So if your policy is not different from that of Tinubu, if your record or performance is not different from Tinubu, if your morality or lack of it, if your ethics or lack of it, if your stamina or lack of it, if your lack of respect for rule of law is the same as Tinubu, we don't waste our time by considering you as opposition. So you say we should gather together and defeat Tinubu. What do I gain if I defeat Tinubu and I put Tinubu 2.0 there? Have I gained anything? I am not interested in defeating only Tinubu. I am interested in making sure that Tinubu is the last bad commentary on our leadership. That the next person, you will not have anything that will make him look like Tinubu. I don't want to lose my credibility. Like those who brought Buhari and said, change, 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 and nothing happened. So that is why we are careful. But if you feel that anybody who's on the government is opposition as far as you are concerned, then you'll be recycling. Because what they will do is go inside there, rule together, and towards the end, divide themselves into 2 or 3 and say we're opposition now. Then you hand over to the next person. And they're the same people. So we want to raise new people. I don't expect, out of the 108 senators, 109, I don't expect up to 5 to come back. If I'm to tick, maybe someone like Abaribe, I can say, yes, how has he done wrong? Let him come back. Take a few like that. You can say, let them come back. But the rest, they should go. So how are they going to go? If you are joining this so-called opposition, when they are recycling the same people. Somebody who was a minister under Buhari, collecting bribe for everything, gave the wrong opinion, destroyed the country, brought all sorts of evil to Nigeria. Because Tinubu did not appoint him after he has applied, he's now in the opposition. He just finished one government. The person signing agreement in Chinese language and diverting the loan somewhere is now in opposition. The person who brought, so we don't want to comment on them so that they won't say we're attacking opposition. But we have built a wall of Jericho between us and them. So they have to, if they come to our side, they have to go into baptism first. And even if they join us, they will not touch power. You have repented, I'll be okay, like, be at the back. They're clapping for us for now. Because it is dangerous to rile people's hope up that we are going to defeat them, we are going to chase Tinubu away, and then the next person comes. It's exactly like Tinubu or worse. We can't do that. That is why opposition are not the same. Opposition is not the same. So that is the reason why we are taking our time. So you have to choose which kind of opposition you want to be. But I believe that Nigerian people, anybody they back, will win the election. But if they don't back anybody, that's a different. Tinubu has his own politics. He knows what he's doing. Tinubu is banking on apathy. The majority will not show up. He's banking on the fact that between now and the election, many of you who are talking now will be in jail because their case will soon come up in the FCC and ICPC, and they will be in jail. Some of them, he knows they are contractors. So if you start giving them contract, the politics will collapse. Because some of the opposition spending more money than even the government in power. That if they hold one meeting like this, more than 10 private jets will land there. So I'm already suspicious of them. They have not even registered one political party. They are spending billions, collecting money from everybody they see. So I know that these people are already bad news. The amount of money they were even offering us just for allowing them to come to our party already made me know that these people should be disqualified from politics for life. If they put this, if one of them use 150 million to organize one illegal meeting with about 5 SDP chairmen who will expel immediately. So if you can spend that kind of money on a useless meeting that has no head, no tail, so they are awash with money, with the same money they are used to finance Boko Haram, same money they are used to do evil. So we can't join them. So I'd rather be in a position that one day when I come to power, people say, yeah, thank God, and to go and join them. So out. Then the second issue, you cannot be in one name and say you don't believe in Nigeria. It is not possible. I'm a Nigerian to the bone. Nigeria is one entity as far as I'm concerned. If you are not happy inside Nigeria, change that thing that's not making you happy. If you, let us say we are playing children's game, we are in a nursery school, we are doing a game called Operation Divide Nigeria, and you cut Nigeria into 5, 6, 10 pieces anyhow. What are you going to get in each piece? In Nigeria, as it is today, is already divided constitutionally into 36 states. Pick your newspaper. Which error is happening in one state that is not happening in the other state? And if you divide Nigeria, these politicians, will you divide them too? Will they not come to their state of origin and be the same people who are going to be there? If you say, no, we are going to defeat them, well, defeat them now. So, and what can you do? Are you going to say that I cannot come to Aba again if you divide Nigeria? So I need visa now. If I'm going to Nnewi, I will now go to visa, and they say, you are the ambassador. So you want to be Nigerian ambassador to Djibouti? What do you want to be? The whole thing is ridiculous because even now, we have a right to go to Ghana. We have a right to go to Senegal. There's freedom of movement in the West Africa. So what are you going to get? Are you going to now, if you divide the country, would the members not be in ECOWAS? Or are you going to say we should not have freedom of movement within the region?
So Prince, let me push for Ife. What Ife? Because I've had that argument a lot.
Yes.
People say that if we divide the country, that
yes,
it's easier for someone like, let's say, Oduduwa, people in Oduduwa, to control their own politicians.
Oh, which people are Oduduwa? Where are they? Listen, let me tell you, don't be deceived. Which Oduduwa is that? Anybody telling you Oduduwa or whatever is looking for, let me tell you, people should understand agitation. And that's why people get misled. Not all agitations are equal. And different cultures in Nigeria have a way to influence. That's what I want you to understand. If you understand, how did Yakubu Gowon become head of state? Yakubu Gowon became head of state because they sat down in Ikeja cantonment and they were thinking, what are we going to do? The next senior is not one of us. Then they came up together with Tiwa Adewole and they said, okay, you know what? We are going to say we are leaving. We're not going to be in Nigeria again. So when they say we are leaving, we'll not be in Nigeria again, Araba, they say, okay, bring one of you to become head of state. Say you go agree. They say yes. That's how. So that negotiation ended the same day they are there. So if you see somebody say, I'm going to leave this country, they're using it for influence. So anybody who carries his own too far will injure himself. You can agitate, but use it pragmatically to have a better hearing. There is nobody who can leave Nigeria. It can't happen. What can happen is that another generation will come that will not be like this one, where we'll have a more just, egalitarian, accountable, meritocratic Nigeria. And when you have that, Nigeria will not be like this. Because the chief medical director in Safara will come from Imo State. Because they are using merit. It's a free society. It will naturally come up like that. You will see that the chief physicist in Ebonyi State will be from Ijebu-Ode. Because the school in Ijebu-Ode will be looking for the best. And they will set exam. And they will say that the man from Ijebu-Ode is the best. They will put him there. So the country will fuse together naturally because people are coming to work. If you set up a school now, even as we speak today, go and find out the private universities. When you set up a university and they tell you, oh, there's an oncologist who's in California, he's one of the best. They don't ask, which state are you from? They will hire you. No. As a lawyer, when I go to court, my client is in shame, or they want to take his bank from him, or they want to take his land. He doesn't ask me, which ethnicity are you from? He will say, where is that lawyer that this also and so case? They will hire me. So let us relax. Let us allow another generation of leaders who have the same basic principles that you will not enter an office you are not qualified for. I will not give you a job you are not qualified for. I will not want to gain anything from the government. I am in politics. The day I joined politics till now, I am poorer for it because I want my country to be richer for it. So when you do that, nobody will care about your state of origin. But the politicians that I see, go look at the National Assembly. Almost every ethnicity in Nigeria is represented in the National Assembly. They behave as if they were born by the same parents. They lie equally, steal equally, shirk their responsibility equally. They are like that. So let us understand that a new generation will come. There are certain mechanical adjustments to make in Nigeria. Because there are some of the things we do at the center that don't make sense. If my goat is missing in Nusa, why do I need IG in Abuja to help me find it? Doesn't make any sense. So the local government can have a form of law enforcement service and a court system where I can deal with that. If I want to generate electricity in my neighborhood, why do I need to go to Abuja and get license? So, and then some of them have been changed now anyway. So this is what we need. And in the past, let me tell you the story of, I don't want to take too much of your time, the story of Ahmadu Bello and the story of Simeon Adebo and the story of someone like MCK Ajuluchukwu. Ahmadu Bello was leader of the party. The Northern elders, Makama Bida, all of them sat down and said, no, you are the one the North is too complex. You are the one holding us together. If you go to Lagos and get consumed by policy of Lagos, we will lose leadership in the North. So send a junior to go to the center. So he sat in the North. Ahmadu Bello continued there. So he didn't go and become prime minister. He wasn't carried away that, how can my junior become my head? And when prime minister is talking, I will have to stand up. He accepted. Okay, go and be the prime minister. So that was kind of the philosophy of the time. Look at Simeon Adebo. Unarguably, the best public servant in terms of administration in Nigeria. But he was working in the Western region as the head of the civil service. Everybody was coming to borrow him from the Western region. At the time, they wanted to take him to the center. The Western region refused. In fact, Ahmadu Bello, who was having problem with Adewole, had to go and meet Adewole and humble himself to say, can you release Chief Adewole to come to northern Nigeria and work for us for some time and adjust the civil service for us? So look at Gomwork. When he was sent on University of Jos, he went to Ibadan to go and seek help. He didn't go to ABU's area. He went to Ibadan. I want my university to be like University of Ibadan. And that's how he set up University of Jos. And what are you? Many of the leaders of that time didn't care about ethnicity or anything like that. You go to Kaduna, the people are there. My uncle was in Kaduna, a Kaduna boy, General Adewole. He died in Kaduna, buried in Kaduna there. So what is the people and Ogu, did they know where their hometown was? So it is possible. In those days, you used to be known according to the town where you live. So when you get to school, they say, where are the Port Harcourt boys? When the Port Harcourt boys come out, Hausa will be there, Igbo will be there, Yoruba will be there. In my family, my grandfather was a Sapele boy. Even though some Ondo, they didn't have Sapele boys because they were working with the colonial people and they were in Sapele. So what I want us to put together is that I'm not preaching one Nigeria anything to you. What I'm letting you know is that it's a reality. This is the frustration of the poor leadership we have that is making people to think that if I divide it, something is going to happen. It's not, nothing is going to happen. The same argument was given for state creation. 75, with this, 67 with this state creation. We did again in 76 and created 50 states, which are all of them are doing their 50th anniversary now. What has happened? Then we created 1991. We created again in 1995 of Abacha. We have 36 states. All of them are behaving the same way. So let us understand that issue. And then on the international side, I can tell you, it is the responsibility of Tinubu to save himself. So if the wife, who can walk on the carpet without falling down, is sent to go and represent them overseas to manage some of the political crises they have or diplomatic issues, is their right. Because you're not going to sit down in government and let the government collapse on your head. But they will have done better if they use their wisdom to stop the killing, to stop the carnage, to stop the insecurity in the country. But sending your wife to go and appear on late night shows or lobby around, it can work for a few days, but when the next massacre happens, God forbid, and then the next, how many shows are you going to be on? And so, but I'm happy for my head of state or the spouse to go overseas and somebody will say, oh, a respectable person. I'll be happy because I'll be sad if they say, oh, a disreputable person. So anything you say positively internationally in favor of the leadership of my country, I'll be happy. If a Nigerian becomes the best student in the university abroad, I'll be happy. If Nigeria wins a match, I'll be happy. So I'm happy that they went there and Trump, who said in December that they are disgraced, now said that they are respectable. So I hope that will translate on the ground. But I go around the country, people are afraid of being killed, people are afraid of dying, and I speak to members of the armed forces. They are not being properly deployed, and they are not structurally deployed because they are trying to mismanage the budget. Every part of Nigeria, a brigade or a battalion in charge of that area. There is no part of Nigeria that's not under one army brigade or battalion. And these people who are there have sufficient understanding of that territory. I went to Gashaka recently, and I went past the Seti barracks. Well, Abacha used to be, Babangida used to be, many people have served there. The barracks is still there. I think 93 battalion or something like that. They were still there. So, and the people there know all their territory up to Cameroon. All you need to do is release their money to them. And the people inside government are majorly the sponsor of most of these crises because they are using it to make money. They are using it to apply pressure. They are using it to release budget. They are using it to terrorize the people, generally speaking. So if we attend to all of that, Nigeria will not have any of these crises. And then our international diplomacy will be based on, remember what Ikewachukwu used to do in those days, called economic diplomacy. That's the kind of diplomacy that we should be thinking about, not the diplomacy of Boko Haram.
Okay. Thank you. Ify, I blame you for this. You asked 3 questions instead of 1, and we've spent more than half an hour answering your questions. All right. So any other person, please? 1 question. I will take only Ovie. After Ovie, we'll take a break, and then we'll come back and finish up. We are over 3 hours. We have a new rule here. I can't say more than 3 hours. A stream. All right, Ovie, you go ahead, and then we'll take a break.
He promised to be here for 48 hours, so we are ready. Ladies and gentlemen.
Where are you, Ovie? There's noise around you. We can't. Hold on.
He has 2 refugees behind him that are howling at him.
those are ancestors, political ancestors.
That is questionable.
Ovie, there's noise around you, but go ahead with your question quickly, please.
No, let the next person go. Let me.
Okay.
Let me go I'm out.
All right. So let me get a comrade, Omori. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Prince. Oh, it's always a pleasure having you. Most of us are gradually getting tired of coming to every Sunday show, like every Sunday tonic, because it's not as if we feel the talk is not working. I think we need to do more work than the talk we do every day. Having said that, I want to say kudos to you for acknowledging at the beginning of the show, you acknowledge the enormous work and the risk the likes of Showore are taking on a daily basis. Why those that are blinded by their tribal bigotry, religious and other primordial sentiments, come here every day to slaughter him? They cannot most of them cannot go to Nigeria. They are so scared. They can't go to Nigeria. And they can't go to their bedroom in their house without taking permission from their wife. Somebody that abandoned his family to go to that lion's den, taking risks for everybody, even for his enemy, even for the Nigerian police. As dangerous as they are to his life, people come here on a daily basis to malign him and castigate him. I say, I drop my heart for you for that singular. That was what prompted my coming to you. People are like you, you are a rare gem. People are like you are difficult to find. And some people come here every day to blame the colonialists, the imperialists. And you just alluded to the fact again, according to Chimno Achebe, that the greatest problem of Nigeria is a leadership problem. I want to also ask that what the colonial masters did to us is even a tip of eyeballs compared to what Tinubu and our so-called politicians are doing to us today. And what we are doing to ourselves as a people is even more dangerous than what politicians are doing to us. I give you a vivid example. I called into a show recently. The subject of discussion was not Obi. The next thing I heard from the organizer, the first thing she told me was, I know you hate Obi. I mean, where is that one coming from? When I left the show, she contradicted herself by saying, actually, he didn't say anything about Obi. With that kind of mindset, are we prepared for freedom? Are we prepared for liberty? It is said that the internal vigilance is the price for liberty. Are we prepared to liberate ourselves? Are we prepared to do away? If you go to any child of maybe primary school people in Nigeria and ask him the problem of Nigeria, he will tell you how much we have been divided along religious, tribal lines, giving advantage to the politicians. But we fall for these same factors every day. What kind of people are we? We are not even sincere. And one more thing, I don't have a question for you because I know you have the answers to all the questions. And this is just a comment and to commend your effort. And you said at the beginning of the day at the show that you guys are ready now to confront these people headlong. And this has been long overdue. The same people that were telling us when I told them that Obi does not know what he has behind him. This is when something, the support he has behind is like a fluke. He doesn't know how to utilize it. They were telling me Obi does not need Nigerians. I mean, the Nigerians does not need the likes of Obi to lead them to be a formidable opposition. Today, they were busy on the comment section applauding you, blaming you that why waiting till this time. The same people yesterday that were telling me Nigeria does not need somebody to lead them to just go on the street like a mob so that they can be slaughtered just like that. I thank you for your sincerity. I thank you for what you do. Don't change. Don't allow the crowd to change who you are. We are difficult people. We are not sincere and we are very hypocritical. On this note, I rest my case. Thank you.
All right, thank you, comrade. Prince, I will give you some 3 questions that people sent, some on the comment section, some to my phone. If you put them together, I think that will help us to get to so much. You don't have to give a long answer to any of them. This one says, as an investor, what are the top 3 sectors to invest in Tinubu's economy? You should answer as an investor, not as a candidate. That's one. There's another question on the comment section. It says, what is your take on why there is no government projects in the Southeast? What is your take on that?
Rudolph, with all due respect, can you just answer my question that I hear live before you take from this one? Because I've been here waiting patiently, but I feel disrespected to be present here now, and now you are taking answer from the comment section. Please, before you go to break, before Oduma go off on you, because I am waiting.
So, Prince, you see, you think it's only politicians that have issues. You know, I have issues too. I have to deal with. I have to answer.
I have to answer
to these people.
We cannot be here spending many hours waiting, and then the people that are not here. That
okay. So 2 questions have from my phone, one from the comment section, and then John Abba, and then we'll take a break. John Abba, go ahead.
Thank you. No, I don't waste time.
Dr. Rudolph, what are you doing?
Thank you for.
You see how fruitful protest can be when we are united?
It's always a pleasure to hear you, and that's why I'm not too happy with my brother. But I'm from Benue. We have hot temper too much. We are like Spanish people. So I don't have so much than just I'm glad to spend time with you and listen to you. What prompted me was listening to your, I don't know where you have that interview, whether it's Arise TV or wherever. And I always believe in you and keep on the good work just to applaud what you do and hope. I always tell them here that we are one. It's poor leadership that is bringing us to all the settlement of religion and tribe. So thank you for all you do. And you look like Rick Prince today. It's not like Rudolph. Thank you.
See all his complaint, that no question, just to hear his voice. Thank you, John Abba.
John, so let me say, Anya.
You are a nationalist. You know.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So thank you.
Yes.
All right. So the questions are one on the lack of federal government projects in the Southeast, and then 3 sectors of the economy that you will invest in Tinubu's economy.
In Tinubu's economy, if I was an investor, I would invest in campaign materials, T-shirts for Hope Ambassador. I will invest in lawyers for election campaign and litigation, election materials in INEC and all of those things. Those things are selling. If you have T-shirt now to sell to them, they will sell it, different things. And lastly, I will invest in consumables that the poor can eat, because they are producing so many poor people at astronomical rates. So like sachet water, dividing gari into small sizes, miniaturization of products, because inflation is high and anything you have in miniature, go and see Nigerians on the street. Go and see them in the traffic. They are buying things they want to eat, gala, small things like that. That's why many investors are making money. You will see people who sell fruit juice. They're having tiny pack and things like that. So those are the things if it's an investment. But the new economy is not something that you endure. It's a bad thing for the country. It's opposite of what the country needs. But if you're an investor, you want to make quick money, that's the area you will go, so basically into that. So now as for the reason why there's no development in the southeast is because southeast is part of Nigeria. There's no investment anywhere in Nigeria. Where do you have investment? Because if you are talking of where there's no investment, if you want to complain, you have to first complain and point to an area where there's investment. Where is there investment? If you go around the country, the northeast, there's nothing going on there. No road, no nothing. There are some roads in northeast that even donkeys will not walk. They will walk through the forest. The reason why people are still moving around in the northeast is because the land is solid. Not much rain there. So you can drive your SUV or any old vehicle on the road without markings. There's no food, nothing. No investment in agriculture, nothing. Many of the people you see carrying cattle, they don't own them. Many of the cattle rearers are shouting, following cattle, they collect 20,000 a month, 15,000 a month. And many of them don't get paid for several months. So there's nothing working. So is it Northwest that there is investment in Northwest? Where is it? If you know the amount of stealing going on in Zamfara, stealing their gold, killing them, do everything, where is the investment? Is it North Central? Apart from Abuja, and Buhari did a road to Makodi. After Makodi, go to Boko, going to Vandekia. And many people are complaining, have they even been to many parts of the North before? If you go there, you will change your mind. So where is the development? So there's nowhere. But they have scattered programs, say a symbolic signature thing. Today I show somebody what they call the coastal road. He nearly beat his tongue. Because is it what they call the coastal road? I said, that's what they call their coastal road. So where is it? Have you been to Osun State before? Have you been to a place called Kuta in Osun State? Can you pass through any road?
So Prince, the people who complain about Southeast, they mention things like rail roads that were constructed.
Where is the rail? Where have you taken the rail? They may as well complain that there's no unicorn in the Southeast. I'm not saying Southeast is developed, but the things they are pointing out, where do they exist? Is there a rail anywhere?
Okay, but if we push back, where like Oscar is saying, if you look at the one that is being constructed in Lagos, there are so many projects, and not just people from the Southeast, the North. They also complain that it appeared that they are building another port in Lagos, somewhere in Lagos, but everything is so concentrated in Lagos. Is that not?
Let me explain something to you about Lagos. Lagos is not being developed. Lagos is one of the worst cities to live in. Lagos is one of the poorly infrastructure states. Lagos has the worst habitat. You only need to fly into Lagos. If you fly into any state, any national capital of any country before, if you fly into Lagos, you will be ashamed of yourself. With their brown roofs, with so many things not working there. What is the quality of water in Lagos? Do you see where the average Lagosian live? Have you seen the quality of their food? Do you see so what is there? But Lagos has a natural harbor, some old investments that Chinese, whoever can come there and build. There are also ports being built in Akwa Ibom. by the Koreans, deep sea port. And Lagos is full of traders who don't like to take risks. So they stay in Lagos close to their market and sell goods there. But if you wake up in the morning and you decide to set up anything elsewhere, it will take time, but it will grow as well. So it's left for state governments and some federal government agencies to go to a particular part of Nigeria. Southeast is the easiest to develop as far as I'm concerned because of the compactness of Southeast. Southeast is the same size as Niger State. All the 5 states in the Southeast are about the same size of Niger State. And if you go around Niger State, you will not know whether you are in Nigeria or you are in Benin Republic or you are in Niger now. Some parts I've never seen any car passing. I can tell you that. If you go to the place where Zik was born in Zungeru, you need to go there. If Zik comes back, he will still be able to go back to his father's house in Zungeru without missing the way. So, what I'm letting you know is that there is no part of Nigeria where there's development going on. But there's no part of Nigeria that's not collecting money. Huge amount of money. So it's left for the leaders of Nigeria at the national level to take development around the country. I go to the east a lot. I travel, I drive myself, I go there. Because there's no month that passes that I won't have something to do in the east. That road that MTN is constructing from Onitsha to go to Enugu has not reached Oji River, but it's past Oka now. But if you go to Akuzu, you will see that I've met them in Akuzu for the past 6 months. They are stuck there. I said maybe there's one shrine in Akuzu that's disturbing them. But if you get to Akuzu, you will see that they are still there. They're by that Akuzu Police Division there. They are there diverting us. Sometimes when we are going to Achebe Airport to go and fly, you will see them, they diverted the block here. They are still stuck there. So they're on that road. Now they do some road from Aba to pass the whole of Ungwa land and come to Aba and probably join the road to Umuahi and go. But they are still struggling with that one. But that project is ongoing there. There's supposed to be a road from Ikoropene that they are taking. Because if you get to the junction of Odupani, where they say their coastal road is passing Odupani, you take that corner, you're supposed to take a road to Ikoropene and come through Arochukwu and come to Umuahia, pass all the Bende. Because if you pass all the Bende places, that road is supposed to carry, pass all the Bende and come to Umuahia. When I say Bende, I mean Abriba and Hafia and all those places. That's what we call Bende. There's also be another road, pass Isikwacho, pass through Item. So last time I went to Item, they stopped at Okoko Item. They don't go past that. One tiny road like that in Okoko Item. If you get to Usuakoli, nothing going on there. So, but it's easy to do all those roads. They need to do them. But I can tell you, if you go to Vandeke, you won't see any road. If you go to Ado, you won't see any road in Benue. So where is the road? So if you go to Ibi, you have to cross the river. The other time I went to Kente, I didn't want to cross the river through Ibi. I came down, passed through. They told me, oh, they have done one road because they do propaganda. They have done road. I said, okay. I got to Lafia. I didn't go towards Doma. I said, okay, let me take that road, Wamba, go there. I got there. I got disappointed. But no road. So I still had to go back and take the boat again and go to Kente. Meanwhile, my friend David Kente had told me that, oh, they are doing road to his village. Maybe he has me going home. Because one of the APC people said, oh, they are doing road to... I couldn't see my front. From Kente, before I go to Wukari, no road. So where is the road? And from Wukari, I had to pass again to find my way through the corner. They told me, don't even bother yourself. to go back to Takum, you will just suffer for nothing. So I had to pass through Bali before I found my way to Gashaka. Up to Gashaka, no road. So what are you telling me that there's road anywhere? So just let Nigerians not do comparative suffering. Comparative suffering is not necessary. Have a standardized way about how government will be. There used to be a road from Ore to my hometown from Awolowo time. The road between Ondo and Akure was first started in 1911. At that time, Nigeria had not become amalgamated. Nigeria became amalgamated in 1914. But the road from Ondo to Akure was started in 1911. Now, the road is so bad, then they came with this concrete road. Because there's a genius called Umahi who came with the idea that they should do concrete road. It's not a bad idea, but to go from Ore to Ondo City, which used to take you 25 minutes, will take you 2 hours now with dust all over your vehicle. Maybe if they do it later, and your vehicle will be bouncing like this. So I don't know where, let me think of another place. There's none. Where? So universally don't be deceived. There are these APC data boys that will go to one section of a small road and just post something. Let me tell you, in Ondo, in the GRA where I live, I tarred the road in my community just as a social responsibility. I did a 2-kilometer road around my house. Anybody who goes to my place will know that. And I put solar panel and everything, just as my contribution. APC were coming to my staff that I hope Prince will not be angry. We want to take the picture as achievement of APC. That one said, well, take the picture, he was going to sue you. So they do all sorts of stuff like that. But this is not to discredit those who say that the South is marginalized or that developed. Yes. But marginalization is a common uniform in Nigeria because the government of the day has marginalized everybody. So the solution to that problem is at the national, at the state, and at the local government. Make sure that you hold the leaders accountable. That's why I'm proud that in recent times, I helped the local government, all of them combined together, to take the government to court to recover their money. I did that job over 3 years, 4 years. They started paying the local government now. They paid them last month, this January. For the first time, after many years, they paid them their money. That the government, so hopefully they will use it to do the local government. But I can tell you, I don't want to campaign here. I become president, all this comparative suffering. And it's like those days when soldiers beat us when we were protesting. This one will say, look at my back, so they beat me here. Comparing suffering is unnecessary. There's no part of Nigeria that if you listen to them, you abandon your own suffering and start consoling them.
All right. We have to take a break, and when we come back, we will round up. We get to everybody. I promise you, everybody who is here at the back end will get to you, and comparable facts will be the first. So let's take a break.
Onye ọma zoro bio akwa nwa zoro bio Max ịbịa bunyego kwanu m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zigo mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zigo akwa nwa ilochi yo biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya onye ọma zoro biko abọmma wazoro dosari ịbịa onye nịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịa zigogonu lagado ni piazigo abamma wilo chilo bigora buzoro ona wazi mazi wekoma odogu no kwerezu nanka onyomo ni gadele mo mazi ni piazigo go with the melody. You got to go with your phone. Odogu nachala noka. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olagado ni pesi good night. Lagado ni pezigo amama wilo chilo bigora buzoro anabaze te onyama zoro de amama wazoro de sorry ibya moya no kwana mo ofube naru mulaga no ni pezigo nazaboy Lagado ni piazugo amama wilo chilo bigora buzoro anabazi odogu kenenu bikechofo ama kwa mnika gogogia oligwe kwelo ikejobo belebege hey you want so chukwu emekalumo ike chukwu negaji esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọbụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị agbamanwe iyo iyo biko lapụ nabasị zoro 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 Geduru joy na bugwa osa Sokoto ujembe mwilo anu solo nwe ma n'ọfịa n'ara onye nwụrụ zuru ike.
All right, welcome back. Where is everybody? Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we're having an extended conversation with Prince Adebayo. Where is he? Okay. He will join us in a moment, I believe. Thank you, forefathers. You look darker. Is it because you're in Nigeria? And let me see. Please, for those who are joining us, can you wait? Let me let the guests come back, and then we will bring you in. I
Make
don't want.
we ask a forefathers which of the creek in there. Now 2. I been now it don't reach 5. Get grade.
Ovia, we still have a lot of noise behind you, but it's manageable. Let me see. For those in the studio, let me take out, if you're in the studio and your camera is not on, please, I will take you out so that we can make room. I don't want him to try to join us and there won't be space in the studio. But if you are trying to join us, please give room.
What about now? Is this noisy?
No, we can hear you, but it's not the way it should be. But we can manage it. I know you want to talk about Monroe. Monroe doctrine. Monroe doctrine.
You expect me to wear a suit and you say I should manage.
We manage your audio. I know you wear your Sunday suit. Oh, forefathers, while we wait for him to join us, where are you in Nigeria?
Greetings, Dr. Damage. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Yeah. Greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. I'm in Abuja, so I'm seeing the handwork of Wiki. In other words, I'm not seeing anything much. People say he's connecting the different areas in Abuja together. Probably he's doing that. They seem to be aware of that somehow. But from what I've seen on the ground from 2024 when I was here, not much has changed. The development you see, the shabbiness of Nigeria remains the same. Even in the best areas, it remains the same. It's really, after you watch the ISHO speed and see what happened in North Africa, look at how the development, the environment is there, and you look at South Africa, look at Eswatini, then you come to Nigeria, you find the shabbiness of Nigerians. What can you say? It's everywhere. Everywhere you turn, you see it everywhere. We have a lot of work to do.
So, what about military? Are you still there?
Yeah, I've not encountered them.
No, what I'm saying, are you still inclined that military builders should come first before the economy and the infrastructure?
Of course.
All right.
It's not first, but it should happen as soon as possible.
Okay, forefather, so that our guest is back. Prince, welcome back. So this is our final segment, rounding up. So let's start with you, comparable facts. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon. Prince Adewole, it's nice to see you. I'm always marveled to come, whenever you come on a platform. So I kind of delay my engagement. Today is our Super Bowl day. It's coming up in a few more hours. So, but I said I have to come in here and talk to you because, like I said, I'm always marveled with your intellect when it comes to Nigerian politics. So I'm compelled to come here and ask you a question. It doesn't matter how long I stay. But regardless, it's nice to see you. So I have been so annoyed about what's going on when it comes to Nigerian people. They seem to be very lame. Why are we so, regurgitating about our first lady being congratulated by Trump like it's something a big deal? I mean, I don't see what is so big about that. You see the whole media, even Dr. Rudolph, everybody talking about it like it's something because you just said it's a nice lady. So everybody's just going crazy. And we forget about what he said after that Nigeria, the Christians are being killed. He said it at that prayer. I don't know if anybody missed it. And what if he just said? That should have been the main question, not because he praised Remi Tinubu and it become a, it's so annoying about how Nigeria, they're so lame. But anyway, let me go to my question. So my question to you is that what is the responsibility of the opposition party, including the SDP, when the reform, there's no when the reform that weaken accountability, have been passed, and nobody's responding, but they're just making a public statement. When are they going to come beyond public, critic and do something about it? Like people like Obi, Atiku, you have to mobilize the people. You have to lead and stop being so docile, as a candidate. March to the National Assembly. Nigeria need leadership. The masses need leadership. People like you, Obi.
I cannot hear you. If you can hear me, I don't know why.
Oh, we can hear you. We can
For
hear
some
you.
reason, I can't hear you.
So you didn't hear anything that I said?
We can hear you, but apparently your connection. Okay. Comparable facts. Hold on. I will let him know to reconnect. I think that's the solution to this. Sorry, I was thinking that one of the moderators will jump in. Can you hear us, Prince? You can hear us. So I hope you can reconnect and maybe we can then hear you. While
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. All right. So go ahead. Comparable facts. Just make it summarize.
Dr. Tame, do you want me to start from beginning?
No, summarize it now. So find
okay.
the core of what you.
Okay, let me just go to the main question. Prince Adewole, it's nice to see you. If you didn't hear what I said, but at least as like I said, I always like to listen to your commentary. So my question is what is the responsibility do opposition party, including the SDP, have when the reform that weaken accountability are passed? How should they respond beyond public criticism? Don't you have to, mobilize the masses? Maybe go to the National Assembly and sit there. You, Obi, Atiku, you can take turn. They're not going to kill everybody. You have to mobilize. If nothing happens, Nigeria is still going to be the same, because this reform is very imperative that we get it right at this time. If not, whatever they pass is for their own benefit, because they don't want something good for that country. That's my question, sir.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Prince.
Now, for the Electoral Act, we are all mobilizing, going there. That is an issue that is not an ideological issue. It is not a manifesto issue. It's a constitutional issue, and it's a question of foundation of democracy. So if I agree with Atiku on an issue, and I agree with Peter Obi on an issue, we can mobilize together. But if there are other issues we don't agree, I will not mobilize with you on something I don't agree. So if it's an economic policy issue or something like that, we will just be promoting our own alternative so that the public will buy our alternative and they will vote the government of the day out and give us an opportunity to come and demonstrate our own.
But
on the issue of,
if you don't mind, this is not about party doctrine, what you believe, your ideology. It's about the national, importance. That's the way I'm looking at it. It's not about what you believe, but it's what
if you had me, I said certain things are not about ideology, like free and fair election, transmission of election results, those things, punishing vote buying and all those things, they are not based on ideology. It's something in parts on human rights. It's not a matter of ideology. We can fight, if there's issue of corruption, we can fight on that together. So, like the issues at stake now, that's why all of us are in it together. We're fighting on that one together. But I'm letting you know that there may be other issues where we don't agree. You can't force us to work together on those issues, because we have to agree on those issues before we work together. But on this issue of free and fair election, it cuts across board. We are even thinking that there should be some people in the APC, however bankrupt the APC is, there should be some people there who believe that, look, at least at the level of election transmission, of election result, punishing vote buyers, and basic things like that, they should have sufficient decency. So people like Amakura, for example, who is in APC, we are reaching out to people like that, who say, at least you or 4 people. I saw Tokumbo Abiru, Senator, today, we were on the same flight. And I was questioning on that. How can you say, for God's sake, you, a young person, are you saying that we are not decent enough to do, will it kill you people? So things like that. So we can agree on that. That should not be a political problem. That should be a citizenship requirement. Just like the way ICE is treating some people in some communities. Both Republicans and Democrats are speaking out. So it's something like that. Just the way Republicans and Democrats agreed that Epstein file should be declassified. So there are some things that can bring it together because they are so fundamental. And these issues are fundamental. Yes, we can work together.
All right. Thank you, Comparable Facts. Let me go to Okija. I forgot the sequence that people came in, but I'll get everybody. Okija.
Forefathers in Nigeria. I forgot.
Oh, yeah. I'll get to him.
Prince, welcome back. Nice to connect with you again.
Thank you.
I was listening to you, and actually I came in because when you responded to Ife, you were telling her that if that thing she doesn't see in Nigeria, she wants to correct it. She can come and correct it in Nigeria. But I know you're a smart person. I believe you know that it is deeper than that. The last time we met, I was a Nigerian, and I'm not on the Nigerian side right now. So I'm because I was I don't know, during the last election, what's his name, Tunde Bakare. He said something, that he was invited to a meeting. A lot of people, Yoruba people, it's not all every Yoruba person, but people, people, they came around and they were discussing how to chase Indigo out of Southwest, starting with Lagos. And he said that he wasn't, he told them plainly that he would not be part of it. And after that, we've seen what's been happening in Lagos.
When was that? Is it before God told him that I will be is it before God told him that he will be the next president, or after?
When we want to attack him on that one is okay.
No, I just want to know the time, because if somebody is good at telling stories against God, against women, against angels, take it away. Go, you do your independent. I'm not stopping you. I'm just saying that when you are going to take a major decision, don't base on hearsay, especially the person is a storyteller. You get my point?
No, actually,
take that information, go further, use it to do further research.
I don't need further research, because probably Bayo Nonaga was there, and Free Food Kayode was there too. Because we had the utterances during the election, so probably they were there. So we don't need to debate. That's not proof for debate. I believe him. I believe him more than more than 100%. I believe him. So, and we have seen what has transpired in Lagos. And then you go to the northern Nigeria, Muslim North especially. When there is an issue, someone
where is Muslim North? Excuse me, where is Muslim North? There's no Muslim North in Nigeria.
Yeah, I mean, northwestern Nigeria predominantly, Muslim enclave. That's the truth. Northwestern Nigeria predominantly, Muslim. So we've seen what has been happening. Someone will write an article about Muhammad in Europe, and they start killing, Christians in India. When they start killing Christians, they eventually to end up burning and looting Igbo shops. That's basically because Igbos, they are the people in the forefront, selling things. So eventually, that's what it ends. So I'm just asking, and then you come to Southeast. You see us, from after the Civil War, Igbos, they went into Nigeria. But then, from I would say this thing, in the mid 80s or early 90s, it dawned on them that this Nigeria they came back to, that it's not going to work. So you've seen the attitude of default attitude of an Igbo person is, like they want to disengage. Even though you don't like, the Biafra of some of these people, but the default mindset is that we want to go. They just leave us. Even when I listen to young people that they don't really know about Biafra, when they see certain things in Nigeria, they say, let us go. That's their default mental. Let us go. So why I'm asking you this, because you said something to Ife. How, convince me that, that there'll be a time where, these people, these Yoruba people, with this ideology, and they are the ones driving the policies in Nigeria and in the Southwest. And these people in the North, and then these people, our default mindset is, how do you think that, it will come to a place that, we build a nation with all this mindset? Again, because, you say so, you mentioned something, somebody asked you a question about marginalization, and you glossed over it. You are too smart to gloss over it. So let me just talk to you about it. Umar, he said that when they came to power, they inherited no national project, no capital project in the Southeast. Umar, he said it. Then in the 2025 national budget, no capital project in the Southeast. That's another one. The 3.2 trillion naira irrigation plan, Anambra Imo River Basin, no irrigation project. No irrigation project. The gas pipeline project included Southeast. They bypass Southeast. They come from south, went to Kogi, went to Kaduna, Kaduna and Kano. That's national gas pipeline. Rail modernization, standard gauge for every region, narrow gauge for Southeast. Gas master plan calls for high pressure transmission pipeline. But even though even the master plan called for it to go through, Owerri, Enugu, Onitsha, and I think Umuahi or so, whatever. Then that bypass, they do another one, bypass Southeast completely. That's Nigeria. Okay, seaport, you've been calling for seaport to be built, we don't call it maybe not southeast, but maybe south, so that we can Lagos, disengage. Because, for instance, now someone import something, and then it lands in Lagos. He spent about another 2 million or so transporting it to the southeast, southeast. So you glossed over that, and then you were talking about Nigerians. Tell me, how do I come back to Nigeria?
Okay, first, let me take it one piece at a time. What I discussed with Ife was any problem that there is in Nigeria now that cannot be solved in Nigeria is not likely to be solved if you break Nigeria into pieces. And if you can solve them, otherwise, let's come together and solve them now. Now, I'm not going to answer for the performance or lack of it of Umahi and his boss. But that's for them. I also agree that they're not performing and they need to go. But I understand the gas pipeline, and the gas pipeline, AKK. The person who is building the gas pipeline, the contractor for it, happens to be somebody I know too well, and he went to the same university as I did. His name is Emeka Okosa of OSR. So, that pipeline is one of the biggest projects of Buhari's administration, and one of the most expensive gas pipeline south of Sahara. And it's the first time that such a big project without giving it to a foreign company to do. Emeka Okosa, highly competent engineer with OSR as his company, is the one doing it. And go and just Google the AKK, what the pipeline is about. I myself have gone to, if you know Orient Petroleum, the headquarters is in Oka. Chief Emeka Anyaoku served as the chairman for some years. I don't know if he's still the chairman now. And if you go to Omombala River, just northeast, west of where you have Achebe Airport now, you go towards Omombala River, you will see that all that area is full of gas. And gas is being developed there. It is impossible to have a gas pipeline in Nigeria if you want to develop gas and you can't supply gas to the southeast. It doesn't make any sense because industrial areas like Port Harcourt, because I see in my mind, I regard Port Harcourt as part of southeast in terms of developmental geography. I don't know about politics now. Then Aba, Newi is an industrial basin. And even Enugu is supposed to be an industrial basin. So now, if you take the entire northeast from Maiduguri all the way down to Taraba, there's no rail line going on. If you take the entire northwest, 7 states, they wanted to do a train from to Maradi in Benin Republic, in the Nigerian Republic. No train anywhere. The only train that works between Abuja and Kaduna. And last time, somebody driving a Kekena will overtake that train, come back from Kaduna, back to Abuja, and go to Kaduna. That train will not have reached Kaduna. As lazy as the Nigerian National Assembly is, they had to do a public hearing on why that train was doing 11 kilometers between Abuja and Kaduna. There's a train from Ibadan to Lagos Ibadan train, which runs like once a day or something like that. So as far as I know, across Nigeria, there's no rail development. And nobody can do narrow gauge for Southeast. It is not possible because narrow gauge design ended under Obasanjo. We don't do narrow gauge again. So no engineer will pass it. But I'm not here to debunk you or whatever, but I can tell you that in Nigeria, you cannot build narrow gauge anywhere because we have gone to standard gauge. But what they are doing now is zero gauge because they're not building anywhere. So then we have the old colonial rail lines. If you remember, that pass through Umuahia. If you get to Umuahia, you will see what we have the Biafra Museum on the other side of the train, the rail line. You take the train, you go from Umuahia to Aba, bypass Ibeku, or all those places, I went down. That rail line supposed to join with Makodi and join up. That rail line has not been developed, but the rail line is there, has not been developed. And when it's being developed, they have to remove the old gauge and put the standard gauge there. So that I know as a matter of policy. Now, when it comes to port development, there are only, since the 70s, there have only been 2 ports built. Remember that the last port built by military was Tinkan. We have Apapa Key, which was colonial time. Then you have the second Apapa port. Then they had which has Roro beneath. That's the second Apapa port is the one that has Roro, roll on for cars. Then they built Tinkan. Now, Lagos state government and the Chinese came together to take advantage of what they call the EPZ, Export Processing Zone, and build that Chinese port. Now, another one is about to be built there. So, in reality, in the case of Akwa Ibom State, there's a two deep sea ports being built in Akwa Ibom State. One is more advanced than the other. They are building ports there. Now, I don't see any reason why the Nigerian federal government cannot build another. There's a port in Koko. There's a port in Calabar. The port in Calabar has been concession to Bamanga Tuko. I hope you know that. Bamanga Tuko is the one Obasanjo and Co concession that port in Calabar to. He's the one running the port. So he's old now, in his 90s. So there's no reason why that port is not properly utilized. There's a port in Sapele, which is totally abandoned. There's a port in Koko, which is totally abandoned. So if you go to Koko Port, you walk on the port. There's supposed to be a port in Escrafos. There we have built ports in Bonny, port as carry LNG. We have built like 4 ports or so in Bonny around train 1, train 2, train 3, train 4. So it is possible to do. There's a port in Onitsha. There's a place in Onitsha we call port. Just call it port because that is what it was.
It's inland. It's inland port.
It's a port.
Offloading of container. I was in Onitsha. I was the day it was. I was there when it was.
Let's say, Oga, what I'm letting you know is that there is a port in Onitsha. That port needed to be expanded because in those days of GB Oliphant, Miller Brothers, they used to carry their ship at sea. They will come through. That's why the first Onitsha bridge was built to be arched so that ship can pass under it. Because ship used to pass under it and go to Ida, they will stop there in Ida and offload. They will carry all this towards Benin. Then they will go to Lokoja, offload. Then they will go to Barrow Port. I visited General Salami Abubakar, was it last month? I paid a condolence visit because somebody died in his family. His sister died and his brother-in-law died. And as a former head of state, he was telling me, if you want to do anything that I will be impressed when you become president, you must finish Barrow Port. And I was looking at Baba like this. You know, I didn't want to be rude, like, sir. But you were head of state. Why did you do Barrow Port? Why me? But since I'm the one looking for a job, I have to be polite. I said, okay. So what happened? I gave him the history of Barrow Port as I knew it and everything. So he said, look, right from the time they were young, they were thinking of Barrow Port. So all together and put together, there will be at least for port development, even if it's just for dredging, carrying things, carrying stuff, even for cabotage purposes, we need to build 32 ports across the rivers in Nigeria. I'm going to put a port in Yola as well because of the Benue River. If you dredge it, so we are supposed to put ports everywhere. But that, to me, is not a basis to leave Nigeria and go and join Cameroon or anything like that. It's a basis for you to know that these are the challenges our generation will have to give ourselves. We have to understand that development is not regional. And development is not ethnic. Look at Calabar Port. Who is running it? He is a man from Adamawa State, Bamanga Tuko. So there's no reason why they put a port in Onitsha. I can't go and run it. So there's nothing there. So what we need to do is to realize that infrastructure in the Southeast is not only for Southeasterners. Because maybe the second Niger bridge, maybe I've used it more than all of you here because I use it all the time. And if the bridge breaks and I fall inside the water, it won't discriminate that I'm not from the Igbo land or anything like that. So in terms of discussing gaps in our infrastructure, I don't think we should use ethnocentric way to look at it. Anybody who knows that I spend more time outside where I was born than where I was born, any infrastructure you build favors me. So if you go now and dualize Lagos to Calabar, we dualize Port Harcourt back to Enugu to join Onitsha. We built 5 more bridges between Abo and Ida. It will favor everybody. Everybody would use it to trade. Everybody will enjoy it. If you build 5 more ports in Lagos, everybody will enjoy. So there's no need to say, don't build more here, go and build more. It doesn't matter. You will see people, when you ask them, where is your child going to school? They are going to school, Federal University will carry. In those days when my friend was Minister of Education and they were advising, Jonathan built 11 universities. Go and find out those who are going to school there. Go to Federal University Wukari, you will see that they are from Anambra, they are from Ondo, they are from everywhere. So our generation will change our language. What we need in our country is infrastructure across the land. If you look at Ethiopia River, which we used to call Olokun River, that river is a natural deep river. It's deeper than some ocean floor, sea floor in some places. We should have dredged that river. That's why they have, if you go to a place like in Delta State, if you go to Abraka, you will see that there's supposed to be a port in Abraka because the Ethiopia River is very deep, naturally deep. And if you are crossing it, if you pass Mosoga, you are crossing it, the Ethiopia River, you will see that it's also very overcurved. The bridge is overcurved. It's meant for ships to pass through. So there's no part of Nigeria. If you develop Nigeria very well, a ship will go as far as Sokoto, because Sokoto itself is named after a river called Sokoto River. And that river is a tributary of the Niger. So if we develop our country, you can put a port in Sokoto. There's no part of Nigeria there's no water. Yobe is the name of a river. Taraba is the name of a river. So what is special? Any part of Nigeria. So Southeast, I'm not glossing over it. I'm letting you know that the rain that beat the Southeasterner is the same rain that beat the Northeasterner. It's the same rain that beat everybody. Poor leadership across. But we can now start to change that by having a national conference on the infrastructural gap and how to fund them, where to build them, and things like that. Buhari that built Second Niger Bridge now, is he around to use it? No. But if you go to that bridge and you stop vehicles, check them randomly, people who have come from Yola to go and sell their cattle in Port Harcourt, they are using it to pass. Nobody asks them stop. Only people can pass that bridge. So if the Benin or express road is blocked, it will affect Southeast more than it will affect people in the Southwest, because they can pass through all their villages and go. So there is no issue. And if you look at the demography of Nigeria, our ethnic population is spread across. So if you go and throw a stone in Yobe State, you will hit the head of Okunko, who has come there to trade. And if you go and cause trouble in Aba, you'll find out that Salisu, your brother, who is working there, will be affected. So I don't want our generation to be talking in the language of, there's not this in my town, therefore I leave. Just let us take up the challenge, come together, and build these things. If you build it, when Adewole was establishing a university in Ife, who went there? OCG Okocha, Emeka Okwoza, different people went there. And my family members went to Nsukka. When Zeke was building Nsukka, he didn't come and collect money from Ondo. But Ondo people went to school in Nsukka. Many members of my family are Nsukka graduates. When we all sit down and we'll fight over school, they will defend Nsukka to the best of with all the arguments. Because at the school, they didn't go to Ife, they went to Nsukka. And if you see someone like Nkoyo Toyo from Calabar or Epic, she went to school in ABU's area, was a student union leader there. She will develop different ABU's area. That is the Nigeria that we knew. Bola Ige was a Kaduna boy. He grew up in Kaduna. Same thing with Justice Kayode Esho and so many of these people. So I don't want a new generation now coming. You cannot, I mean, anybody wants to do competition with me about geography of Igbo land, I welcome you. You come distant third. So what is the argument? Because at the age of 11, I've been leaving Ondo to go to Ore and go and do Christmas in Ibeku by myself. So checking everywhere, I know everywhere. So what can you tell me? Can't tell me anything. It's one country, it's one people with bad leadership. So let us fix it. So that's it. If you form Biafra Club, I will join. Because as you are going there, I'm going with you. So what will disappoint you is that when you create that your country, you will find me building a house there, next door. So who are you running away from? The Onanuga will come and marry from there. Onanuga's son or daughter will still come and marry from the place. So you can't escape from anybody. So let us understand that bad leadership is very bad, and we need to vote them out, and let us put the right people there, and then nobody will be agitated to go anywhere.
They're running from Musa.
Thank you. Let's go to forefathers, and then I think we have two more people, Chim and Benson.
Greetings, Prince Adewole, Adebayo. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it. And from what I've heard, you are better than most politicians that we see in Nigeria in terms of being a nationalistic politician. From the way you sound, you know, I heard the way you speak to the Southeasterners, like they are part of you. That's how it's supposed to be. But that said, your nationalistic approach seems to be social and maybe a little bit political, but not in the area of sovereignty or national security, which is a very, very serious issue because Nigeria has lost in excess of $1.5 trillion in the last 10 years alone due to insecurity, which means is the single most important aspect that has affected our fate and the direction we are going. And I heard you say that the Nigerian military can take care of the security, the insecurity that we face in Nigeria. And that really concerns me because it seems to imply you are not very much aware of the seriousness of the danger we face from terrorism. Because I've had a CIA official online talk about how they invest in all these terrorist groups, that they don't have to create them. Once they are emerged, then they use them to do whatever they want to do. And you are fully aware that the American senator revealed that they funded Boko Haram. And we also know in Syria, even after that, that the US worked with Al-Qaeda affiliates to remove the Syrian leader from office. So these are the level of danger that we face in our country. And I also heard you were going to London and maybe Washington to have conversations with them. I never heard you mention Russia or China, which means it implies that we are still under the yoke of these colonizers. The question I wanted to ask was, for one, the national security posture of Nigeria. Are you aware that we need more boots on the ground to ensure when villagers call that they are under attack, security forces arrive there within 5-10 minutes like they do in other parts of the world that you have traveled to? Because our security officers are not everywhere. And we come to Nigeria and we say the security forces can do it when you know they are not spirits. They cannot teleport themselves to where villagers are being burnt inside their own houses because they refuse to agree with terrorist groups. A terrorist group cannot operate for 10 hours. No security forces can be there. This is very, very serious. And if in the spirit of transparency, if you can share some of the conversations you have with these people when you go over to them, because I'm very curious, because you literally defended Tinubu for going overseas when Dr. Damages was trying to highlight that the level of trip that they have overseas is not normal officially, it's not normal. No nation does that, where their leaders travel overseas this much. And the only countries that do that is African countries. Why is that the case? Are they not governing the sovereign people? If they are not, tell us that truth. Then let's fight for our freedom, because we have a struggle to engage in. That was the point he was trying to raise, that Tinubu spent more time overseas in January than in Nigeria. No country, check the whole world right now, you will not find one nation that did that. You will not find that. And the same thing happens. And our former president died overseas too. So the point I'm trying to highlight there is that there's an unusualness with what is going on. And somehow you may be part of the establishment because you speak to these people. And I would like to hear some of the conversations you have with them when they go over there. Finally, in terms of the Sahel nations, what they've done, they've accomplished something that when you were here the last time I asked you about, why is it that West African nations have not formed an alliance, a military alliance to protect themselves? Why is it ECOWAS hasn't done that? You said something about the French interfering with it, which is a kind of valid reason for that lack of unity between ECOWAS nations in terms of security. But the Sahel has accomplished it. Do you think West Africa, given what has happened to us right now, we need to be looking into that? Because the whole world is forming bigger and bigger alliances, and there's danger out there. And we as a people, our leaders are not letting us know that. And I really wish, because you are relatively young compared to the other leaders we have in Nigeria, I really wish you focus more on national security, because we are losing a lot due to national security. It's a serious issue that seriously needs to be addressed, and we need boots on the ground to do the job. At least 1 million in the military and 1 million in the other security forces. Right now, we are not adequately postured to deal with it. Let me just make this, I know I've gone on too long. Terrorism has never been defeated by just bombing them and expecting them to go away. The way you do it is by denying them space to operate. That has been demonstrated in Israel, has been demonstrated in America. That is the only way to deal with it. Why is it that we are not pushing forward for that? And I would like to thank you for the work you are doing in terms of, transmission of results. That too is also important. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Let me put something clear. Nigerian military is configured, is capable of wiping out these terrorists very rapidly. And if you want to know, have conversations with Nigerian military middle-level officers, understand their frustration, know where their formations are, what they're capable of doing. Number one, Nigerian military don't have a problem covering the territories that you have. The way our military is supposed to work, the way it's designed, they don't need to be told that terrorists are operating for 2 hours, 3 hours, 10 hours. Once you hear that, go to the int officer in the barracks or brigade close to the place. Ask him questions. He will look at you like you're a complete moron. He will tell you, these boys you see here, 3 months ago, 2 months ago, hold on 1 second, please. I need 1 second to get somebody off my door.
All right. While we wait for him.
He's already doing it. It's impossible for a Nigerian military to be able to do it. He's already making the excuse again. They just slaughtered people in Kwara recently. They're just doing the same thing again.
Forefather, you are in Nigeria. Form a militia. Stop crying. Form a militia.
No.
Accepted.
Forefathers, why don't you wait for him? Let him explain after you can then maybe I'll give you a chance.
He can form a militia in Nigeria. It's no more than in Africa. No, it's no more than my friend for Creek. Form a militia. Let's go to war. I'm with you. You're on ground now.
Making efforts. So what effort are you making make it different.
That's what I'm saying. Recruitment, I'm with you. I'll be side by side.
$1.5 trillion in loss in GDP. It's a very, very serious loss. We have to do everything we can to prevent that. I don't understand.
Hold on. Who are the people speaking?
That's the problem.
The owners of the platform.
All right. So hold on.
She was here this week, and in fact, they wanted to come on the program to talk about religious freedom. And I said, I'm not going to give them. I'm happy to meet with anybody.
Same here.
But I'm not going to give them a platform to cover up what they're doing in Nigeria.
And that's just what it is, a massive cover.
All right. I think the guest, Prince, is back with us.
Okay, so I was explaining to you, that you go around, you see Kwara State, for example, Yelwata, for example, other places. I've been there. This is not me staying in my house. This is me going to the community. After the president has gone, because we have to give other presidents. When the thing happens, president goes there if he wants to go. Sometimes he doesn't go, or send somebody to go. When they go, we go there. We talk to the community. In some places, we give them resources to rebuild and all of that. You can go and investigate on your own. Then we talk with the people there, military. Military officer, the IT officer, the intelligence officer, tells you, what are you telling me? 3 months ago, when they were training in so and so place, I wrote my intelligence report. I sent it to the brigade headquarters. I said, these people are training and these are so and so and so. I sent my report. I give them a thing. I tell them what to do. These are my permission here. I can't carry troops out without instruction. Even simple budget, I wrote 18 million naira budget for them. Nobody sent me anything. The thing started happening. After it happened, they called me, command me to go and root them out. So I put my people together, go there, and the people ran away from me. What am I going to do? So now all I can do is chase them. I can't chase them past my own brigade. Because they run past outside my own brigade. You cannot be walking in 3 deep in Jos, chasing somebody, and they cross Akwanga and going towards Kafachan. You have to stop because they are going outside your 3 deep. That's 1 deep now. So you come back. So what is it? So they're not stupid. They need a commander-in-chief who tells them, if you tell Nigerian army today, be on exercise, patrol. They want to do Python dance in the southeast. The same soldiers, because they were told to go and do Python dance there. And they were there. They are doing checkpoint every second. Try and go from Oka to catch your flight in Enugu. You see how many checkpoints you will see. Then I went between Kente by the River Benue till I got to Gashaka, almost going to Cameroon. No checkpoint anywhere. So I don't know. There's army base in Takum, army barracks in Takum. There are different types. Up to Gashaka, where you have 30 barracks, where Babangida used to be commanding officer there, Abacha, all of them, they were there. So go past there, they are in their barracks. Because general order is stay in your barracks. So you want a soldier to come and give an interview on television? What is he going to do? So the problem is the terrorist headquarters is not CIA. It's in the villa where Tinubu is presiding. I've said it many times on Nigerian television that the terrorists are in the villa. And when you are spending Boko Haram money, it doesn't smell like Boko Haram money. It smells like you are building a hotel. When you see a military colonel building a hotel, a politician building a hotel, doing things, buying things, that is terrorism taking place. So it is, what are you CIA? Who the heck is CIA? There's something special about CIA. If you are in your country and you hold your country firm, America, every country is going to want to influence you positively, negatively, somehow. The world is full of bullies. The world is full of people finding their ways. But they know where to go. Go and see what's happening in Casemans. So some countries, they have a compact military, but they're very strong. They know what they are doing. Nigerian military, if you lead them well, you let them do their regular training, regular order, regular patrol, and they are on the territory. But when the GOC wants to be a billionaire, the GOC eats all the money, does not let them do any patrol, because if they go on patrol, you have to pay them. So the 30,000 you are going to give the RSM for leading his troops, you eat it. So people are fighting in the military headquarters to become posted to finance officer, to all of this. So people are supposed to be in the front. You are promoting them. I don't want to attack people in person, but you could see recently the president wanted to promote his own ADC to general, and the ADC is also a traditional ruler in Kwara State, by the way. I want to let you know that it's a traditional ruler. It's also ADC to the president. It's also want to get promotion without going to staff college, without going to work college. So they're doing whatever they like. So that is the problem. Forget CIA, forget this. If CIA wanted to kill you, they wanted to kill you now, wanted to kill you yesterday, wanted to kill you. That is their stand. They don't change their policy. If America wants to invade you, they want to invade you. They want to invade everybody can invade. But when Boko Haram came under Obasanjo smashed them to pieces. They ran away. They will try again. When I become president, I will smash them, send them packing. Now, let me tell you something. Look at the profile of the attacks. Number one, outside us, by the time you get to outside us, by the time you go past Maradi, there is no population to use. We are the population basin of Africa. Outside us, all the population, north, go and count all of them. First, immediately you travel 180 miles north of Daura. People you will be seeing, their skin will change. They will be Tuaregs. So you can't find black-skinned people to go and pick. The entire population of Libya is not up to the population of Akunonu in Enugu. So they don't have people to spare. Not to talk of the number of black people in that country. So where will you get the population to come to Nigeria, station here, and start making trouble? So what is happening is that they are even recycling locals. If you go to a place like Bama, you will see Nigerian military, talk to them, they will say, these are the Boko Haram boys. See, those boys you see there, they used to work in motor park here before. So somebody came and carried them, that they were carrying them to go and work somewhere. Before we know it, these boys have all settled down now. They are giving them guns and everything, they are over there. But our order is, they must not pass this place. So they don't pass this place, we leave them. Sometimes, when they are weak, tired, disgruntled, whatever, we send an intelligence officer to their side to go and talk to them. Oh boy, why don't you go back to your village? Go back to farming. They will tell you, oh, I used to be a farmer. My harvest will not be good. But now, even if they don't pay us regularly, I get paid 200,000 every month. So how will I live? They talk to the Nigerian soldier like brothers. But brother, if it's you, how will you live? I'll stay here like that. So go and read court martial reports. Go and take it. When soldiers are being captured, are being arrested for desertion, for one misbehavior or the other, and they are talking to the court martial, telling them, you left me there. I reported this. I reported that you didn't answer me. So I left to go and call the other person. You said I deserted. How did I decide? So what are you telling me? So I know these troops. I just that as a politician, I cannot be using people who are telling me their problem to campaign so that I can win an election and they can lose their lives. So the key issue is that you need to go granular, understand. I can tell you, there's nowhere I see Nigerian soldiers that I don't salute them. These are young boys who were in the Polytechnic, Nekede, or somewhere, and they say, oh, come and join the army. They join the army. They are now warriors. They improvise. I will tell you, one boy told me his story, that They were in their barracks. They were told to go to Maiduguri. And they were told exactly by their commanding officer what time they should leave, where they should pass. They look at the order. This is the stupidest order anybody can give us. So they kept quiet and took a diversion. The driver told them, why are we passing here? They said, well, that's what the order says. They said, forget about the order. So they dodged and passed another route. They got to the barracks in Maiduguri. And they said, the radio back, we have arrived in Maiduguri. Their commanding officer who sent them said, you're in Maiduguri already? Say, yes, sir. No incident, no incident. He said, okay, come back immediately. No work, no mission, nothing. They started coming back. And he told them, did you pass so and so place? They had to tell them, no, we took a shortcut. He said, no. Go back past where I asked you to pass and come back. When they came back, they were getting to Baga and started hearing firing. They were exchanging fire. Then one of them told them, wait, listen to this fire. This is how our boys shoot. This is our system of firing now. Stop firing. Stop. Listen to them. So they stopped. They now listen. They said, this is how our boys firing now. So they crawl under to under the fire. To the other side to say, hey, Swiss, we are the one. Say, you people who were told from the headquarters that Boko Haram was coming from Maiduguri. How are we Boko Haram? How are we Boko Haram? They said, we were in our barracks, we were told to go to Maiduguri. He said they told us that Boko Haram was go to Maiduguri. We should station and wait for them. They said, we are the Boko Haram. They sent us to go to Maiduguri. Then we didn't pass. We took the other side through Bill and cross and Cape. And then we said we should come back. The boys started crying. They were holding each other, treating the wounded, and they were crying. That was why they shot their GOC. They arrested the boys for being unruly, for trying to kill their GOC. They all come for a meeting, went to their officers, and the officer was surprised. So they said the GOC come and explain. And the boy said he was out of anger because they had told the boy who was going to shoot the GOC to wait for him to come out of the vehicle. But because he was so angry, immediately the GOC opened the fire, he opened the door, he opened fire, he ran around inside the bulletproof and drove away. Because in the military, if you want to shoot somebody, you must let him take 3 steps. So that by the time you are shooting him, he can only take 2 steps before the bullet hits him. But the boy was too angry. So they took them for court martial. Falana became their lawyer and all of that, the story died. I'm not letting you know. I can read, classify. So talk to these troops. Don't just sit down. Oh, America. No, these Nigerian troops are very strong. They know what they're doing. And I can tell you why I'm confident. I was United Nations and ECOWAS appointed commissioner after the war in Liberia to resettle the country. I served with the TROC. I read war manuals. I read reports. I used my hand to go to where they bury people. So it's not just talking on the internet. No. So I know how the troops operate. I have seen operations in Central Africa. I know how the troops operate. I'm studying what is going on in the Congo now. So let me tell you, I'm not aware of any armed forces with better training and doctrine in Africa than Nigerian forces. But we are now under civilian rule, so they obey orders. So if you are a soldier, you are a military officer, you are in the headquarters, you are in policy and plan, you are in TRADOC, and the president who became commander-in-chief wants to send you Minister of Defense, and he sends you Matawale, what is he telling you when you are an educated officer? He says that of all the people, so if you now send your son to the police, and he joins the police and he becomes a police commissioner, and they want to appoint Minister of Police Affairs, and they appoint Evans, the kidnapper, as the police Minister of Police Affairs. So won't he advise himself that I am fighting against the system? Let me be sensible. I was in a place when there's a particular officer I was looking for. He was in position, and I wanted to talk to him confidentially. So I got a friend of mine who is the niece? I said, call him. I want to talk to him. So he said, I said, no, don't dare yourself. Just call him. So he called him, and he was there, sir, so and so. Somebody wants to talk to you. You know, one of our leaders wants to talk to you about the war on terror, the war on Boko Haram. So he told the boy his niece, shut up. Keep your mouth off what you don't know. Who told you we are fighting against Boko Haram? As far as we officers are concerned, we're not fighting against Boko Haram. Nobody has told us to fight against Boko Haram. So stop talking and tell the person, if he doesn't know what's going on, he should keep his mouth shut. When the Nigerian army is told to fight Boko Haram, they will fight it. But right now, nobody's fighting anybody. They're just doing contract. I don't talk about it anymore.
Sorry, how
So
does everything you said, how is that going to help people get intervention from security forces in less than 5 minutes? How does everything you said now solve that problem?
Okay, let me tell you. You are going to have to understand that the armed forces, by our constitution, are under civil authority. Therefore, if you want them to be performing, you have to change the commander-in-chief and give them commander-in-chief that want them to perform. Because if you are the toughest general, if they post you from where you are, I don't know if you know the story how they created 7 div. Ejirika created 7 div. There was no 7 div before. When they created 7 div and they were setting up 7 div, they posted a GOC 7 div. Within a short time, that GOC had done the work that had not been done for the previous years. It didn't last in that place. They quickly recall him and put him back and send him somewhere else. What I'm bringing it to you is that the Nigerian military have the inherent capability to quieten and pacify Nigeria and do everything. However, the war on terror is the greatest contributor to politics in Nigeria today. It's the amount, if you go and see the way they wrote the budget, the 4 trillion that they put in defense, 4 trillion. If 400 billion gets to the army out of it, they will keep Boko Haram and they won't hear of anything. But this money is going to diverted areas, and the priority, if you look at this, if you haven't studied the spending expenditure, I don't know if you have studied ONSA, Office of National Security Advisor. If you see the way they spend their budget, what the money goes into, if you don't study it, go and read the EFCC reports about when Buhari first came and he was trying to investigate people and they brought all the documents out. Go and find out what happened when EFCC said they found money in a place in Lagos. That one money was meant to be money to be used to fight insurgency. That money was found in some flat in Ikoyi. If you was ahead of that story, if you haven't asked nosy journalists like Rudolph, they will tell you. Those people who are involved in that drama, they are now ambassador, extraordinary, plenipotentiary, now cleared by the Senate, cleared by everybody. So in conclusion, Nigerian people will have to elect a commander-in-chief that wants to stop terror. That commander-in-chief will stop terror. The same reason
how are they supposed to be there in less than 5 minutes? Money is not going to travel there. Physically, have you checked the numbers?
If you have been listening to me, I'm letting you know that normally they have exercises. Nigerian military don't inherently. If you have a division, a battalion, let's say you go to, if you go to 3D in Jos, they are the one controlling up to Meduguri, or to Seti, or to those places. And they have different departments of the army. You have the armor corps, they are the one taking care of the armor tank and all of that. You have the signal people, they will make sure that you can communicate across that division. You have the infantry. They will place small, you will see them in small barracks like that. They put them there so that within a short time they can get there. Then they have the int officers, who are military officers, but some of them will dress like national ruler, some of them are cavalry. they go to market, some of them are taxi drivers, they are military intelligence. So they are not leaving the territory at all. They don't leave it. When you keep them stationed there and they keep patrolling, going around, going quietly. But what I'm telling you, that if you speak to these officers, they will tell you this standard operating procedure is no longer being followed. So, and they rotate them and do everything like that. So once you go back to that regular order, you will not need to call them. They will be there. Because already when you are recruited into the army, whether through the depot or you graduate from the NDA, they spread them across the country. If you are in the Navy, they have the Eastern Command and the Western Command. Western Command is Apapa, Eastern Command is in Port Harcourt. Then inside, NNS Oloku is somewhere seen over Delta. NNS Omoloku is somewhere from Escafos, from Focados. So they are already in place and they do the exercises. They say, oh, if somebody enter Nigeria through Escafos, how long will it take you to get there? They do all the exercises on their own. They do war games on their own. So a commander-in-chief has to free them, release the budget to them, let them do it. I was talking to somebody, I don't want to talk too deeply, who was manning one of our ships. It's a young lady of about 28 years. Is in charge of two of our ships. I was asking her, this particular ship, how far? He started laughing. He said, Oga, let me tell you, the only time this ship sails and comes back is only if somebody from Abuja comes. So they will tell us, sail this ship like this, sail it back. After that, they just eat the money. They don't do any exercises. We don't do anything. But I'm in charge of it, as you know. I have all the parameters here. I know what to do with the ship, but we don't do anything with it. So basically, if your gate man is sleeping at the gate, or the person who's supposed to pay salary say, I don't want to pay your salary, I'll give you half salary, comes once in a while. That is what is happening. But when a good commander-in-chief comes, he will restore the army back to what it should be. He will make everything in regular order. There will be no gaps. You yourself said it, that you need to deny the terrorists a theater to operate. The only way you can deny them is that when they are coming, they see that you're already on the ground. But in Nigeria, you can play a game with your friend, a game of kidnapping with your friend, and put them inside a vehicle. In fact, you can drive past many parts of Nigeria with with people inside trucks carrying them. It is vigilante. Or some community that will stop and say, we see some people who are suspicious. Nobody in the armed forces is allowed to do that. So what we would do, not to be repeating ourselves, is that give them a better leadership, and you will see the stuff the army is made of. And I can tell anybody, if you are rascally, if you are a terrorist, whatever, I pray to God Almighty that one day you meet a fully fitted, motivated Nigerian army, they will wipe you out completely. So I have full confidence in the Nigerian forces. There are technological gaps that we have. For example, I know about 7 or 8 top Nigerian engineers that are supplying, designing drones, deploying so many other classified things for many armed forces in the world. Nigerian government hasn't taken time to go and look for them because they are not interested, because they like to buy some of these things from overseas and get their cut. I gave an interview months ago. I was expecting the army to be in my house the next day. What was the interview? My nephew was arrested, was missing in Egypt. The mother, to show you how young he is, the mother is junior to me. The boy is about 19 years old. Schools in the university in Nigeria. But the mother said he was missing. I was panicking, called me and said, Emmanuel is missing. I said, how is he missing? He said, well, he traveled to Egypt. To do what? Holiday? Or he went to Japan? He said, well, you know Emmanuel does this electoral? He said, yes. He said, Emmanuel was invited, and I saw the email, to come to Egypt to come and develop drones for them. And that he went, never found him. I said, So we were worried. We didn't find this boy for 3 weeks. No contact, nothing. Checking online, dead. Now, I said, okay, what are the people he went with? When they landed in Egypt, he took pictures of one person came from the US, one came from Egypt, and himself. 3 of them met. And the person who came from US, who came from California, happened to be from Ukraine, but he came from California. And they took the picture in the hotel where they were. So I started using contact and everything. To cut a long story short, we sent it to the Nigerian embassy, we turned to different places. After a while, I don't want to give you long suspense. After a while, the mother called me and said, the Ukrainian boy contacted her and said, well, we were not killed by people who were arrested by the Egyptian military. And they've asked us questions. We told them Emmanuel is the one who is designing the drone. So they released us, but they kept Emmanuel there. So I just want to let you know. Where are you now? I'm back in America. American government has come to pick me. So we started, they call Abika Tabiri, they call everybody, the mothers call everybody. At the end of the day, we got contact from the Nigerian mission in Egypt that because we told them the information, they said yes, they confirmed that the boy is under the custody of the Egyptian military. But we should not worry ourselves. So what happened? One day, the mother called me. They have brought him back. They brought him from Egypt, took him to Lagos, gave him to the mother, and gave him some money. Any question? Nothing. The mother, nothing. So I started the investigation. After a while, I allowed the boy to rest. I asked him, what happened? It happens that even though he lives in Lagos, he designs all these drones programming. And some of the drones he programmed were sold by the company to the US government, and they went to use it to fight, to do drone fight in Ukraine. And it was very effective. So they asked him to find him again to design another one. But because I don't know, for whatever reason, they said they should go and design it, they should go to Egypt to go and do it. Either for classification, I don't know why. So the poor boy now got passport, tickets and everything to come to Egypt. So while he landed there, the Egyptian military captured him and took him. They didn't know who among them was the designer. So I asked him, what happened? What did you learn from it? He said, he didn't. He just said he broke Egyptian security law by coming to Egypt to design a drone. I said, so what did they do? They said they just sat him down, started giving him exercises of their own, how to design different things. Okay, how do you design this? That's the whole interrogation. What do you do this? They will come another person, they will bring another thing for him, calculate, okay, how do you design this? Okay, so they will detain him for that purpose. They almost empty his brain. They'll bring another thing. Then he got to a stage when he realized, I don't know how to do this one. They told him, no, you are lying to us. You can do this. So they extracted as much as they could extract from him. The boy is back in Lagos now. He came to Ondo recently to do Christmas with me. He's back in Lagos. Nobody from the Nigerian military has come to say, come here. You were arrested in Egypt for designing drone for America to go and fight in Ukraine. Come on and tell us, how did you, nobody talking to him? So the same drone now, if it's designed in America, they will send lobbyists to go and buy it there. They will do round trip through Israel and all of that. So to not drag this issue, the Nigerian military is competent, just like Nigerian university is full of competent teachers, but they won't fund them, empty labs. Just like Nigerian doctors are competent, but they cannot use their hand now to do operation. So they will go abroad. The same thing with the military. But unlike civilians, military cannot go abroad. They will arrest you for desertion. So they stay there and collect their rank. Then go and interview them. When I was running for president, I had 87 generals working in my defense and security team. 87 generals, 87 who have left service, and they are young people. That because they are just turning them out, 87 of them. And besides that, I still talk to many people, even Chief of Defense Staff, General Irabo. You can go ask him. If I had any issue, because I didn't want to politicize the politics, if I had any issue, I won't criticize the military. I will ask them questions. I will say, what is this about? Why are you not doing this? Why are you not doing that? So you need to understand what is happening on the ground before you talk about security in Nigeria.
All right. Thank you so much. This is the kind of in-depth insights that you don't see on Arise TV or channels. And I always want to make sure that people have opportunities to hear from people who go on the ground and talk to people, real life people, and not just what we read in the papers. Let me go to Ovie. We're rounding up. I have Ovie.
Ovie or Chim?
Yeah. Oh, no, Ovie. I don't think Ovie has had.
No, you, sorry, Rudolph.
Wait. Chim, hold on.
Not, I think it's me.
I'm moderating. Chim, hold on. When I called Ovie, his internet was not good. So that was the first time. So Ovie, go ahead.
To our esteemed guests in the house, Prince Adewole Adebayo, you're highly welcome. To
Thank
our
you.
erudite host, Rudolph, thank you once again. And ladies and gentlemen of the panelists, I say thank you for giving me this opportunity again to audition for the second time. But this time around is publicly, and I'm employing the fans, the comment section to join me. I've privately actually auditioned to work for Tafkan Television, based in Akure, owned by Prince Adebayo. That would have given me opportunity to be on ground now, to work side by side Shehu Gunkoya. Shehu Gunkoya is one of the finest printer the world of athletics has ever seen. From Akure to be doing community work, but is it I no qualify? So I'm here again. I've also secretly had an audition to be co-host of 90 Minutes Africa since Uduka, the former host who has been consecutively failing his assignment, and I felt that I should take his position, but I was denied, so I'm here again. I also heard Rudolph saying that the City Boys movement is in diaspora now. They never reached out to me, so I'm also auditioning for that. Now, to my question, please, it was very, very informative and educative, in-depth, watching two Nigerian finance, having a conversation. What I take out from that conversation is generational. We have, and that's what you two have in common. You belong to one generation, but at the same time, belong to one class, because as far as I'm concerned, journalists and politicians are husband and wife, and for a community to work, the two of them have to be put in the same pedestal. So as a student of generational and class analysis student, I will start my question by saying that the generation that negotiated for our independence settled for regional governance. And coincidentally, that was when America came of age as a world power after the Second World War. So either overtly or covertly, they were able to provide with a different generation to rescue power for those that gave us the country as we have it. And either by persuasion or by muscle, those generations adopted the presidential system, to which we still have today. And unfortunately, now so that same generation see they in charge of the governor. So their bragging right over these past 50 years is that they fought to keep the country as one through the Civil War. They gave us a constitution. They gave us a political party that we have today. For what it's worth. So my question to your generation, because even though the generation who are practicing the system are actually entrenched into your own time, because as far as I'm concerned, you people should be the one living power now, but you guys are still struggling to get into power. But under their watch, we have about a generation that all they know as a Nigerian is that Nigeria started with terrorism. Under their watch, secessionists become very naked in my generation. The tribal rivalry that's bettered the country become very naked under their watch. We have seen boots on the ground under their watch. The first time that territory experienced that was in 1800. So with this, that's the baggage that comes with the presidential system. If your generation eventually get to power, are you guys going to continue the same system, believing that it will work better than it is now, or there is a different structure or system that you guys have in mind? That's where my question lies.
Okay, thank you. The answer to it is simple. The quality of leadership will make any system work better than as designed. The presidential system of government that we have now can work if you have a good commander-in-chief. It's a lottery through election. If you have a good commander-in-chief, the system will work perfectly. It will lead the country because the powers of the presidency are enormous. And there are 3 missions in that office: head of state, head of government, head of military. So these are the areas we're having problem. Head of state to make sure that everybody feels at home in Nigeria, that secessionists will be jobless because the president is president of everyone. And even under Obasanjo's government, you will see that tribalism, everything didn't go far because if you enter Obasanjo's villa, it's mini Nigeria. If Obasanjo's head is mini Nigeria, so his team advisor mini Nigeria, so division will not be there. The competence of the head of state knowing what to do was the reason why Boko Haram, they have been trying, but they didn't succeed until we started having weaker, less experienced head of state, less determined. And the economy is the answer. Economy. Forget about every other thing. If the economy is good, people will change their tone. The day your daughter graduates from medical school, gets a good job offered by someone from another ethnic group, that's the day you say, I didn't know these people are so good like this. The day your son goes for an interview, comes first, and gets the job, that's the day you change your mind. There is no ethnic division in Nigeria because every weekend you go for wedding. When you get invitation card, somebody from as far away as Bauchi State will say, follow me to Abia. I want to go and marry Ngozi there. And when you get to Abia, they don't say, why is your name Yunusa? They will just ask the Ngozi, do you like him? How did you meet? Oh, so at work. They do the banco. That's the end. Ngozi goes to Bauchi, no question asked. So people don't give their children to their enemies. People don't marry their children to their enemies. So the country is united at the base. But when you create artificial scarcity, everything is scarce in Nigeria. Even things that are natural have been made scarce. People, jobs scarce, housing scarce, market stall scarce, placement for government college scarce. So that is the reason. So conclusion is that our problem is not about the form of government. Our problem is about the content of the government and the quality of leadership. Let's also address that first. Once we address it, then we'll start using efficiency tools to measure the co-efficiencies of our system of government. We can now decide that, okay, maybe water management should be localized. Maybe we should do, even in England, Scotland prints its own pound, the Scottish pound. As long as inflation in Scotland has convergence with inflation in England, the UK doesn't mind because it doesn't matter. So let us have good people at the table. They have good people working. And the advantage of having good politicians is not for the good of the politicians themselves. It's the fact that a good politician will appoint a good permanent secretary, who will lead a good set of directors. So the civil services become more efficient. And many of the things we quarrel about, they will be met at lower level. That's why you live in America. Most of your problems will end with your county. Everything you need to succeed ends with your county. If you live in England, it's your city council that will answer your needs. So you don't worry too much about many people who are intelligent. If you ask them randomly, who's the governor of your state? They will scratch their head. Who's the governor of this state? Because most of your problems can be solved. You don't need to go to the governor to solve them. So this is when the government penetrates enough, so we will know what to do. So I don't really worry about whether it's parliamentary, presidential, regional. What matters is that put good people to run this constitution that we have. Let's run it for 10 years and see if it will show some weaknesses, which will now go and amend. That's my philosophy.
All right. Thank you. Chim, you are next. The Super Bowl has started. So we hope you will. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to. It's Benson.
That was Benson. So I've.
All right, go ahead, Chim.
All right. Thank you, Rudolph, for having me, and good day, Prince Adewole. Yeah. So I listened to you at the beginning, and I actually wanted to ask. My question is more on the issue of opposition leaders. But before I say that, I want to quote something. Somebody we all know, for many years, kept telling us that power is not served a la carte. That power is not given. The power is taken. But I listened to Majid Dalha, I think is it Dalha Majid, the guy who is a PR commentator on most Nigerian TV stations, especially on AIT. And he was analyzing something, and he said something that's very interesting. He said that sometimes Nigerians, we don't question a lot of things. We hear some cliches politicians tell us, and we just run with it. And for the first time, he got me thinking, because he said power is not taken. Power is actually given. And any responsible politician would not take power. You would go ask for it, because taking power is what our military governments have been doing over the years. And interestingly, one of the men who has constantly tried to tell us that he is a Democrat became a military man in Agbada, and he ran with it. Now, but that brings me to a few of his antecedents that has helped him get to where he is, whether we like it or not. So during the Abacha days, most of the people in office today, ACN, CPC, and the disgruntled PDP, who formed what we know today as APC, they held rallies, they demonstrated on the streets. Buhari demonstrated, Tinubu demonstrated. People held events at Ojota to oppose Jonathan's government. Now, those people who were very effective as opposition today are in office. So it looks like the people who are now the opposition are laid back. People like you, I'm sorry to say. You people are speaking grammar and coming on Dr. Damage's show, which is good. We want to hear from you. But none of you, including Peter Obi, wants to do the hard work that Tinubu did with Buhari to pull power away from PDP. You guys are intellectual. That's good. We want to hear your intellectuality. I want to see someone like you sit in Aso Rock. I mean it. But you're not willing to do what Tinubu did in terms of, now we're at a critical juncture. We've had accusations of a tax law that was forged. I haven't seen any opposition go on the streets to demonstrate and seek accountability. Force this government to be accountable. We have allowed them to go. They've ridden their way through it. That matter is now dead. We've moved on. Today, now we have another issue, which is the electoral bill. And we're seeing it, and it's strange that all of the people who want to be president are speaking. You, Peter Obi, Atiku, Kwankwaso, nobody is saying no. Let's collate. We need to make these guys accountable. Let's go and demonstrate, go to the street so that they will take us serious. Because by the time, it is not when Aisha Yusuf and Peter Aka go on the streets, but when they see you, they see Peter Obi, people they know that have voices that could have international implications, come on the streets, protest to them, institute maybe a court action against them, then they will sit up. I think Tinubu knows that he is the opposition as well as the government, that none of you can do what kind of things he has done. And so he's getting away with it. He just laughs. So we keep hearing opposition, but you're in opposition. So please, sir, respectfully, please tell me what you are doing. You're doing to prove to Nigerians that when rubber meets the road, that you can be trusted. Intellectually, we don't doubt you. We know you have it. But where is that little bit of holding government accountable? To what extent have you held government accountable between 2023 and today? Respectfully, I ask that question, sir.
Thank you. Now, I appreciate your historical perspective. What is clear is that everyone is God, his objective, his values, his methodologies. What Buhari, Tinubu, Atiku joined them at that time, Bukola Saraki, different people, did to Jonathan with Lai Mohammed and all of that he did is not something to be copied, even though they succeeded in it. That is why they have put it in the government, their mouth, they cannot swallow it.
Sir, please, forget about what they did. So the evil they are doing now, how do you hold them
Do you
accountable?
want to answer your own question by yourself?
I'm asking, and let's not talk about the other ones. Let's talk about the
You
ones
are the
they've
one
done
who
today.
mentioned their name. You are the reference point, and I have to answer the question because I like to pass my exam. You have to answer the question according to the marking scheme. You were using their unpatriotic, hypocritical, destructive methodology that they used to chase Jonathan out of power. They did many things which we can't do as patriots, including working with Barack Obama's government and lobbying some senators in America, like Leahy and Co., to ban the Nigerian military from buying platforms in America. So that even when they had plans on how to deal with Boko Haram, nobody will sell anything to them. And they will tell the other countries don't sell to them. So they did that because they were hungry and desperate for power. And they were causing division and all sorts of problems in the country. And they were sabotaging the government. We don't think we need to do that. They did that because they are power mongers. They want to get power at all costs. What we are doing now is to ensure that we wake Nigerians up consciously, talk to them about the country, and lay out a positive plan of what we want to do. And without going to collaborate with foreigners, without any of the sharp practices, take over government legitimately from Nigerian people, and free and fair election is what will guarantee that. And the system that they used, which appeared to have worked for them, has backfired. Because anywhere you go in Nigeria today, uniformly, Nigerians don't want anything to do with them. Now, we go on the street. Going on the street to demonstrate is not difficult. There are some elements in the opposition, like Showore and other people, who are always on the street, fighting one cause or the other. And there are plans that from tomorrow now, for example, we are going on the street to make our case clear to the government that under no circumstance will they get away with sabotaging the amendment of the Electoral Act to accommodate and to mandate the electronic transmission of results. So we can do that. But the work of the opposition is not to be demonstrating on the street up and down. The work of the opposition is to work with the people where they are, to penetrate the communities and to educate them and to see that the people themselves, when they have a democratic opportunity, they will vote out the government, and that when there's need for the opposition to speak out. And if you look at the end bad government protest that happened recently, the government will tell you the role, because the government has the DSS. They know the role everybody played along that line. And so we are also managing the fragility of the country. So we're taking our time. So it's not that something we did as student leaders, something to do when we were young, that if all it takes the opposition is wake up in the morning and go to Eagle Square and lie down there. That's we don't think from our experience that is going to change the government. But where non-political issues come up, like issues that are not partisan, like let us have free and fair election, we can go on the street, we can demonstrate with the people. But when it comes to government having a wrong policy, they mismanage the budget, those things are ideological issues. We will go and meet the people and say, see what your government has done. Vote for us, we're going to get them out. So as time goes on, you will see us responding. In things where we need to be on the street, we'll be on the street. We have nothing to lose. We will be on the street. We will go there and challenge them. When it's something that we need to go and canvass the people, we'll go and canvass the people. It's a combination of both that we'll do. And you're asking me specifically, what have I done to challenge the government? You're going to raise the law reports all the way to Supreme Court. We sue them to court when we need to sue them to court. When they were destroying political parties, recently we went to court and got Supreme Court decision that has free political parties. That is why you see Labour, this one, that one, Action Alliance, INEC is now letting everybody be. Until then, they were the trajectory of destroying every political party and letting only be APC. I argue that case in Supreme Court by myself. I argue it in the Court of Appeal by myself. So I don't need to praise myself here. But I'm not an activist. I am a politician who wants to take over power. I'm not an activist trying to win a Nobel Prize. I am a politician who has to go to the grassroots, talk to people, persuade them, do the politics. Because Tinubu, APC, they have a right to do their own politics. They have the right to go and talk to the people. They have the right to deceive the people if the people can be deceived. Either their method. I have a right to go and debunk their lies. I have to go to the communities where the people are. I have to do the work. I have to do the work that will make people to know that if you join the SDP, if you support the SDP, if you donate to the SDP, if you vote for the SDP, if you mobilize for the SDP, you will solve the problem. Why do I need to demonstrate and protest in front of my opponent? When I can defeat him, I come and rule and do it properly. So that is our approach. But we are not against people. We support people. We go out when there's need to go out and demonstrate. And a lot of networks are going on in Nigeria. And there's an element which will limit our answer. It's an element of surprise. If you want to come to power, you cannot telegraph all everything you are going to do. The man you are dealing with is a well-seasoned political operator. So we need to get to a point where we ourselves can do something. They will say, what? I thought these people were dead. I thought they didn't have any idea. So I'm not the only wise man in Nigeria. You need to do something like that. And we're working together, working closely on that. But we're not going to say, oh, in 2 weeks' time, we're going to do this. In 6 months' time, we're going to do this. The man is going to plan. We are going to show you, and the day it happens, you have serious confidence that Nigerians know how to do opposition after all.
All right. Last person, Benson Emmanuel.
Hello, everyone. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good evening. Good evening, Dr. Damages. And good evening, Dr. The Prince. May the good Lord bless everybody.
Amen.
You see, like what Mr. Chin said, I think the opposition are not doing much. Because, for example, during the time Mugabe was ruling Zimbabwe, when Mugabe started having issues, when he start falling down like Tinubu now, Tinubu fall more than him even. Even if Biden here, when he was falling, he was sick and everything. The opposition was calling for him to resign. Everybody come together to say that he must resign. In Zimbabwe, the same thing. They did everything to see that they remove him from office. The way Tinubu is falling is the way Nigeria is falling. And the opposition is like they're compromised. They don't want to do much. Because if we have a good opposition, as that man, even before he became a president, he was falling, he was sick. Everybody knows that he's sick. Not only that he's sick, he's very old. For such a man to manage a country of almost 150 million or so, that shows that we don't have opposition in Nigeria. Or either that the opposition are cost or they are compromised. That is one. Two, sir, will you really seriously say Nigeria will progress? Or this terrorism in Nigeria will stop?
Yes.
Because the way this, the kind of Muslim we have in Nigeria, it's not the kind of Muslim in Dubai, maybe Dubai, Saudi Arabia, and so on and so forth. No. The kind of Muslim we have in Nigeria is not the same type of Muslim we have that's in Kuwait and the progressive Muslim. The one we have here is not progressive. They are evil and deadly.
No, I don't agree with you at all.
Okay, recently, let me tell you, you see, this Boko Haram, even the Sultan of Sokoto and most of the emirs, they're supporting them. They're support of these people. And even some of them are saying that if the America also hit any of them or kill any of them, they will kill many Christians in Nigeria. And upon that, I see it in the this thing. Even the DSS are not arresting any of them.
Who said that? Who said that?
If you go to internet, you see there when this boss
Internet is not a name.
Because you see, let me tell you, if somebody in anywhere do something, you see the DSS will arrest that person.
No, but you are
this is
saying
something of national security.
Somebody, excuse me, let me get it right, because we're trying to set things right. You said somebody said, or some people said.
Not only one person. Not only one person said it.
Can you name?
In the internet, they are shouting that.
Can you name the name of such persons? Is it Dr. Damage that said it? Because he made some statements sometimes when he wakes up in the morning. Who said it? Is it OBA?
It's not OBA. Who said? Some of these Fulani guys that are saying the internet, they are saying it that if the Americans hit any of them, they're going to kill the Christians in Nigeria. They're going to kill more of the Christians.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is that why are the DSS not arresting them? And again, you said here that you know that the terrorists are in Abuja, in the capital, in Abuja. If the terrorists are in Abuja, if the government is the terrorist itself, why are the government, why the opposition are not coming for this one to step down?
All right, thank you, Benson.
Let's do issue of step down. And I'm happy that you mentioned Zimbabwe, another country I love so much. Number one, in Zimbabwe, what is the opposition gain with Mugabe stepping down? They put Nagwagwa there, who is another ZANU PF. So, if you say Tinubu should resign, I've said it many times. So, probably if a guest is coming, you should try to do some research on the guest, what he has said recently, what he has said a long time. So, I've gone out. Even APC have reacted. I've said in public that Tinubu should resign. There are things that he needs to resign for, but the entire case of the opposition is not to get Tinubu to resign so that Shetima can take over. Our job is to vote them out and put a good government there. So it's not our job to say that Tinubu should resign and then Tinubu type or somebody worse than Tinubu or somebody deeper than Tinubu should take over. What the job of opposition is to criticize the government. Where they violate the law, the person has to resign. Where they do something drastic that is against the spirit of the country, they can resign. But when you disagree with them on policies, you disagree with them on efficiencies, you converse to the people and say, the next election, vote for me so that I can go and correct the error these people are committing. That's what we can do. But to say somebody should resign so that his vice president can take over and they appoint another, so what happens? If Tinubu resigns, Chetima takes over, appoints Akpabio. What have I gained? As a president, vice president, the whole thing continues. So the job of opposition is to go and win elections. The job of opposition is to take over power legitimately. And that's where we are focused. We want a situation where in the next election, Nigerians who are talking like you are talking, they will support us, we will vote Tinubu out, we'll put a better government. But if along the line, Tinubu commits a crime or a felony or misdemeanor that is against the Constitution, I will call for him to resign. But my main objective is for us to defeat them in an election. That is the real work of opposition. Criticize them, hold their feet to the fire, think through policies so that I can tell you at any point in time what I will do differently. Anybody in government, even when I talk to them, when I meet them at the airport, anywhere, even when I meet senior military officers, they will say, you know this country better than a president. You understand the military and the issue going on more than the commander-in-chief. So that's what opposition is. Be better at the, like SDP, we're writing the SDP alternative budget. Last time, we came out with our alternative budget. If you look at our budget, it's better than Tinubu's budget. So our school policy is different because the essence of opposition is to be in government, not to be a critic.
All right. Thank you so much, Prince. We end with this video. There's something that Benson said that made me to remember that someone sent me 2 videos, but we didn't have time for you to watch them and get your reaction. This is one of them. Let me play.
President General, Nigeria Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, Sultan Sokoto nìkan. Owó nìkan ló lè declare àjọ tá a fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ àwẹ̀ Ramadan. Tẹ́lẹ̀ mi bá tún declare àjọ kan ní péjọ báyìí la fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ àwẹ̀ Ramadan. Yálà kí Sultan tó sọ ni o, àbí lẹ́yìn tí Sultan sọ tán, in tó ń sọ ni pé ó ń declare rẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí president àwa Mùsùlùmí Nàìjíríà. Ẹ̀sìn wa sọ pé ká pa á. Ẹ̀sìn wa sọnù òfin ẹ̀sìn wa lákàyè. Má wá wò pé sìn wa ló lè lo Amẹ́ríkà sọ pé wọ́n ní president Amẹ́ríkà má tiẹ̀ lo Amẹ́ríkà ṣe press conference ní níwájú ta yín kò ní ìdí láti lọ orí television social media náà dá kan péèjì kan sí rẹ lójú declare yourself as the president of the United States of America. Ọmọ sòtórí ẹ̀ ní ìníkẹ́ ẹ lọ pa ilẹ̀ kankan o. Ẹ má ṣe pa ẹnì kankan a kàn sọ òfin ẹ̀sìn wa fún wa ni aqulu qawli hadha.
Okay, for those who do not understand Yoruba, the preacher was saying that anybody who should declare the start date of Ramadan before or after the Sultan of Sokoto, that given instruction that the person should be killed, that you can declare that yourself the president of the United States, so don't compete with the Sultan of Sokoto. So the person that sent the video wanted to know if you were president and somebody is preaching something like this, what would be your reaction?
I will tell the person I will immediately call the Minister of Health to take the person for psychological and psychiatric evaluation. But I know too well there's a lot of quackery going on in Nigeria. And a lot of people, because of freedom of religion in Nigeria, and even as a Christian, if you listen to some people preach, you wonder whether they went to theological school at all. There's no regulation as to what you can say in religion. So people say what they like. So what I would do as head of state is to try to get the Sultan of Sokoto himself to speak and say our religion is not like that, because there's no such thing in any part of the Quran or the Hadith that says that if somebody says, this is the day we are going to start fasting, that I should go and kill the person. No. The only thing that he said was that if you sight the moon, go and tell the religious leader in your community. Not to go far away to Sokoto, go and tell Sultan. You tell the religious leader in your community, he knows who to tell. So, and the reason in those days was that the moon could be ephemeral. Somebody who is just lazy, hungry, tired of fasting, can say, I've seen the moon, I've seen the moon. And they will mislead the Ummah, the believers, and they will stop fasting, only to discover that the guy doesn't see the moon at all. So, just like in Islam, if you say, I saw somebody committing adultery, they will not believe you. You have to go and report to somebody, and they have to call them. They have to be two good Muslim male in good standing, who are reputable society. So that thing he's saying is equivalent to any preacher sitting down somewhere and saying that Jesus told me this and that. It's a country where the freedom of religion allows people to come out and say whatever they like. And DSS has a duty to call someone like that, counsel him, talk to him, warn him, and ask him to go out and clarify himself. And then he will talk to the women, because they have all this association of clerics who they have a kind of, they're not just, they will find out who is this guy, where did he learn his Islamic scholarship, who is his imam. They will reach out to them, and those one will clarify and say, don't do that, don't say that, that's not correct. So, but it's a country that has free speech. So you have to find a way to, in a plural society like that, to control it, to talk about it. And that's why a president will have a political advisor. It's his job to make sure, oh, sir, I know what, if it's brought to your attention, even the governor of the state, anybody brings to your attention, you immediately know who to talk to. And when the Sultan himself counters him, that's the end. Nobody will believe him. So, but you cannot stop people. You cannot rule out that there will be a lot of people, maybe just seeking for attention, maybe seeking for sponsorship, maybe it's not even an Islamic scholar at all. Just one guy who is retired and doesn't know what to do with his time. But now that I've seen it, I will collect the tape from you, and I will find out from the various Islamic sects, Nasaruddin, a lot of them. I'll find out who the person is, because I don't see the name. But I can guarantee you, don't even wait for me to be president. I'll find out who he is, which mosque does he pray, who is the king of the town, where he is, who are the people sponsoring them, So I'll find out, and we'll make sure that this kind of statement does not go unanswered. But it's the job of the government to see that society is kept calm and there are no divisions.
Thank you. One more small video from the north. This is an older one, but I wanted to know.
Allah Sakkwato ya yi rubutu ga Facebook. Ya faɗi ganganun da ba su da daɗin faɗi game da annabin rahama. Kuma jin Sakkwato nace a maka yayi kure. Ai ba Sakkwato ake da wannan shiga taka. Mu kashewa mu kai. Mu akan manzon Allah iya kan mu kashe. Don haka ba Kano bace, Kano ƴan kasuwa ne. Shi yasa kaga an ce ma manzon Allah dan luwadi an tsaya ana jayayya, an ce ma manzon Allah kwarto an tsaya ana mu na kashewa muka yi. Wallahi kwadda ma manzon Allah mu iya kamar da shi mu kashe. Allah ya gafarta mu wani yaro, naga wani bawan Allah jiya ga Facebook yace wai an ce mahaukaci ne, yace to ai mu ma mahaukata ne. Ai iyaka hankalin mu kai a taba annabi, ana taba annabi mun zama mahaukata. Wagga ita ce magana ta gaskiya. Allah shi muku albarka Sakkwatawan shehu. Duk wanda ya kalli Facebook da sauran social media da irin wanda an ka hito kwarta an ka ta gidan sarkin musulmi, ya nuna Sakkwata suna nan bisa tarbiyyar da dan hodiyo yayi musu. Don haka Allah shi muku albarka. Da an sakai ku kashe shi. Magana bai da hankali bata taso ba. To bai da hankali duk bai da wanda yaka zagi sai manzon Allah. Mu ma bamu da hankali an taba annabi. Don haka bai da mu bai da hankali bamu da. Da an sakai ku kashe shi. Kuma ba shi da duk wanda ya taba manzon Allah ku kashe shi. Bai da hukunci ko belle ya bai taba manzon Allah bai da hukunci illa kisa. musulmi in ya zagi manzon Allah ko ya ce ya tuba wannan tuba ta kani ne da Allah amma dai sai mun kashe shi. Bai da hankali ya sanya ta ya sau waya, bai da hankali ya sanya sau data, bai da hankali ya sanya buɗe shahin Facebook, bai da hankali ya sanya an kayo mai ya goge don mahaukaci ka waɗanga abuwa da kun gane ku kashe shi, an sa kai ku kashe shi. Kun ba shi ɗaya ba ku manzo Allah ku kashe shi. Babu wani hukunci ga zai manzo Allah illa kisa. In ka tubu wannan tsakaninka da Allah can in ya ga dama ya ga, amma dai muna an ce mu kashe ka. Ku taba manzo Allah ku kashe shi. Kada ku tsaya faɗa ma hukuma a kashe ɗai.
All right. So I know you saw the
bad man on your Facebook.
Who's speaking? Sorry, Prince. That's for you. It's one of the videos I got from some people who wanted me to play them for you, but Benson was the one that made me remember. So let's round up your comments on that because it's something that is still there.
This is very simple.
Yeah.
Clear. If you have young children, tell them. If you have somebody who is deaf, use sign language to tell them. If somebody who is blind, write it in the braille, let them touch it and read it by themselves. Anywhere in the world where Muslims are in large numbers, it is suicidal to insult the Holy Prophet. It is very serious. It is not a matter of opinion. When we were growing up, we had a case of satanic verses by Salman Rushdie. He was living in the West. That did not save him. He's going all over the place. So in Saudi Arabia.
But what did he do? What did he do?
I don't care what he does. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Hold on, Okija.
Can you let me answer the question? When you want to be a guest, go and be a guest next time. I'm telling you.
Okija, let him answer the question.
Listen to me. You can sit at the house and say it. But me, I will get the number of your wife and I will buy her a bed to tie your leg. The day you say you want to go out and insult the prophet, they should put sleeping tablets and let you sleep. It is suicidal because that is the reality. In the Islamic tradition, it is a written rule that you cannot insult the Holy Prophet. And the religion of Islam is different from Hinduism, Shintoism, Christianity, any other religion. In that particular religion, there is an obligation on a Muslim to attack you if you insult the prophet. Therefore, if you are in any country, whether Nigeria or outside Nigeria, where you are in the community where the Muslims are in charge, learn that. And if you are in a place where the Muslims are not in charge, if you are a responsible person, you have no business criticizing the Holy Prophet from that religion. You don't belong to their religion, manage your own religion, don't comment on their prophet. I think it's not too much to ask because there are communities in the Caucasus that if you come there and insult their father, they will kill you. So that is the culture. If you go to Uzbekistan, go to all these old Soviet places, if you go and insult their parents, there are some communities. If you look at Senegal, Sudan, somebody insulted his mother. He doesn't care that he's on world television and they are doing valedictory match for him. He went and attacked the person. And they asked him, why did you do that on your last day, your glorious day? He said the person insulted his mother. So, I'm from Ondo. There are some jokes you can do, nobody cares. But there are some things in Ondo you cannot do. You will not come out alive if you do it because it's holy to them. If you go to Benin and insult the Oba of Benin, even a professor of gentle studies in Benin, a professor of civilization studies, a guardian and counselor professor will lose his temper if they see you insulting the Oba of Benin. So what we need to understand as we are living in this world, freedom is not free. When you go to a community, look at their values. Look at what they hold dear. Look at what is important to them. Then you respect it. And that's not too much. It doesn't stop you from developing technology, from tying your roads, from being the best you want to be in the world. So I have zero sympathy for anybody who goes out of their way to insult the Holy Prophet of Islam. If they attack you, you are responsible. You are not supposed to do so. But where I have concern are the areas where they used to lie against people, where some charlatans just don't like you, and they go and tell the Ummah or tell anybody who's in religious position and say, my neighbor, maybe they have a dispute with you, they have an argument with you, they are jealous of you, they have issues with you, and they just go and tell them that, oh, I was passing by his house and he was insulting the prophet. And people just come as a mob and attack you. That is not proper. It's punished under the law of Nigeria. You cannot, so I cannot be in government and you say, well, somebody insulted the prophet, I will kill him. That is not how it is written in the book. You will have to get somebody, they will take him to court, they will try him, and you will see that it is true. Because a lot of innocent people can just lose their life. It can happen to anybody. So they need to know that that's the balance. But for anybody who happens to not be a Muslim, or you are not impressed with the theology of that religion, or you don't appreciate their practices, and you think, okay, I can provoke them, I can annoy them, I can tell them some characters, I think in France, who like to sell their papers by saying they are making cartoon of the Holy Prophet, and then cause tension all over the place. I will hold them to be irresponsible. There's no need for that. So every religion evolves over time. And 1,000 years from now, it might be the Muslims themselves that will say, what are we talking about? And they will change. Who could tell you that they will allow people to drink alcohol in Saudi Arabia? When I was growing up, you can't even mention it. But now in Saudi Arabia, they allow you to, women can drive, things are changing. So give people their time. Let them sort themselves out. But it's not your job to go and disrupt and cause problems in the community. Because the person who goes to insult the prophet or runs away might not be the one who suffer it. It might be an innocent person who is just passing by. So generally, if there are young people listening to us, we need to let them know. I raise children, and they are not Muslims, but I let them know that this is this community. You cannot have a Sikh with his headgear. When I was in some communities, when I'm in Australia as a lawyer, I see some people they used to call, I don't want to even repeat it, there's some lawyers in our law firm that are Sikh, and they like to tie their head like that. They don't expose their head. And one of them was calling them some name. I caution him that if you don't have respect, the Sikh movement is thousands of years old. They're not stupid. They know why they are covering their head, and it's not your business. Because you don't have enough understanding of anthropology, it's not your business to be calling him that name you are calling him. So it's like that. You have to have respect. Doesn't mean you are not free. You have to have respect.
All right. Thank you so much, Prince. And I don't know if you have final words to tell us.
Can we ask him as he's finishing? I don't know if the Muslims should have
No.
If they should have respect for our farms. They should have respect for our farms. If Gideon Akaloka, who was killed by, and one of the people that killed him is the MMA, and they still no one has been held accountable. And you're telling me that Nigeria will work?
Okay, well, my final word is that my final word is that Nigeria will work if we want it to work. But Nigeria will work doesn't mean that we're all going to become the same name, the same dress, the same language. what it means is that we have a small piece of land called Nigeria, which is about the size of Texas, just maybe slightly bigger than California. And that's where all this ethnicity, thousands of them, several languages, that's where they are going to cohabit. And if you want to split the country according to linguistic thing, it means that the whole of Southeast will be about this, maybe a little about the size of Oyo State, will be a country on its own. Even at that, somebody will say, I'm not happy. Let the Ugo have their land. Let somebody have their land. But what is wrong? If we have a beautiful Commonwealth like Nigeria, and we have good leaders leading us, we set common objectives, and we continue to improve ourselves. People don't know how much journey Nigeria has taken. In 1977, when we started planning transition, one of the things that people thought was going to be impossible was to allow women to vote in the North. Because in the First Republic, women were not allowed to vote in the North. And Obasanjo wanted universal suffrage. How was he going to do it? It was Sultan Abubakar, the father of the current Sultan that is there now, that says, don't worry, don't let it come from the federal government. I know what to do. And they started talking to the ulamas, and they started preaching in the mosque. Nothing's wrong with women voting. Doesn't do anything. I mean, by the time it came out, we had elections in 1979, and women voted. And now nobody raises that question again in the North, whether women can vote. If you raise it now, they will say you are un-Islamic, you are very nonsensical. They will fight you. So let us give ourselves time. Let us show tolerance. Let us understand that where God has created you is where you are. What of you God has created you in Sokoto? You will not be shouting Biafra. Our people, we don't agree, Akaluka. No, you yourself will be trying to kill Akaluka too. But over time, as time goes on, there was a time there was no single Catholic in Igbo land. At times, Father Shanahan, Ajayi Crowder, all of them came to Igbo land. There was no single Catholic there. And they used to think that the Catholic people were bad people. But now, Catholics are bouncing around. It's our land. So, there was a time there was no single Christian in Ondo. If you go and read the colonial records, and the records, you will see when Bishop Charles Phillips, he wasn't a bishop then, he was just a Reverend Charles Phillips, came to Ondo to meet my great-great-grandfather that he wanted to preach Christianity, to get permission. He had to get a letter from my great-great-grandfather's friend, Governor Glover. He wasn't a governor at that time. He was just a Navy officer, Glover. They were friends. I said, I want to go to Ondo. I'm told that the ruler of Ondo is your friend. Give me a letter. They gave me a letter. And they came to Ondo in 1873 and said, you know, I want to preach. Now, Ondo people who are Christians, they are even commanding God what to do. They say, God spoke to me. Jesus said this. But there was a time there was no single Christian there. So let us give ourselves time. Let us, if people like Father Shanahan, young girls like Mary Slessor, his husband was a young girl, 25 years old, left Scotland, came to southern Nigeria, preaching, going all over the place. They were gentle, encounter prejudice, encounter attacks, but they gradually comforted the people. Why can we not be pioneers in our own country and be gentle with it? Understand where your brother is suffering from ignorance, try to shine light, don't ridicule them. When somebody has temperament, don't aggravate them, irritate them. Just calm down. Gradually, we'll build a country. And then we can go to the rest of the world and expand the frontier. And I think that is our chance to do it, because there's nowhere else a black man can be a big man than Nigeria. And he has to be a big man, has responsibility. And that's why we're in politics. Time will get there, and God bless Nigeria.
All right. Thank you so much, Prince Adebayo, for making me miss the Super Bowl, which, at the beginning of the Super Bowl, which is big. It's a very important guest that you are, and your performance is always enriching to all of us, especially
They talk about super why this very thing can
especially the insights that you bring, which is very important to me. You know, I traveled from, when you were talking about your experience in Benue, I traveled to Benue through Otubo and all those places last year. And what I saw there was something that I wish I could find a way to share with people who are on this platform when they talk about issues in Benue and issues of governance. But I am always happy to have a guest like you come here with real life experience and share with our people. Thank you again, and hopefully we'll call you again for another opportunity to come and enlighten us. I will see you next time. Thank you so much. We'll take a break, and then
Thank you.
I will say goodbye to everybody after the break. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. great. Thank you, everybody, for watching and being with us today. I appreciate all of you. I see you. Nobody's smiling. What's going on? So be smoking. Wait.
Why would anybody smile like that?
It's not good. You must be honest about it.
I have to remove Ovia. Ovia, you can't be smoking on air. Okay, let's quickly. KJ, are you doing a show after this?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. But don't you think we've had enough for today?
I don't
Since
know.
12 o'clock. This is
I want it to be
7 hours, 6 hours.
I know.
So then people are going to watch the Super Bowl. So, but
yeah, that's what I'm planning.
Yeah, so find out from them if they are ready to go another hour.
Speak Super Bowl.
I don't think so.
I don't have any business with Super Bowl. I don't have any business.
I don't have to, but majority of Americans like Rudolph.
Who wants to watch Super Bowl to go and watch Super Bowl now?
Yeah. KJ, it's up to you. Or Tim can take over from you. if KJ.
Yeah, but I still can't believe that he defended taking a Nigerian's life because of offensive words.
Just leave that matter for now. Leave that matter.
Okay, so let's kick it off. If I get tired, I can.
All right. So what will happen is that KJ, you can start it, and then Chim can take over if you're tired. Chim can.
Yeah, because been sitting here since.
Yeah, me too. Chim, you can log on as moderator, so you can take over.
When he sets it up, no problem.
Yeah. It's set up already. That's
why we are weak. That's why I started.
Your audio is very bad. I can't hear. It's bothering me.
Ovia, you are using earphone. Remove the earphone. Right. That's why it's making that noise.
All right. Let me just quickly just say a few things, and then we can. We don't have time to go around everybody, and you guys will have enough time to discuss when KJ comes on. So let me thank those that supported us. It's always important. At the same time, one man, thank you, Guy Owen, thank you. One man, Kulata, thank you. Let's see, Aja, thank you. Oscar Blackburn, thank you. And Nana, thank you. Sulak, thank you. Sulak. Man, thank you so much. Next week, we are going to have another guest. I haven't confirmed with him. So I just want to wait. Maybe by Monday, I'll confirm and I will share the information across the platforms. But those that watch at home, thank you so much for joining us. I always appreciate all of you. And those that came into the panel, thank you, Chim. Thank you, Forefathers, for joining us from Nigeria. Thank you, Ovie. Thank you, Okija. Thank you, Jefferson. Thank you so much. If he's the only lady that joined us and asked 3 questions, I allowed her because she was talking to all the other 3 people that didn't come. And everybody that came into the studio, I appreciate all of you. I know it's not ideal. We went over 3 hours, which was our limit, but this is a special case. We know Prince is always willing to talk. I hope that all our politicians will be willing to come and engage and talk to us in details. And we learn something from that, every encounter. So again, I appreciate everybody. Thank you, guys. Anybody, just allow one person. If there's anybody who wants to say something to me.
Let me just say something quickly. I have to thank him for coming in. No, hey, I was thinking about it when he said, because I have to thank him for coming in, because there are not a lot of politicians that come here, spend 6 hours with Nigerians talking to us about issues, and it's quite patient too. Even if today, to me, was a disaster in many ways. But he should take heart from the fact that we appreciate that he comes in at least to make himself available to people. I hope he learns. He gets feedback from what we've said too.
All right. Thank you. Ovie, your connection is not good, so we can't hear you very well. Okija, you want to say something?
Yeah, I like Prince Adewole, but to be honest with you, if he becomes Nigeria president and wants me to work with him, I'll work with him to make sure Nigeria stop existing. Because I don't understand why he should be. I mean, there are so many things he said today that just that prick me the wrong way from the the marginalization of the Igbos, things that are obvious there. And then he came out talking about these people killing people just because of their religion. I mean, we have our farms; they go into our farms and kill people. Our farms are they not sacred? Just like as the they have something sacred to them. We have our farms are sacred to us. That's where we eat. But they march into their farms and do whatever they want to do. They take over people's land, do whatever they want to do. Nobody knows says anything. But then he can start preaching to us, that if Adewole was among the justice that sentenced this guy to death, he would, he would join them to sentence him to death. The guy, what's his name? The guy that was sentenced to death in Adamawa. So that's what I've seen from what he said today. He's one of those people. That's that kind of mentality. That's what's holding Nigeria down. So there's, you have to whatever you believe in. Other people, they have the right to believe the contrary. They have the right to say whatever they want to say. You can't just kill them. There have been incidents of because of people like him. People have been killed over the years. Even before Gideon Akaloka, the teacher that was the students attacked and killed in her classroom. Because of people talk like this, that's why you incubate, make the environment, conducive for them to just whenever they get angry. Are they the ones that get angry? Don't we get angry? But we hold ourselves, knowing that, this is not, we can't do this. But them, justified, he's saying to them, oh, whatever, if you say something against, their man, they will. No, you have to tell them that it's wrong, that they should not do things like that. People say things about against Jesus or whatever. Nobody goes about or Okija Shirai. People say things about Okija Shirai. Have I taken arms to killing people?
All right, Okija, thank you.
Life should be sacred. You can't take life because you are offended. No way. Period.
All right, thank you for this. If he final word, I'll let Ify end it because.
Are we doing another show, please?
Yeah, we're doing another show. KJ is
okay. So Papudoka, to be honest with you, sometimes I get lost with what is going on in the country. I don't know why it's so difficult for us to have a free and fair election in Nigeria. I don't know why. But it's up to Nigerians. They're having a protest tomorrow. So for those of you who are in Nigeria that'll be able to join, if I am in Nigeria, honestly, I will join. Let's see what's gonna come out of it. But I don't know what to say. As of now, I'm talking to you, I am short of words. I'm confused. Sometimes I feel that these people, they don't take us serious. Because we come on social media and rant, we haven't done anything, that can push them to do something. So they will never take us serious. But if you're in Abuja, anywhere you are tomorrow, and you feel that you can be there to join Pitaka and Mama P and the rest of them, please do. We are gradually losing our country. If we lose this country called Nigeria, God forbid that we might have civil war in that country again. God forbid. But if care is not taken, we might get to that point.
All right. Thank you, Ify. On that note, thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you to my people, production team, people behind the scene, executive producer show, all my writers and researchers who helped to produce this show. We appreciate all of you. See you guys next Saturday.
Let me say my
tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you.
Him sit down for her.